In truth I know not eternity yet, for that still remains beyond my reach. It is there, just beyond my horizon. It is the attainable goal not yet reached, the end of the journey. I am freed from earthly cares and no longer bound by the demands of the body. I am free, I am pure. Man 16:10 I am established in glory. I am the self-formed one, I am the arisen one, I am the glorious one, I am the victorious one. Man 16:11 All is in me, and I am in all. I can span 10,000 earths or dwell within the heart of a moat. There is no here and yonder, the far is near and the near far. I can move in matter, but I cannot manifest. I cannot rend the veil between matter and spirit, yet I can commune soul with soul. Man 16:12 There is about me an infinitely vast expanse of unmolded space wherewith to labor, and this is a place of unending toil and gratification. I stand on the strand of a formless sea. Earthly words are unavailing for expression and lead to falsity and confusion. It is like trying to pour the Nile through a straw. Man 16:13 You ask for words to guide, and I answer thus, be still, be quiet, rest in silence, with tranquility of heart. Calm the restless surges of unbidden thoughts, the oppressions of uncontrolled desires. There, in the stillness and silence, you will be a shining, motionless, unflickering light, like a flame of a candle on a windless night. That is the pure flame of self, the light that guides towards divinity. It is the small light of eternal wisdom lit from the infinite flame of truth. Man 16:14 Of all things on earth, truth is the hardest to find. Men who have not expended effort say they possess it, but it is not for them. Truth is the supreme reward for those who have successfully passed an almost unendurable test. It is not a prize awarded in a simple contest. Chapter 17 Scroll of Netertat Man 17:1 Your servant, Netertat, priest at the temple of the seer of heaven at Netham, found this writing when he was the opener of doors for Pinakin. It is a writing so old that few could be found who knew the nature of its signs, and they no more than servants of the Kohar. Yet one who has enjoyed peace within your shadow undertook the task of reshaping them with pleasure, for as fire is born of the spark, so are the joys of his life kindled by the brightening countenance. Man 17:2 The writings of old declare the wisdom of our forefathers' hand pass, which is the treasure trove of man and the inheritance of our days. Thus, it is written, Man 17:3 All things on earth are compounded of two flowing powers, the right-hand power and the left-hand power, the first predominates in men and the second in women. Where they fall nearly equal, the being is neither holy man nor holy woman. Man 17:4 The spirit of life resides in the air men breathe and is shared with the beasts, the trees, the things that crawl, the birds, the fishes, the herbs, and the grass. It quickens the living hearts of men and is diffused through the blood of the body. Man 17:5 Man sleeps when his spirit departs for refreshment at the fount of its being. Even as his mortal body must sustain itself with things of the earth, so must his spirit seek sustenance in the place of its being. Man 17:6 In sleep, the spirit of man departs in part alone, it goes not wholly or as one awakened. When his God calls him away, his soul goes to the place of decision, where fate is decreed. There, by the underground river, the good are separated from the wicked, but the river is not a river of water. In Dat, all things are made known, and the river is the river of life. Man 17:7 Outside of man, between God and man, is the reflection of God, which men call nature. It can be disturbed by man and distorted, even as the reflections in a pool of clear water are disturbed by the drop of a pebble. Nature accords exactly with the greater needs of men, with their desires and beliefs, and with what they have deserved. It is also a modifying force operating upon the conditions of their testing. It is the breath of God expressed in living things. It is, to God, as the material web of the spider is to the living thing, they are separate and unalike, yet one. Man 17:8 There is a fine, unbreakable thread, one end of which is secured in the spirit center, wherein dwells the everlasting being, the eternal one. The other end is fastened to matter, and between the two is the web of creation spun out of the single thread of invisible substances by the forming power of God. Man 17:9 All that we can know as mortals exists within the sphere of mortality. All was originally compounded from the fiery dust, the first expression of the outbreathing of God, upon which the forming power operated. As hair grows from the skin of the head, which is nothing like hair, as a tree springs up from the soil, which is nothing like a tree, as the spider spins its web and then withdraws, so doth the form mortal matter come forth from the immortal spiritual substance. As the shadow is to the object that gives it form, so is the material to the spiritual. All things are held together by the spiritual womb web. The form is there, but the shape is here. Man 17:10 Nature is the Spirit of God manifesting in matter, it is the spiritual form seeking outlet and expression in matter. It is the maker, the means of making and the thing made, though all these activities are in a subordinate capacity. Spirit is not nature. Spirit is the source of all consciousness, which experiences both pleasure and pain. The spirit of man, when in contact with nature, feels the ever-changing conditions of nature. Man 17:11 He who understands that activity anywhere is but the working of nature and that God oversees this labor, understands the truth. Nature is never still, it is ever moving. Man is a creature bound to things ever-changing. On the great scales, he is balanced between the eternal adversaries, good and evil. Man 17:12 At death, the senses perish, but the memory of them endures. The spirit roams the morning gland free, with all its beliefs, its desires, and its memories intact. The arisen man awakes as from a brief sleep and finds himself in the place of decision. There, a body awaits him, as substantial as the one he has discarded. Chapter 18 Prayer of Hapu Man 18:1 O my Lord of Wisdom, I have been laid low by sickness and smitten by every disaster that can befall a mortal man. No priest or diviner and no wise man can deliver me, by purification and rites, from the great wrath which has descended upon me. I have prayed, I have made sacrifices, I have chanted in procession, I have paid all due tributes and I have not cheated any man. Yet, though everything I have done was good, all men avoid me because of the presence of evil about me and the shadow of misfortune that hovers overhead. Am I a man deluded in thought? Can it be that the things men dream to be good are evil in the light of your greater insight and understanding? Man 18:2 My plowlands and pastures are like a woman without a husband and I diligently search my heart to discover wherein I have failed, that this should be my lot. Am I the prey of powers and causes beyond my understanding? O my God, illuminate my heart with wisdom, even as your glorious shield lightens our path through the day. I seek an answer, so that I may understand, but I am mocked by the muteness of silence. I speak from the inner recesses of my heart and say, how shall I commune with my God, where shall I seek Him, what offerings will He accept? I ask others, but they know not, I seek the counsel of the wise, but they talk in riddles. I am told that my wickedness is the barrier between us, but what have I ever done to hurt you? What could I, a mere mortal man, do to have ill effect upon the greatest of all divinities? If, in my ignorance, I did wrong in your sight, it was not my will, it was an illusion, it was thoughtlessness, bad temper, or beer. The weak are led astray by stronger men, even when asleep men are led astray to sin, therefore O Mighty One, overlook my errors. How shall I call upon you, O my God, I who have served you well, I who am the ever loyal and loving one, I who have remained constant under oppression and adversity. Man 18:3 I have faith, though not without doubt, yet I am not dismayed. I can see that to progress man needs both, for he who has but one unleavened with the other is easily misled. Though no sign has ever been given me, I am not cast down, for I have known one who has enjoyed the full splendor of inner vision and the communicating ability. Where do we differ, he and I, in your sight? I search my heart truly and can find no great wrong done to others. What small wickednesses I have committed have been done in hot-headed haste, or while led astray by strong drink or in thoughtlessness. I have never willfully done harm to another fellow being. Man 18:4 What is there in man that sends his thoughts afar, seeking the unknown? Who first struck the spark of life and sent it forth on its mission to fill the earth with its glorious burning flame? My pen sets down these words, and behind the pen is my hand. Behind the hand are my heart and will, and behind them my loving spirit. What stands at the other end of the chain reaching upward from these words? Can it be that man is unable to see you are the directing power within his thoughts, because his thoughts are themselves within you? Is it that the within cannot see the without, though the without sees the within? Are my thoughts in a tangled skein which I lack the ability to unravel? Though not a scribe, I write because my father wrote, yet I am not a learned man. Can it be that things hidden from me are known to other men? Man 18:5 Whatever directs the thoughts of men does not leave them free from doubt. It arises strongly when a man dies, for some say he still is, while others say he is not. Which, O my God, is true? Teach me, let me know, that I may tell it unto all men. Is there an inborn thing in man, which never dies? Is there an everlasting part in men, or are they all heirs of decay? Men seek assurance and are told to have faith. They want a substantial God they can see, and therefore make an idol of wood or stone. Can this be so very wrong? Men need a rule of life, something, in which they can repose absolute trust. They want sincerity and love. Man 18:6 I cannot blame you, my God, if you have turned your back on men, for they have deserted the path of righteousness shown them by the men of olden times. Truth is with us no more, and men choose the pleasant paths of ignorance in preference to the more austere and profitable one. The pure worship, which once filled this land and guided its people, has fallen prey to greedy and ambitious men. Its cornerstone is no longer the rigorous life of devoted service, which brings its own revelation. Its centerpiece is no longer the dark chamber of austerity where great spirits sought the light, but the pomp of elaborate but empty ceremonial and feudal sacrifice. It is a thing of well-organized but barren ritual, the perverted tool of unscrupulous priests. The temples have become refuges for those who seek to avoid the trials of life. How can such as they ever be true servants of my God? Where, except from among them, can he find servants? I see, I understand, but, my God, it is hard for one who suffers such as I to face the truth without bitterness. Am I, who did not ask to enter this place of sorrows, to suffer for the wrongdoing and ignorance of others? Is there no dividing line between those who remain loyal and those who have deserted you? Perhaps this, too, I understand, for are we not taught that all are brothers, and men stand and fall with their kindred? Man 18:7 I do not erase the words I have inscribed with heavy heart and a spirit overburdened with grief and perplexity, for through the enveloping mists of sorrow, I perceive a light dimly. This is my message to those who follow and who may be tossed on the turbulent waters of despondency and despair, my pitiful contribution to the great total of inherited wisdom. If you seek God and find him not, then the blame lies with men and not with God. For the spirit of man has begotten something which has stepped between to stop the ears of the everlasting inner man. He is blinded by the thick mummy wrappings of muttered ritual and vain ceremonial, misled by ignorant and hypocritical priests. Yet God is still merciful, for knowing those destined for darkness and terror in the life to come, He showers success and good fortune upon them here. Knowing those destined for life as glorious ones, He further refines and tests them with sorrow and affliction, that their glory may be greater. I know, for in declaring my trust by setting forth these things, my heart has suddenly been filled with an indescribable light of spiritual illumination, and now I know greater things beyond any hint of doubt. I too am awakened. Chapter 19 100, 13th Scroll MAN 19:1 The boat encircling rope is half chafed through. The chariot hand is broken and bound. The door socket is splintered and plastered. My son carries sand to the terminals, and my daughter sits at home. I wander wearily across a spiritual wilderness, tormented by delusions of truth. Nothing is whole, nothing is right. Man 19:2 The ways of a man are always right in his own eyes, but they deceive him, and unless he has guidance of the law, he is led astray. Where is the law today? Is it where it should be, inscribed on the living hearts of the people? Or is it a thing written on dead scrolls rolled up and discarded? We make of our lives what we will, destiny supplies us with the yarn, which we weave into a pattern of beauty and utility, or tangle up into a hopeless wasteful confusion. Where are the craftsmen spinners today? Man 19:3 A wise man is one who bathes in the waters of wisdom, a fool is one who wallows in the filth of folly. The well of wisdom is not a public place, from which anyone may draw without discrimination. Its entrance is barred to he of the loud mouth, but opens to receive the calm and silent one. Where, today, are the men of quiet manner and calm bearing? Man 19:4 No wise words or well-phrased writings are needed to inform men that the light of the sun exceeds that of the moon, or that he who has toiled through the heat of the day will not lie on a bed of sleeplessness. Those are things experienced by a few, that are unknown to the many, that have to be explained. Such are spiritual things, but where, today, are those who have known and experienced them? Who can explain them to others? Man 19:5 Today, men seek to gather where they have not planted, they desire the increase, but disdain the effort. They seek to benefit through the toil of others, and unproductive tongues move vigorously, while skilled hands are idle. Men must learn that no more can be taken from the storehouse than was placed there. Where are the men of self-assurance, the men of straight tongue, of constant speech, that were known of yore? Today, if an ass were king, men would bray. Man 19:6 This is the day when fine speech flourishes, but it lacks substance, it falls from the tongue and is lost on the wind. The words of the night are soaked in honey, but as day dawns, they melt away with the dews of morning. Even the words of lovers are sweet for but a day, tomorrow they turn to bitterness and gall. Oh, for the days that were, the joyous days now past, when words were things of substance with but one meaning. Now, my days are without object, they are spent in stringing and unstringing my lyre, while its song I wish to sing remains mute in my heart. Man 19:7 I do not look for the overthrow of evil, I do not bewail the existence of wickedness. These will always be while man remains mortal. Wickedness will flourish even in the house of God, for has He not ordained the law, which permits a poisonous weed to flourish among healing herbs? Neither do I seek for any undue reward, nor do I consider my goodness deserves it. Goodness is the seed we sow in the soil of mortal life on earth, to reap in the sunshine of heaven. Yet I would enjoy some pleasure undiluted with sorrow. Now, even at the bottom of my rare cups of joy lie the dregs of bitterness and sorrow. Man 19:8 I have never failed to come to the aid of the poor and lowly. I have ever obeyed the laws of God and man. Goodness has always been honored in my heart, and I have constantly read the sacred writings. Yet never have I found these things consistent with the mortal well-being. Because my tongue did not turn around corners and twist back on itself, because the words I spoke came from my heart, undiluted with any malicious thought, because I chided the rich for their selfishness and inconsideration, their wasteful living and meaningless activities, they became my enemies. Because I called upon the powerful to live according to the laws they professed to uphold and the words declared to be sacred, I was seized and imprisoned. When I protested the injustice to the ears of the people, I was beaten with rods, I was branded as one who seeks to destroy the stability of the land. I, who tried to set an example of goodness, to lead a life dedicated to my God, to convert the wicked to righteousness, am myself declared wicked by the workers of evil. Why is this, O my God? Have I, to my sorrow and undoing, weighed the values of life wrongly? Man 19:9 I, who was once a man of estate, am now poor, I have been deprived of all I possess. I supported the oppressed against the powerful and lent my arm to the lowly. I threw my own riches into the balances, to counter the injustices of the rich. What has been my reward from those to whom I gave aid and succor? Do they not mock me and hold me in contempt? Am I not called a fool even by them? I am thrown crusts of bread in pity, but no man calls me friend. I speak to men, but they become restless and remember things, which call them away. The sight of me causes men to quicken their steps and change the direction of their journey. Has goodness, then, become a plague in the land? Yet, I have sought but to turn others from wickedness and to replace their misdeeds with deeds of goodness. I have sought to revalue virtue, so that it becomes honored among men, not merely a plaything of words but a treasure held in the heart. Yet, men mock me, they say, these are things, in which we too believe, but no man can wholly live by them. They are not the substance of life, and none but a fool discards the substance for the shadow. Man 19:10 Where is my dwelling? Is it not occupied by one who wrings tears from widows and steals the food of orphans? The wicked one sleeps on a bed of comfort, the righteous one lays his head upon a stone. Where is my tomb? Does it not await one whose foot is heavy on the necks of the humble and whose yoke bears down intolerably on those who labor? The wicked one contemplates his end with contentment, a place of honor awaits him, the righteous one will mingle his bones with those of dogs and cattle. Man 19:11 Where are my servants? Do they not toil for one who deals with them harshly, who rejoices at the sweat that pours down on their labors? The wicked one sits on the seats of comfort, he wallows in an overabundance of good things. The righteous one squats in the burning sun, he is grateful for a few crumbs and a little water. Man 19:12 Where is my wife? Is she not cast into bondage, an object of abuse and amusement? Is her master not a man of many useless words, one who dispenses lewdness for pleasure? What misery and degradation she suffers! The wicked one never lacks the delights and services of women, the righteous one lacks even a smile of compassion, a hand to touch his head. Man 19:13 Where are my children, the comfort and consolation of an old man? Do they not labor with bitterness of heart, bearing the scorn poured upon the grey head of their father with unrewarding fortitude? Man 19:14 The wicked ones display their riches and mock my children, saying, all this is ours to enjoy or give others at our pleasure, where then is your reward? The righteous one cannot give even a piece of rag to patch the garments of his offspring, or a morsel of food to ease their hunger. Man 19:15 Where are my riches, where my estate? Are they not enjoyed by the avaricious and haughty, the sly man and the cunning man, the hypocrite and deceiver? The wicked ones have no thought of righteousness and virtue, they are clad in comfort and filled to fullness. The righteous one has half a garment, and his next meal is unseen. Is earth the heritage of the wicked or the heritage of the good? If goodness is to be won for earth by example, then what must I do? If by words, what more can I say? If by weapons, can an unarmed man fight a multitude? Man 19:16 Where have I failed? I do not know, I have no answer, I believe, I hope. I am an old man bowed down with the cares of an old man. The fires of youth are burned out, leaving just the grey comfortless ashes. When men ask, I answer, I do not know. Can any man answer more truthfully? Asterisk 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 Man 19:17 Ramotype, son of Yagab by Ilapa, daughter of Pasinsu, commander of the royal protectors, found him by the road to Basiris, as he journeyed to meet the great bride. Ramotype took him to the shrine of the flame at Nozab. He had come home. The name Ramotype is honored forever, gold and silver there was none. Man 19:18 He came to the mooring post among friends. Two alone in the house of the Lady of the Sycamore remain steadfast on the hard, grim road. They are protected by her illustrious mantle, they are hidden in her shadow. His scroll is placed among the scrolls that last forever, though it be but a splash in the Nile. It is his memorial. His name is on the great scroll. Man 19:19 His success was in his failure. In trying to change others, he changed himself. Each effort was a shaping stroke to glory. Earth is as it should be, it cannot be changed, but if a man would change himself to his own benefit, he must ever strike and seek to change it. Man 19:20 The message of this writing is not one of futility, but one of hope. No man could have better shaped his future. Man 19:21 These are the later days, yet things remain unchanged, the good suffer while the wicked prosper. Whose fault is this? Certainly not God's, this is a man-made state. It was built by strength and strength must smash it down and rebuild. The good have been too passive. Arise from your knees, and look the foe in the face. Strike a blow for God and good. Chapter 20 Commentary of Frater Astoris Man 20:1 From the days of the ancients have been heard the lamentations of the woeful and disheartened, and they ask the wines, where have we failed for the God we pray to remain unresponsive? They air their goodness and virtues and ask why these have gone unrewarded. It becomes a grievance with them, and they know not where to seek the answer. Man 20:2 In this, our generation, goodly men have been robbed of their estates by warlike strangers, and their wives have even been ravaged by men, who have studied the ways of weaponry. Their possessions have been sold to provide earthly pleasure for those who revel in things of the earth, and their households have been despoiled to give pleasure to fornicating fighters. Man 20:3 In their dire despair they seek to lay the blame upon a God, who does not strike down wrongdoers and seemingly rewards those who are earthly wise. Wherein have they failed? This is the echo in the corridors of the ages. Man 20:4 They have failed because they have left to God the things which they, as God's overseers on earth, should have accomplished. It is men in the mass who permit evil to flourish in their midst. Their woeful lamentations ascend to heaven and call upon the heavenly hosts for aid, but better by far would it be were they to call upon their own resolution and fortitude and fight the good fight, to bring about the rule of right and justice. Man 20:5 All that is wrong with the world has its genesis in men, and if evil stalks the land, then it follows the attitudes and acts of men. Therefore, it is men who must make recompense for their lack of effort-producing concern. If the people establish the way of iniquity as their way, then it is the wrongdoers who will be rewarded with bounty, and this is not God's will but man's. Man 20:6 If the people lament and are disenchanted with the way things are, then it is a time for action rather than a time for prayer. Pray not for heavenly help, but for a strong right arm and righteous wrath and resolution. The gospel of despair is for weaklings. Man 20:7 If evil be established by the sword, then it is because the swords of the good have lacked strength and numbers. Those who petition the great God for help must be sure they have lacked nothing in their own preparations. They must fight strength with strength, and where they lack numbers, then they must fight with subtlety, but above all else they must fight. This is the law they have ignored, and their woe-begotten lamentations are as a stench to the Most High. Chapter 21 The Night Fight Man 21:1 Restless man, strong in his dauntless courage, weak in his pleasure-seeking, the headstrong child of Mother Earth, is a creature of few days, and they are filled with toil and tribulation. They are laden with labor and care. He awakes on earth like a flower opening to greet the dawning, he welcomes life as the unfolding petals welcome the sunrise. Then, even as the flower fades while the sun declines, so does he weaken as life draws towards its time of departure. The wind blows over the places he roamed, then, it is gone and knows him no more. Nothing remains but a fleeting memory, the neat, too, passes and all is ended. A mortal being has passed like a shadow, lingering for a brief moment in the sunlight of life. A man has passed like the shadow of a cloud across the arena of earth and has left scarcely more impression. A mere handful of dust has been swirled upward by the winds of life, to hover briefly in the still air of earth, then to fall back to the place from whence it came, back into the embrace of its mother. Life, fleeting as a shadow, comes with the daybreak and departs with the evening gloom. It is a thing without substance, a shadow born in the light of the sun. Like a bird, it stirs the dust to brief motion, it passes, and the dust lies inert, as though it had never moved. Man 21:2 Consider from whence man came. His place of origin is like the clay pit, where men toil to dig the raw materials used by the potter. A piece of clay is dug out and separated, it comes from the darkness of the pit into the light of day. Even so is a man born. The clay is cast on the wheel to be turned, the wheel is life. The wheel spins and the soft clay is molded into shape. If the shape be good and pleasing to the eye, it will be kept and cherished. If it be ill-shaped, it is cast aside, discarded and unwanted. A useless thing. The potter is man, and the clay his soul. The wheel is life. Man 21:3 Swift and fleet of foot is the brief life of mortal man, though it be numbered in days and counted in years, yet, he lives from moment to moment and knows not whether he has a few or many days left to squander or utilize. Can it all be futile, all in vain? Can life, when it passes, be as though it never were? Are the days of man no more than wind whispers among the trees, or fish trails through the waters? Man 21:4 The days of men are as a strong breeze sweeping a boat swiftly towards harbor. The journey is soon over, the voyage is quickly ended. He arrives at his destination weak and weary, heavy-limbed and toil-worn. The sun is setting, night hastens on with quiet footfalls, the darkness gathers in the remains of day, and the homesick wanderer finds peace. The labors of the day are ended, and the craftsmen lay down their tools and depart one by one, they each go their own way and are seen no more. The light-skinned ladies withdraw within, their gilded adornments cease to entrance, their glowing glances no longer lure. The gathering gloom darkens the window, and the protective shutters are closed. The night wind seeks out the unsteady door and shakes it in its socket. The breeze murmurs among the latticework and whispers through the eaves. Within, all is secure and silent, and the night movers commence to stir restlessly in the descending darkness without. The mistress and maidens withdraw to their resting places. The men drowse by the night lights, and the serving women stand by, eyes heavy-lidded, scarce aware of the task. Man 21:5 Without the dwelling the heavy darkness of night gathers, the rustle of life is stilled. The mantle of blackness closes about the weary-footed wayfarer who is nearing the end of the journey to his everlasting abode. He arrives and enters through the welcoming portals with a great sigh of relief. He casts aside his dust-stained garments and sinks down into the soft couch of forgetfulness. The wanderer is home, the tired hoary head has found its place of peace. Man 21:6 Now the flame that once burned so brightly is no more. The lamp is snuffed out, and its comforting light no longer shines. The earthen bowl drops to the floor, it shatters and falls apart. As the days come and pass, it will be ground back into the dust from whence it was drawn forth. That which was lit by a spark from the eternal flame has returned to the place, from whence it was generated. That which was raised up from the dust has returned from whence it came. All is as though it had never been. Man 21:7 All who are kindred of the one blood return to the same home, the wayward son and wanton daughter are assured of a welcome there, brief though their stay may be. Who among men knows what moves the spirits of men, and who understands the true nature of his homecoming? Man 21:8 Like a falcon soaring up into the sunlight, man, for a brief span in the immensity of time, is borne upward on the wings of life. Then the high flight is over, he descends, the wings are folded and he seeks the solitude of his silent resting place. Man 21:9 There is an end to all earthly things, and all men must come at last to the appointed place. None has gold or treasure enough to buy even one more day of time. There is no way back, it is the place of no return. Here the prince and the bondsman are alike. Here they stand side by side, and none can tell who was the man of high rank and who the lowly one. That which distinguishes them now is something not of earth, though that is where it was acquired. Man 21:10 As the waters drain away from the land into the channels and from the channels into the river, to be borne away and lost in the great green sea, so does man sink down into oblivion, never to rise again on earth, never to return as himself. He is gone from earth forever, back to the place from whence he sprang, back to his eternal home. And 21:11 I tremble and am afraid. What man has not his doubts? What man can say with the conviction of knowledge, of this, I am certain? Our fathers of old and the twice-born had the confidence of certain assurance, but I am no more than a humble scribe, whose life has been devoted to the fulfillment of his trust. I sought no great reward and received none, but I was content. Perhaps that contentment was my undoing. I am like a pot holding a precious draught, none of which belongs to it, or a chest containing a treasure it cannot utilize. Man 21:12 What eyes see in the dismal darkness of the tomb? What breath stirs the heavy dust? What flower of love flourishes there? What voice can echo in its silence? Does any glimmer ever enlighten the oppressive gloom? Does any memory ever arise to soften the stark surroundings? The thoughts of an old man taunt him when the security of youth is left behind. Youth traverses the sunlit valley of carefree indifference, but age enters the gloomy cavern of doubt. Man 21:13 What kind of stars encircle the vault lying low above? What companion lightens the burden of the never-ending night? What whisper breaks through the dark solitude? How many sleepers lie enwrapped in the dusty silence? Whose voice will awaken them, and on what distant day? With what greetings will they be called forth? Those things, I, myself, cannot know. Yet I search the old scripts and am reassured, for they who wrote did so from some certain knowledge. There were things known to them, which are lost to our days. The sleepers sleep not, for their time has passed, it was not counted as men count days and hours, they awakened even as one awakes from a sleep. They awoke in their day of destiny, to a future of radiant glory or one of disgraceful shame and shapelessness. Man 21:14 I can add nothing to the great scripts in my keeping, for I am no more than a mere writing instrument. No sublime thoughts arise in my heart, and I, who myself lack the strength of assurance, can scarce presume to impart it to others. I serve as best I can, as a guardian and transmitter of the wisdom from olden times. I labor in secret places, and I hide a secret life within my breast. This is a miserable and misguided age, when corruption stalks the land and the soul of man swims like a fish in an ocean of sin and wallows like a pig in the mire and mud of lust. It is a time of constant soul danger. In this age of wickedness, neither good works nor faith, nor spiritual wisdom have any value. They who should instruct and guide the people mislead them with deceitful words and hypocritical ways. They have become corrupt of heart, and their eyes are blind to their wrongdoing. Their deeds done in the name of righteousness are as the filth, which pollutes pure waters. The goodness that may once have bloomed within is withered away, and their spirits are as shrunken and wrinkled husks. The greed of the great is without bounds, and they oppress the poor beyond endurance. They take away the milch goat of the fatherless and seize the widow's ass for debt. In the scripts of the wise, it is said, as a man sows, so shall he reap, but I seek vainly for its truth in this age. Is this beyond my understanding? Yet I shall pass on undiminished the treasure with which I have been entrusted. Let those with greater wisdom make of it what they will. It has proven poor fare for an empty stomach and a cold covering for the lonely night. Yet, it has brought its own strange consolation, and I am not without comfort. Think of me sometimes, when I am dust and you are even as I am now. If, in greater wisdom, you have solved the problems that now perplex me, look not upon me with scorn, for I am the child of my age. Meager though my offering be, it extends to the limits of my capacity, more I cannot give. Man 21:15 Now, as his days reach fulfillment and he awaits his destiny, your servant salutes you. Chapter 22 Scroll of Lady Nefermakit Man 22:1 Who knows what secrets the wind whispers to the waters, the comforting wind of the evening? Or what mysteries the sailors of the king discuss with the moon in the channel of the night skies? What are the words in the song of the locust, and who hears the speech of the trees? Life is a treasure house of hidden things. With so much mystery and beauty about them, why do hearts of men incline towards sordid things? Man 22:2 Beauty is mine. It attends me as a handmaiden, but it also restricts me as a warden. What bounty has beauty poured out for me? Has it not proven a false-fronted friend, a prison, and not a palace? Has it brought me light-hearted joy, or loaded my heart with sorrow? I am sold into shame and degradation, as a slave girl is sold to servitude. I, who am of royal blood, in rank equal to the highest-born lady in the land, am lower than the pitiful harlot who lurks in the street shadows, on sale for bread. What are the jewels about my brow and neck but symbols of my shame? What are bangles of gold and silver on my arms and legs but fetters of humiliation? Are not the fine garments that clothe my shamed body but indications of my price? Truly, the higher a woman's position the greater her fall. Man 22:3 In my luxurious girlhood, I was the spoiled prized delight of me father's eyes, the minor queen of his household. As I stepped over the threshold into maidenhood, great musicians composed delicate songs on sweet, soft-stringed instruments extolling my beauty. Did they not say of me, she is the supreme flower of loveliness, the essence of maidenly charm, the reflection of beauty's perfection? What were the words of their song, were they not, she is the delightful incarnation of the inspiring spirit of innocent love, sent down to dwell among men on earth to test them, to be their delight or doom? Today, has become of all this promise. I have sold myself into a loveless union that clothes my heart in garments of shame. Man 22:4 Without, I am bedecked in priceless ornaments and symbols of power, but within, I am hung about with the degrading shackles of womanly humiliation. Would that I were an unfeeling one, who knows not the depths of her own degradation. No greater curse can be laid on a woman than to be cherished for her beauty alone, unless it be to have beauty and nothing more. Even then, perhaps it is better, for such beauty clothes a dead, unresponsive thing. Oh, the curse of being lovely and unloved, of being loving and unloved, of wanting and being unwanted. What am I but a jewel of the state, a pretty plaything to delight the eye? Oh, to stir the heart of a true man in genuine love! Can a lovely woman ever for her beauty know true love? Can she ever be assured of it? How can she know she is loved for herself alone and not for her beauty? Man 22:5 People say of me, how can she, who has everything, lack contentment? True, I have beauty beyond the hopes of most women, riches beyond estimation, power and position above any other. I am envied by all. Yet, I lack that which even the poorest shepherdess can attain. Gladly would I change places with the least of my handmaidens, were she but truly beloved. Am I unduly discontented, having so much and sighing for one thing I lack? Judge me not, unless you can read my heart and know the anguish of an overladen storehouse of unwanted affection. Man 22:6 Say not that with beauty such as mine I could claim the heart of any man. Claim it with honor? Could I take it in honesty? What think you I need, a man or love? A dead and empty embrace will not suffice, I am not a she-dog on heat. Should I degrade the glory of love to snatch a fleeting pleasure, I would be unworthy of the very thing, for which my heart yearns. O miserable one, who, having so much, lacks everything she desires. Sad is the lot of one who, while yet young, must look beyond the grave for her goal. Man 22:7 I labor under the burden of beauty. Oft have I heard the unspoken question asked, can one so beautiful ever love truly, or would her love be fickle as the whims of a butterfly? In my heart are tears, as I cry to myself, can a lovely woman ever know true love? She may, but can she ever be assured of it? Mies Nita lacked both beauty and wit, yet she never doubted she was truly loved, nor did she ever have cause to doubt. O fortunate woman! Man 22:8 Why are beautiful women thought fickle and wayward, honey-baited traps to lure men to sorrow? Why do other women seek to see them in the role of temptresses? What was it Jalapy said of Mary Terry? That she was a temptress flaunting her beauty and challenging all men to come and take that, which every woman guards so invincibly. How wrong! A truly lovely woman neither flaunts her beauty before men nor uses it to tempt them, for thereby it is sadly lessened. Beauty, like riches and power, carries a heavy burden of responsibility, and woe to one who lacks the strength to bear it. But unlike riches and power, little preparation and tuition are ever given for its use and purpose. Therefore, why blame the possessor when it is used thoughtlessly? Man 22:9 Do men who love truly ever seek the love of a beautiful woman? Experience cries against it. Yet surely, the due of a true man and a true love should be the constant love of a beautiful one. Would that a man could love me for myself alone and not for the lovely covering that hides me. To such a man, I would give a love undying, a love everlasting, for it would not be established in the flesh that fades and perishes. He would have won the soul type of true love, that which binds spirit to spirit. That which binds flesh to flesh is not love, nor yet even its imitation. What, after all, is beauty but the jewel box that hides the jewel within? Though how often is it empty and the jewel lacking, a thing of superficial display, nothing more. Man 22:10 Envy me not, my sisters, for life lacks savor for me. I am neither contented, nor joyful. May better times dawn, when things are different. Chapter 23 100, 22nd Scroll Man 23:10 Egypt, great fertile, black land amidst the encircling red plains, what have you now done? You have departed from the light, to wander in twilight. You have turned to gods that are not but the spirits of men return to dwell in wood and stone. What can such as they do for men? Man 23:2 The great self-generating God gave you all you have and hold. The people of the west cannot oppress you, the people of the south cannot afflict you, nor can the people of the east command you. The dwellers in lower regions are subject to your powers. Man 23:3 Turn not from your true God, it is He who gave you the adornment of waters and greenery. He built you up in the midst of the fertile waters. He sends you the fertilizing floods in their due seasons, the fine fish-bearing waters, which nourish you, the dark waters that fertilize the field pastures and fruit-bearing trees. You are not as other lands. Man 23:4 Your borders are closed to the people of the east. Whose hand stays their march? Your borders are closed to the wild men beyond the cultivated land. Whose hand holds them back? Your borders are closed to the ignorant men of the south. Whose hand restrains them? Are not the waters to the north as a wall? Man 23:5 Forget not the God within your gods, He is the heart and soul of the land. He saved you from every evil of the dark one in the days gone by. His servant is the great light of day, God given to you, that you might dwell in its light. Man 23:6 He darkened your face, that you might not be barren as other lands. He thrust the clouds from off your brow. The cool north wind is bidden caress your cheeks. Truly, you are the favored one among nations, the chosen one among all lands. Chapter 24 An early Egyptian scroll Man 24:1 A craftsman in the words of God and a teacher of writing. The grand scribe of his Lord, a faithful servant of a noble master. Before times keeper of the royal writings, whose father's father was chief overseer of the great Pharaoh. Follower of the wise one, whose wisdom and goodness reveal the divine essence. Son of the master of the secret ceremonies, captain of craft in the journey to the islands of the outer seas. May you live forever in prosperity and health, and may life bestow its favors upon you. May the protecting spirit spread its wings over you and may your rewards hereafter exceed your expectations. May your servants dutifully transport sand for your fields and may your form in the unseen place be that of a god. And to my brothers in wisdom, who follow the sacred path, may your way be made smooth and the yoke be lifted from your neck. May you dwell forever in the celestial mansions. Man 24:2 In the month of rising waters, while all men yet bore the signs of lamentations for the departure of Pharaoh's father, and the great gates remained barred to wayfarers, the ships were prepared and pitched, and all was done as the king decreed. None but he who commanded our movements knew the preparations within the preparations. Man 24:3 Then, to the place of mooring, I was carried in a high chair of ebony inlaid with brass, the bearers of which were of Cheesnam wood bound about with cowhide. Onto the ship which had come laden with merchandise from the land of Pontus, lions' tails, cowhides, spices, worked and unworked ivory, blackwood, oils, and paint. From the land of Egypt went wrought copper and pitchers, stoneware, linen and the finery of women and men. There were instruments for dwelling places and corn in jars, beer and stones and the works of craftsmen. Man 24:4 I boarded and was greeted in a befitting manner, for my renown had gone before me. I am one who stands fast under assault, who does not waver at the crisis, nor run from the foe. Whose arm is cunning in battle and never strikes twice to slay. Man 24:5 With the craft were men of the Cadenas, a host of men fierce of countenance and bold. The vessel was 150 cubits less 10 overall and in beam 50 cubits. With us there were 150 men of the sea. The other craft with us was 100 cubits overall and in beam 30 cubits, and had 90 men of the sea. Past Kabaz, we sailed to Akar of the two ports, to await the tidings of Shamar. The waterless city, we left behind under the restless stars, and we came up to Nason, where we stood at our posts 3 days. Man 24:6 The seas mounted up on high, the waters rose in wrath. Northwards we went, and all but one vessel was lost, all but one boat sunk. I subdued the raging waters with cunning, and the clouds were cleft by my skill. After many days were past, we came to the land in peace, we were not cast upon the shore. No man came near us when we hammered our posts. We set up altars, and none denied us our rights. The God of that place made our God welcome. Man 24:7 Then I went by way of the land of Sedek, which lies beyond Tax, to the Lord Torka, an Egyptian, the second-born greatest of twins, who ruled the people of Mega. Here there are high mountains and great trees, and the roar of lions is heard in the night. Man 24:8 The same Lord Torka is he whose father, now in port, took his vessel south of Pontus from Ophir towards the sunsetting, past Kindia to the land of Bemer. He returned when the waters had risen 4 times and fallen thrice, and sorrow gave way to rejoicing. To the rim of the great circle he went, to where the fires of the netherworld were revealed and men were the brothers of dwarfs. He it was who brought back the great hairy giant who rests with Thosis. Man 24:9 Now, my lord is 110 years of age. I, alone among his men, understand the hidden words of the gods and the secret ways. I alone know the writing within the writing. I alone know the nature of the lords of the celestial mansions. Therefore, the words of God come to you by the hand of the servant of the great God, the guardian of the book. Thus you may know all that has been made known to those who have slept in the house of the gods. Man 4:10 Keep the writings as they now are for your children and your children's children. Nothing is perfect on an imperfect earth, but that which flows down and reaches us from the heart of God comes the nearest to perfection. The pure waters are sullied only by the imperfect and impure vessel, in which they are caught. Man 24:11 As it is written, so let it be rewritten. As it is written, so let it be done. Chapter 25 Song of Sacrifice Man 25:1 They came like spoilers to the tomb, they came in the night. They were as robbers carrying foul deeds in the darkness. They came as night creatures fearful of the light. Man 25:2 Rasmus, they slew in the antechamber, he died not from the blows before his face but from the steward's knife behind. Evil men lurked within and without. He died in the midst of his manhood strength, and his spirit was not unaccompanied in its journey. Man 25:3 Nefer Lehi, they carried her off. Proud and upright, she went, to die in a foul place by the terrible hooks of the tormentors. Her greater loveliness will live forever in the halls of eternity. It will exceed the radiance of the sunlight and enfold the heart like the pale glory of the moonbeam. Man 25:4 The son of Rasmus and his children they slew and tormented, his residence they defiled and laid in ruins. They sought the abode of the great God within its walls, but found it not. Brick and stone cannot fashion a residence for the true God, but they were sightless men. They did not see what lay before their eyes. Man 25:5 Beauty and strength have been destroyed. The love that once adorned earth now graces a greater place. All things pass from earth, nothing remains but the never-ending struggle of the great God, which everlastingly transmutes earthly things. To it, we are what grains of sand are to the whirlwind that whips up a sandstorm. Man 25:6 The records were not exposed to the workers of wickedness. They survive, they journey on and they come to you. They come, not that you might live but that you might die. They bring glory and beauty to the soul, can these be obtained except by suffering? Can clay be made beautiful except through scars? Can metal be fashioned to form except by fire? Man 25:7 We journey towards a light we cannot reach and fall into a pit of darkness to find it at the bottom. We gaze on the beauty of the stars and think them high above, when, behold, they are within our hearts. Man 25:8 Man is not born to play, but to labor. Life is a basket, which must be filled with sustenance for the future. The fool fills it with empty, unwholesome things, the wise man fills it with things of substance. Man 25:9 Earth is a place of unreality. That, which seems substantial here may have no true substance. That, which seems desirable here may not be wholly desirable. That, which serves here may not serve everywhere. Man 25:10 Man is born to live, but he is also born to die. It is no more natural for him to live than it is for him to die. Death is no harder than birth. It is no more difficult than life. Man 25:11 The best of today is gone, we console ourselves, better will arise tomorrow. The earth gets better or it passes away. Men improve or perish, that is the law. Man 25:12 May you find eternal springs of strength and courage welling up in your soul at the time of your testing. We, your brothers, go our destined way, and we shall not meet again in the same likeness. Man 25:13 May your future amid the fountains of light be glorious and beautiful, and may you span the great gulf of the eternal years in splendor of form and spirit. I commend you to the care of Penat, may he protect you and keep you from evil. Chapter 26 The Scroll of Kabul, Section 1 Man 26:1 The words of the great scribe of the universe, by Layman, keeper of the water gate by the outlands. To the children of Laka at Kemwar, keepers of secrets, wise in the words of God, greetings. May your days be long in prosperity and peace. May the great Sun of Life endow your years with greenness. May you walk always with a feather in your heart, and may the wild fig tree flourish in the sand of your courtyard. Success in your journey to God's land, the guardian of sand wayfarers protect you along the road. Man 26:2 These are God's words on the hidden portal, struck by one who slept within the temple and who knows the will of God. If they be heavy, they are also sound. Man 26:3 My children shall pass across the wilderness and sea, and my wisdom shall go with them. The whirlwind shall not strike them, nor shall they be consumed by the sea monsters. When all this generation and its children shall be as swathed bodies in their coffins, my children shall not be at rest. Man 26:4 They shall come to a land of many waters, where gold is found and there is copper in abundance. There they shall erect a temple to the glory of God, and they will prosper and increase. Their women shall be honored by the water beast and rejoice in their good fortune. Man 26:5 These are the words they shall remember and strike on marble at the temple gate. These are the words they shall engrave forever. Man 26:6 Good deeds must outweigh wicked ones on the great scales, otherwise, the spirit is doomed to darkness. Man 26:7 A man is expected to strive for perfection on earth, but not to achieve it. Let him be judged according to his efforts. Man 26:8 Bewail not if prosperity departs from you, it passes from the good, for they have passed its test. Man 26:9 The day of the destroyer will come again and the land shall be laid waste. It will strike out of heaven at a time when there is prosperity and peace, though the minds of men shall be perplexed. It will be a time when men worship the works of men and say, there is nothing greater than these. When women are as men and men as women. When the hearts of men are in turmoil and all men seek pleasure and gain. When craftsmen are inefficient and workmen are idle and all men seek ease and comfort. Man 26:10 Be alert and strong, my children. Be ready for the day of the next visitation, when doom reaches down from the skies and man is blasted with irresistible power. Man 26:11 These are the laws, in which you shall find the strength to survive. Throughout the days of your hardships, remember them well, for they will bear you up. Man 26:12 No man shall eat to excess or drink until he staggers. Man 26:13 No man shall waste his substance in fornication. Man 26:14 No man shall cut himself after the manner of the Easterners or suck blood. Man 26:15 No man shall act with man as man acts with woman. Man 26:16 These are the rules, by which my children shall survive. They are not for the survival of each man or for everyone, for many must perish. Man 26:17 Where some must die that others live, the weak shall die and the strong shall live. Man 26:18 Where the choice of death is between man and child, or woman and child, the child, being instructed and capable of survival, shall live. The means of life shall be placed with the child or woman and the man shall take his chance. Man 26:19 Where the choice of death is between a woman with child and a woman without child, the mother shall live. Man 26:20 Where the choice of death is between young and old, the young shall live, and the old shall die, but if the young be weak and the old strong, then the old shall live. Man 26:21 Where the choice of death is between the wise and the foolish, the wise shall live, and the foolish shall die. Who shall decide? The foolish think themselves wise, and the wise are weak-voiced. Let one who is to die decide who shall live. Man 26:22 Where few among many can hope for life, the craftsman shall survive the unskilled man, and the wife shall survive the maiden. Man 26:23 The husband shall survive the fighting man and he, who has no wife. The child, being capable and instructed, shall survive the parent. Man 26:24 The scribe shall survive the craftsman, and the sister shall survive the brother. Man 26:25 The magistrate shall survive the priest, and the learned man the unlearned. Man 26:26 The whole man survive the maimed man, and the whole woman the maimed woman. Knowledge shall survive strength, and skill shall survive fitness. Man 26:27 Goodness shall survive wickedness, but who shall judge between them? Let he most instructed in wisdom and the writings decide. Man 26:28 Joy shall survive gloom, and he who carries himself cheerfully shall survive he whose countenance is sad. Man 26:29 Love shall survive hatred, and they who love shall be spared. He who serves better shall survive he who serves less, and the selfish man shall not live while the unselfish man dies. Man 26:30 Woman shall survive man, but the common woman shall not live and the craftsman die. Let the one serving best be the one to live. Man 26:31 The strong man shall survive the weak, but the fool shall not live and the wise die. Neither shall the unskilled survive the skilled. Where there is a chance for life, the strong shall take that chance and leave the certainty to the weak. Man 26:32 The kind shall survive the selfish, but the brickmaker shall not survive the scribe. Man 26:33 All things shall be done to this end, that though men die, man shall live. If a priest says, Am I not the best to live? Say, Are you not the best prepared to die? Man 26:34 These are hard things, but neglect them not. Men say, Let us pray we never have to use the sword, but they do not let it rust. Man 26:35 When cast upon a strange shore, Lucius chose in this manner, he lived who, by living, served best. He lived who had the best hope of life. He lived whose life held the most promise. Chapter 27 Unnamed, Unnumbered Scroll Man 27:1 O companions in suffering, raise your heads and cease your lament. Misery and sorrow, trial and tribulation are the appointed lot of man. It is not the end, let the test not be beyond your endurance. Man 27:2 This spoke with the voice of the God and said, all who worship the unknown God must be brought to judgment. Then, it was the God's will they should be taken out into the wilderness, where none should see them die. Does he come to us as a friend or as one who would place a knife in our backs? What do we know of his thoughts? Is he with us, even though he be ignorant of our ways? Let caution take priority, let prudence be our guide. Man 27:3 In the night, the voice of God spoke on the west wind through the columns at his mouth and said, though not one of us, he serves us well. The feather is in his heart. Man 27:4 Even the little gods weighed down heavily when asked to speak, and he found favor before them. He found favor in strange places. Man 27:5 This is not the hour to cry the tidings in the concourse of the people. Be not unduly impatient, every new thing has the hour of its birth. Many generations shall yet live and pass into dust before the child now conceived shall be born. Let it not be disturbed within the womb. Man 27:6 Therefore, deal not with things best left alone. Arise, be strong in heart, go from one to another, gather the companions in suffering and let them come this way. Man 27:7 Say to them, this is not the hour, nor is this the generation of the test. Gaze upon the warden of the night, does he falter on the path? Is it not written that he shall be the herald for the coming of doom? Where then is the sign? Man 27:8 Therefore, look not unduly towards your destiny in the netherworld. Remember that the image of all that is there is also here. Man 27:9 We are like fish beaten towards the enclosure. The eyes of men know the fish, but to the fish, the men remain unknown, yet we shall not be caught at the narrow end. Man 27:10 One comes seeking us, but we are not here. His hand reaches out into the red lands, but we are not there. He searches round about, but we are inside, and when he comes within, we are without. Man 27:11 Beyond the sea of blood, there is death, turn downstream towards the land of waters. Carry the sacred writing into the lands of strangers, even unto the land of long days, there, they will receive the wisdom that the great people reject. Man 27:12 The end here is a beginning in another place. Death here is birth elsewhere. Life is a wheel with no more than a mark between birth and death. Man 27:13 May the great governing powers be gracious towards you, and may your paths be covered with grass. This is the beginning, not the end. Man 27:14 Farewell. Chapter 28 Two sections of an unnamed scroll. Man 28:1 Praise to the great lords of eternity who, once such as we, now sit in the everlasting halls. Sanctified forever be the name of the one God, to whom alone shall be given reverence and glory, who alone is worthy of worship. Man 28:2 Greetings, my companions in suffering, may the sun ever rise in glory over your fields. May you enjoy peace and prosperity here, and rise in splendor to a life of beauty in the region of light. Man 28:3 May your servants be ever dutiful and your sons upright. May the women of your household be ever diligent and neat, chaste, and modest. Man 28:4 Two generations have passed into judgment since the wild dogs came swiftly in the night and scattered the spring ups of wisdom to the winds. Man 28:5 The great land shall no more know the true greatness of wisdom. The black soil shall not nourish its seed. The seed shall spring up and burst forth into leaf in foreign lands, among strange people. Man 28:6 Our destiny lies northward, and such is foretold in the sacred writings. I go and my household, and Jethan the Sardisian with his household. My brother Cabal also and his daughter, with Carab and Agab of the house of Moses. Man 28:7 We go by way of Camusus and the waters of Jebel, over the wild wilderness to the mountains of wines. Beyond them we journey into Kindia, where there are pines. Man 28:8 We shall take the records of the eastern quarter and the guardians, who remain with us. None among all who know our ways forced to go, neither shall we condemn those who remain. The scrolls in 4 chests and the books of wisdom in their canopies go with those who depart. Man 28:9 Our thoughts remain with Semles, may he sail in peace with moderate wines and find everlasting glory and beauty in the netherworld. Man 28:10 Written at his master's behest by Thomes, scribe at the quarter-gate of Ephos. Chapter 29 Second Scroll of Kisan Man 29:1 I am Kisan, son of Nisubit and Nectarub, a citizen of Hakernak. I am he, who brought the sacred writings from the swamplands and gathered men together, who are the sons of light. Man 29:2 Now the wisdom of olden times is replanted in the land, though it sits without in the courtyard. Yet among those behind the pillars, many know who among them sees clearly. Great secrets are hidden deeply, but they are not unknown, and the day will come when the soil will give up its treasures. Man 29:3 I am not one who takes his ear in his hand when darkness clouds his heart. I came from out of the land of security to a place, where all men would raise knives against me, were their eyes opened. Man 29:4 In baskets of barley, on the backs of asses, came the sacred writings containing words to guide the wise and knowledge to dispel the powers of darkness. No magic could prevail against the superior spells I carried, and the treasures remained unseen. Man 29:5 Men sit beneath the trees and nod their heads solemnly and roll out long books to read things that evaporate in the air. I deride not the books, but one blow of the sword can destroy 10,000 strokes of the pen. Man 29:6 Those in high places persecute us, not because of the whole of the writings, for much is common to all, but because we seek to change the established order of things. We seek to change the ever-present state of affairs. Because, too, we have a God who is not the holder of property or a God of the rich and powerful, who benefits from the riches and estates of other gods. The gods or their priests? Would they who benefit, therefore, welcome the words of God? Such is not the nature of men, and we have the nigh impossible task of changing the natures of men. Man 29:7 We proclaim that riches and high estate carry corresponding responsibilities. Is this doctrine to be welcomed by those high ones in the land, who seek just to gratify their desires and lavish their riches on pleasure? Therefore, we either speak openly and die or become enslaved, or we serve secretly and live. Can a dead man serve or a slave move freely among the people to gather men of spirit? Man 29:8 I am a man of movement and a hardy one, who is not easily set back. It was I, who rekindled the flame. Man 29:9 I brought to safety the 4 great books, of which one is the book of the Master's words and one the book of the Master's deeds. One the book of the Master's ways and one the book of awaking to life in the dawn light. With them were the books of beginning and end and the 72 scrolls. Not one was lost. Man 29:10 I came back. I stood before the mother of the king in the great place and was unbowed, though I gave homage, for without my life, all was lost. I took the truth even to the palace and was undefiled there. Man 29:11 I returned to my dwelling place among the trees and dwelt beneath the great cow, near the temple where men worship the calf of gold. I leave my abode, and my eyes are blinded. Therefore, when the earth is as if dead, I prepare my books and men come and are refreshed in the coolness. Yet men who sit with books and men who do deeds are not alike, and each has his task, therefore, let not one despise the other, but let both go forward together, each bearing his own burden. Man 29:12 Now I make ready to go downstream to the abode of light, that wisdom and truth may be carried to the appointed place under the everlasting stars and there made secure to men in generations yet to grow up in the light. They will be seen in generations to come. Man 29:13 I shall go on the wings of the sun before the retinue of the breaker of heads. I am one acknowledged as being pure of hands and shall be with those who serve under the head of the Great One. Man 29:14 My name, henceforth, shall be Hemneter, and I shall not eat of fish or beans until I come to the place appointed to fit my station. I shall wear linen, and my sandals shall be made of grass, so that none shall perceive my greatness. I will hide great things within my heart and a bridle will ever hold my tongue in check. Man 29:15 I shall pray among the empty-hearted, but my prayers will not be as theirs but as those offered in the days of our fathers, who sat enfolded in silence 2 hours beforehand. Now, the marks are changed by the hypocrisy of men. Man 29:16 With me shall go Metheman, my brother, but Niphanathrith shall remain and provide for our father in faith. We shall be with he, whom men call Non-Pekah for his foolishness in his father's abode. Kanaman shall be with us as chief overseer. Man 29:17 Behind us, we leave many in sorrow, but our stature shall not diminish, for greater things are always believed of those who are distant. Man 29:18 Na fret, I depart from you in sorrow, but are not great loves increased by absence, while little ones diminish. Parting is the test of love. Let the years speak and enlighten us unto ourselves. Have we spoken truly one with the other? Man 29:19 My son, my unseen little one now asleep in comfortable darkness, gathering your strength for the coming struggle, the great God of life add his strength to your strength. You will be a great one among men, for you were conceived in love and not in lust. Man 29:20 Within the guardian of my heart you remain as a wonderful mystery. I am overcome with awe, for within you there is something God-inspired. It bestows strange powers upon you, so that at the appointed time you fight for air and light. You will be a man of courage, for such men are reborn to the fearless and good. Strength and beauty, courage and modesty have mated, that you might be the heir of their gifts. Your heritage was chosen by those who gave you life. Man 29:21 It is your fate, my son, as a child born of woman, to fight and grasp, to grimly hold on to life as you reach across to this side of the earthly portal. There are dark powers that would drag you back, but you are not for them. Oh, let the great light be ever with you, as a watchman's fire on a lonely road, when the evil powers beset your way. I pray, from the very inmost recess of my heart, that the lords of form walk with you and ever protect you from the formless ones. Man 29:22 As you grow, may your thoughts ever seek to inquire. May you be filled with the heady wine of the gods, the gift that spurs men to venture forth into strange places, seeking the unknown, which leads them to seek green pastures beyond the desert, the dawning over the sea rim and the light beyond the circle of darkness. Man 29:23 Adversity may be your lot, but adversity is the greatest tutor. It is something welcomed by men as the measuring stick of their manhood. Adversity calls men forth to seek God and truth and drives them upward along the great path. The road. Man 29:24 May you ever seek the unknown and strive courageously against the unseen. May your spirit be high on the journey in this place, where so many men grow weary on the road. Be not one who sits following the ways of other men, but one who moves along a path of his own choosing. Man 29:25 Keep the love of life given men, or life is lost, but cast aside the fear of death, for it is a small payment for a life well lived. Rejoice in living, and walk in the sun, avoiding the shadows. Remember that though life is to be enjoyed to the full, its enjoyment is ever subordinate to duty. Man 29:26 Be a man, my son. Be not a man of unbridled wrath, for such are rarely without trouble, though righteous wrath will lend strength to your arm. Be a man above pettiness and greed, friendship of meanness and deceit. Man 29:27 Keep forever the joys of friendships well made, and serve your friends well. Never betray friendship or turn it to serve your own ends, lest you become something less than a man. Carry high gladness in your heart, and never cease to wonder at the marvels in life. Not a day shall pass, but you will see something new to enrich your thoughts. Look at life as a man and not as an ox. Wonder at the great and awesome manifestations of God, such as sunlight and thunder, the dew and the stars, the sandstorm and the murmur of waters. Never let your eyes become dulled to the growth of trees, to the rising of the waters and to the return of the harvests. Man 29:28 Let your heart be hungry for knowledge and your hand be ever seeking some skill. Hate lies and shun the coward, walk with men must be manly ways. I know you will do the right thing, my son, for a bird does not beget a crab. Man 29:29 I must tread a path you may not follow for many a year. I go, ashamed to leave you in surroundings unbefitted to your blood, but so it must be. Can the wilderness hold down the eagle, or waters restrain the wild goose? No, neither can a true man be ensnared by his condition and circumstances. I go, my son, for go I must, I cannot delay. Man 29:30 I kiss the lovely forehead of your noble protector, it will soon be the time of farewell. I will not be here to greet you, to welcome you at your first cry. I will know you not before I depart. Woe to a sorrowful father who can bestow not upon his unprotected child but a piece of stone and some writing. Man 29:31 These are my words to you, my son. Live the life of a man, such as, if all other men lived likewise, the great God himself would leap out of his heaven to welcome their race into the realm of gods. Live not as other men do live, but as they should live. Man 29:32 Fare you well, my son, a good morning and a clear dawn. May the great wings enfold you until we meet. Man 29:33 My old friend, upon you I have laid a charge not unworthy of your integrity. For you, the days of deeds are near past and you, therefore, now stand on the threshold to the years of wisdom. Age should think while youth should act, but youth needs the considered guidance and restraint of age. Old men for counsel, and young men for action. You have aged wisely and carry no regrets, therefore, is your counsel 10 times valued. Then, too, you have lived well, and is not the old age of an eagle better than the youth of a sparrow? Man 29:34 I leave you the 2 garments becoming to you, and one for your wife, as a departure gift. Mine, henceforth, shall be those of the pure-handed. You know the things that are written on my heart. Asterisk 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 Man 29:35 From Kisan in the land of cedars, by the hand of Catullus, to those who journey on across the great, green waters. By Jamulus to Sophor called the stranger, peace be with you and with your household. May your God be blessed as he blesses. Prosperity attend you and a safe journey. I kindled a fire for you and the smoke arose straight up with the savor of the meat, and my heart rejoices for your protection. Now I say, declare these words clearly and with a true tongue. Neither suppress any, nor add to what is written. Man 29:36 Nebuchadnezzar shall go with you in my stead, for he is as a young lion, while I lie sickened with the worm. It is a land of strangers with strange ways, where men pass water standing while women sit, where sons labor for their fathers' sustenance and women are not household mistresses. Man 29:37 Among these people, women are not respected. Ravish 1, and the wrong is against the father and her father's house. Ravish one married, and the wrong is against her husband and her husband's house. Are men better under such laws? Unless the soil be treated with a husbandman's care, can the fruits from the sown seed be bountiful and good? Man 29:38 There is no stability of rule and princes strive one with another. The seasons come and go uncontrolled, and there are no records of harvests. In the public halls, many men talk, but none writes. The speech of the people is an uncouth babble. Man 29:39 Thieves go unpunished, and those who slay buy their freedom with gold. Robbers purchase wives with their spoils. Sons do not obey their fathers, and daughters are willful. Harlotry is practiced in high places. Man 29:40 You who leave are better served than I who stay, for I am able neither to go forward nor to go back. I am not a man wise in words who counsels, but a man of movement and deeds. But of what good is a fig when a worm inhabits it? The broken pot does not go to the well. Man 29:41 Go in peace, and fare you well on the way. If the sea journey be not smooth, then console yourselves, for it will strengthen the faith of those who waver. There are many who doubt the existence of God in fine weather but quickly recover their faith as the winds and waves rise. Man 29:42 Take Nebuchadnezzar, for it is fitting that he go, he is one well favored for such a venture. He is one who, if he fell overboard, would come up with a fish in his mouth. If gold fell from the skies, it would fall at his feet. Man 29:43 I have rewritten what I found in 4 parts, be it not well done I could do no better, for much was lacking, and the letters are strange. Chapter 30 Scroll of Panubis Man 30:1 To Osiris from your servant, Panubis, may the one God grant you long life and contentment. May Nebuchadnezzar be your everlasting joy. May strife ever depart before your shadow. Man 30:2 Your servant writes with difficulty, for his heart has become small within him, and few are those whom he can entrust with tasks of importance. In considering the events occurring in the land, few are the words of assurance that can be written. Things do not get any better, from year to year they get worse. Man 30:3 The secret writings remain with us, but they are lightly regarded by those who should cherish them. Few still walk in their light, and in all the land the right way of life is avoided. The path of righteousness is spurned, it is beyond the strength of men today. Here, at its heart, the land is distressed. Better by far to dwell at the edge of the pool, where none but the strongest ripples reach, and they is no more than a slight disturbance. Man 30:4 Men cry aloud with sorrowful hearts, for their lives are turned over. No longer are their institutions respected, and like wild dogs, man seeks to snatch the sustenance of man. Contentment and trust have departed, peace has gone, and hope is no more. Mornings come and men rise to greet them with anticipation of change, but this passes with the early mists and the sun goes down on despondency and despair. Your servant is heavy laden with care, he is burdened with sorrow but adjusts his life to the times. Better by far would it be if he were many days' journey away. Man 30:5 The burdens of yesterday remain, while those of today are added to them. Those of tomorrow already weigh heavily. Your servant wearies under the load, carries on without falter. Man 30:6 The mouths of all men remain mute, they speak not about that which afflicts the land. The hearts of all are disturbed, but their tongues remain silent. Strange gods have entered upon the land, such gods as have not been known before, who are gods of sorrow and despoliation. Man 30:7 The silent strength hidden in the heart of the land, the spirit of its life, the secret of the one God has not been sufficient. Men have failed to bear up under the blows of misfortune, the calamities have overwhelmed them, their wills and spirits are weak. Alone of all in the land, the devoted in God remain firm and stout-hearted. Yet, wickedness covers the land, as waters at their rising. Man 30:8 This is the testing time for men. This is the trial of their strength, but their frailty is established and they fail and fall. Those who should be resolute and firm, to maintain the order of things, are weak and faint of heart. They are weaklings, their wickedness has eaten their manhood. Like the people, they seek not but the easy way. Their desire is to live in ease and comfort, untroubled by the times. They care not that greatness has departed from the land. Man 30:9 Affliction besets men on all sides, it encompasses their days. In the morning they open their eyes to tribulation and suffer it the whole length of the day. The rich man robs the poor, the strong oppresses the weak. The unprotected virgin is seduced, the widow is ravished and the orphan defiled. Greed and lust range wide through the land. It is a time of hard testing. Man 30:10 The tongues of men wag with strange tales and it is difficult falsity silent when falsehood stalks boldly throughout the land. In such times the ignorant and foolish lend their ears to any falsity. How can the wise reply to the ignorant, when wisdom is exposed to ridicule and truth to persecution? To expose the folly and wickedness of the powerful brings down rods of wrath upon long-suffering backs. The ears of rulers are closed to words of wisdom, the doors of their hearts are bolted against truth. To reply wisely or give good counsel from the books of wisdom is to invite scorn. Men no longer worship at the shrine of Sabaoth. Man 30:11 The servant no longer devotes himself loyally to the affairs of his master, and where the arms of many are needed at the task, it is abandoned. Men no longer toil at the task with cheerful hearts, they no longer labor in accord. Men are tied down by their own inability, they are their own fears. They have become timid and fearful. Man 30:12 Even the halls of judgment are no longer inviolate, the decrees are cast forth to be stamped underfoot by ignorant men. Even things that sustain the spirit now serve to prepare sustenance for the belly. Records are falsified, so that no man knows the true from the false. The tallies of produce are no longer taken, and corn becomes the property of any man. He who lies readily gets the best, he who acts the deceiver gets most. Ignorant men have raised themselves to high estate by falsehood and deceit. None raises hand or voice against them, and therefore their ways are acclaimed and emulated. Truth is mocked and justice vilified. Man 30:13 A man fears his brother as a foe and his son as a betrayer. He plows his field bearing shield and sword. Men walk abroad girded for battle, but now the day has dawned when henceforth even manly defense is denied them. When a man is slain by the side of his own brother, he who lives flees to save his limbs. When a woman is ravished, they who see turn away. The screams of maidens fall on deaf ears. Man 30:14 Spearmen gather in bands, but the standards they bear are not those of justice and truth. Bowmen stand alert, and arrows are loosened in their quivers. The men of blood exult, for it is their day. If a man of high estate be unguarded, he is slain, and if rich he is robbed. If a high-born woman be unprotected through lack of kindred or gold, she becomes a harlot. In the marketplace men say, better a well-fed harlot than a goddess dead from hunger. Even men who are not men have their place in these days. Would that I could journey to a land against the rim of earth. Man 30:15 Men of no estate and landless men become the lords of men, and strangers become masters of slaves and servants. They stir up strife among the people and say, this is because we are protected by gods of power. By what are you protected? The people know not that the power of gods is sustained by the spiritual devotion of the people, and their power flows from the strength and goodness of their worshippers. When a people fail their God, that God fails the people. Man 30:16 I am a man instructed and know this is a time of strengthening affliction, but my heart troubles me. Will the people understand this? Will they rise to meet the challenge or go down the path of ease, the fair path of flowers and fragrance? Is this the land of leaders, wherein will be erected the temple of truth and the stairway to heaven? Would that I could peer through the door of the unborn days. Man 30:17 Strange bowmen have entered the Redlands, and they spoil the people. They are men whose delight is in suffering. They are men whose pleasure is destruction, they tear down, but do not build. The roads are covered, and the water channels opened. The craftsman no longer interests himself in his craft, for that which he makes is taken away. He who reaps does not store the corn, while he who is without a plough never lacks a full storehouse. The harvests go unrecorded, and he who toils not eats with he who has labored at the ingathering. The man without cattle eats meat, while he who owns them eats herbs. The waters rise and fall away from the land, but none ploughs or sows, for men say, the events of tomorrow are unknown, and who knows what man will reap where we have ploughed and sown. Man 30:18 The scribe is stricken and dies on his stool. His writings become a mystery and are disdainfully trodden underfoot. The fruit of many days' labor become kindling, the wisdom and knowledge of generations become fuel for fires of destruction. Man 30:19 The weaver has abandoned his loom, and robbers lie in wait to strip men of their garments. The keepers of storehouses are stretched out before the doors, and storage places are empty. Charcoal has gone from the land, and the watermen have left their hoists. Slaves wander without masters and children roam, begging for bread. Man 30:20 No longer do men sail northward, and there is no cedar wood for those who have departed. Gold and silver have gone back into the soil, and copper is hidden in the ground. Ships that leave return no more. The roads are places of danger, and he who journeys with goods reaches a strange destination. He who is unarmed or undefended becomes the plaything of brutal men. Man 30:21 They who rob become lords, and they who once ruled with riches wander in rags. Chests of ebony wood are smashed open, and fine furniture is broken and burned. No man possesses vases or things of metal. No door is closed, and no dwelling secured. The mysteries of the temples have been taken away. Man 30:22 Such is the state of the land, wherein your servant dwells, it is a land of sorrow, it is a time of tribulation. When Thumis came to me with your letter, my heart grew big with gladness, for it told me you had reached a secure mooring. My heart spoke to my spirit and said, where in the land is left another such as he, one who judged with impartiality, whose head never inclined towards a bribe, who ever stood firm for truth. Who saved the lowly man from the oppression of the powerful and the humble man from the hard hand of the arrogant. Such men no longer serve in the land. Man 30:23 I am one, who is instructed, and therefore I know that the life of each man has a set span, and from this knowledge I gain courage. I know that from whence the Spirit came, there it will return. Each night, my soul goes to pastures of the Spirit and there sustains itself and is refreshed at the fountain of eternity. I arise renewed in vigor, to face the trials of each new day. Man 30:24 The state of the land has been made known to you, and therefore I ask that you take into your charge the sacred things and writings, which are now guarded here. Daily, our task grows more difficult, and we live in fear of two-tongued men among us. Also, your servant lacks the knowledge and wisdom that reside with you, and he fears because of his inability to deal with the situation. Now, the guarded things can be conveyed to you, though this is beset with difficulties and danger, but if there is delay, nothing can pass out of this land. Man 30:25 Here, things cannot change for the better. If you ask your servant to continue with his charge, he can but reply that the flood waters already lick at the foundation of the walls. The hostile ones gather before us, Can Opiwat be kept from his dwelling place or from his descent? Man 30:26 Therefore, this goes in haste with Thumis, who has the means of passing through the land. He knows the roads and the waters, the sand wastes do not shut him in. Man 30:27 I leave all things in your hands. May sorrow never stretch out towards you. May you live forever in a form of glorious perfection. Your servant hopes to see you, but submits to his master's will. Chapter 31 Scroll of Thotis Man 31:1 These writings are dedicated to the great God who is eternal. May they live forever among things that survive to serve man. May they be an enlightening lesson and a warning to those who follow, for now a dark night of ignorance and fear overshadows the land. Your servant bows to your will, O great God who is benevolent towards those who serve with purity of intent. Man 31:2 We who remain loyal glorify you, not with mere words, for the time of hypocrisy has passed, but in our inmost thoughts and in our deeds. We remember you as the sun rises to your glory in the morning and, as in the evening, it sets into your peace. Teach us that there is joy in being your servants. Keep us under your protecting wing. Man 31:3 Great Spirit who made the Nile to flow, the great water, which never wearies or ceases from its journeying. Its movement is as everlasting as the wind. May the stream of my life be filled to overflowing with the waters of righteousness. Loose the shackles of wickedness, which hold me captive. Let not the string of my lute be broken while I play, and let not my labors be ended before their fulfillment. Though men hail me for a greater thing than any that has been done before, it will not be my memorial. Time will eat away my name, but let many mornings dawn on my waking, that I may complete the task entrusted to me. Remove the fears that lurk about me in the solitude. Cut off the bonds of affliction that bind me down. Let my spirit roam free. We who remain loyal know your laws and the great law, which is as firm as the hills of immortality. In the days to come great songs will be sung unto you, even as they were sung in the days of old. Man 31:4 The priests can no longer be held in restraint by a motive, and dark days threaten us. It is a time of foreboding, yet there is peace throughout Commu. The state of men in high places is such that the beauty of truth has to be concealed from them, lest they profane even her purity. Under the shelter of her mantle, even those strengthened by the visions seen in the eternal chambers are liable to lapse into many wickednesses. They would say in their hearts, being one who is purified, I am safe. I can cleave the dark waters of evil as a sea bird does the ocean and rise, all wickedness falling away from me as water falls from the back of the soaring bird. Thus it is today and was even in the days long gone, for such things are written in the old manner on a scroll found at Honu. Man 31:5 The first land on earth wherein men dwelt was not Commu, it was a land out beyond the salt waters. To this land came the immortal spirit in the form of a radiant one from heaven, who had left his more enlightened place to dwell among beasts in the lower kingdom of sorrow. In some mysterious way, he became incarnated as man, how, we know not, but he founded the race of man. It is not as recorded in tales told for the ignorant. Man 31:6 None knows in truth the old motherland or where it was, there are tales, but they disagree. The 9 bows say it was southward, the learned priests are not united in thought, some say towards the west where the sun now sets, while others say towards the east where the sun rises. Southward are great mountains and forests, monsters and men covered with hair. Here, winds are formed within the earth and issue forth from a black cavern. It is a place of chaos where water, soil, and air are not separate, the old motherland could not have been there. To the left-hand side, there is a great wilderness, the land of Amua, the old motherland could not have given birth to such as these. To the right hand is the wide plain of man-eaters, which stretches out to the far reaches of old Commu, this was barren even in the oldest times. To the north of the wilderness, the land is occupied by deformed men and dwarfs. Where amid this could have been the fertile pastures and plough lands well watered from the Sky River, where men lived in peaceful content. The old motherland was never there, nor, as some say, in the waters beyond, which boil at the extremity. Beyond the wide river there once was a land graced with all riches needful to men, crowned by many walled Meru, but it was not the land of our birth. Northward is the home of the cool breeze, but beyond the lands which skirt the salt water are the one-eyed peoples and the giants with white hair and eyes. Here, the rocks and stones are of the whitest marble, and the trees bear white fruit, thus in the whiteness, the eyes of men are blinded in their youth, for even the grass grows white. Before this is the land of Hosuja, a place unproductive and barren, where fruit never appears on the trees and crops will not ripen. How could the old motherland lie in this direction? Man 31:7 In the old books, it is said that the old motherland was ruled by the Queen of Light, who was supreme above all. The temple tales tell that the lesser gods came to dwell among mortals when the Mistress of Brightness ruled in Kalathi, that they were sheltered in temples, and priests were appointed to minister unto them. It is said that places of instruction were set up within the temples, but few men were taught the inner knowledge. It was rightly held that it would be a danger to those without wisdom, and it had to be safeguarded. Is this not the tale told in the Book of Beginnings? It is said that Kalatha lay within the borders of Khmu, but could it not have been the land of similar sounding name outward from Pontus beyond God's land? Man 31:8 Is it not said of both that they were engulfed in fire and water? In the Book of Beginnings, it is said, the generations passed, and a vast amount of knowledge and wisdom was accumulated and preserved in purity. It was the heritage of mankind, but though man had learned to cherish the light of truth and walk wisely with it, nevertheless then as now, false priesthoods flourished. They pandered to the carnal desires of the undeveloped and exploited the weaknesses of the ignorant. Their iniquity built up a vast weight of evil in the nether world, which projected itself into the material of earth, so that the powers which upheld it became unstable. This caused all the southern part of the old land to sink down into heaving waters. Man 31:9 The disaster was brought about through the ascendance of evil. Rites which awakened the dead were rife among the carnal-minded and ignorant, while those who remained steadfast on the harder road of spiritual development had fixed their eyes on the light ahead, ignoring the pitfalls at their feet. It was then even as now, will men ever learn? Man 31:10 This was the aspect of the disaster, as written and they began the Book of Beginnings, there were openings in the land, from which evil vapors poured forth as a mist, descending upon the people like a mantle, it spread out and covered the whole face of the land. The tongues of the people were stopped, and they became dumb with fear. The ground trembled beneath them, and great tongues of flame shot up. The whole land heaved and rocked like an ocean wave. As it rose and fell, groaned and shook, the fires which strove beneath burst forth to be met with shafts of lightning striking down from heaven. Man 31:11 A thick black cloud of smoke filled the land, and men were smothered in dust. As the setting sun rested on the horizon, it could be but dimly seen beneath the cloud as a fiery red ball. When it had gone, a grey dense darkness prevailed, lit only by great sheets of lightning. The waters broke heavily over the land, topping it clean. The plains and cities were covered, and new shores formed around the mountains. The waters mounted up until all that moved and lived was covered, the land was submerged. Mountain tops alone remained above the rush of uplifted torrent. Whirlwinds blew and brought cold winds, which cleared away the dust and debris. Mud banks were formed, and a mountain mouth remained open to spew forth vile vapors. During one long awful night, the doomed land was torn apart, and southward sank out of sight forever. Man 31:12 A wise man has written, this was not mountain-girt Kalathi, or age-old Ramakwai. This was the land out in the green waters where the sun sets beyond Keftu, near the lands of the Henbua. Man 31:13 It is then said, they came through the marshes and across the wild mountains beyond the barren place stone into a new land called Anketa. Here grew the great life tree known even in the days of our fathers. This is a tree of strange aspect, like unto no other, though in the days of our fathers, it was barren and enclosed in flames. Now we know that the life tree grew in Talius, which is towards the lands of Don, by Pontus. Therefore, could not the old motherland have been found hereabouts? Not all was inundated. Man 31:14 It is said, men came out of the devastation. Behind them, the land sank and the earth shook, mountains split apart and crumbled. Where once there had been a valley now stood a mountain. The air was filled with smoke, and hot rocks were hurled down from out of the sky. Men choked in brimstone. Great winds howled like 1,000 unearthly wild dogs. They left all behind them and came across the wild places to the land of refuge. Was not Khmu once known to some men as the land of refuge? Therefore, the whereabouts of the old motherland is not unknown. It is said that when men came from the old land, the everlasting stars rested where earth meets heaven, but none knows how many lifetimes have passed since then. Man 31:15 Thus, it is not impossible to discover where the old motherland lay. Therefore there is hope, and men need not despair, for the secret may be rediscovered. When once again the sacred things rest in the old land from whence they came, the days of disturbance will cease, and once again men will live in peace. Men go forth to seek the road, all is not lost to us yet. Man 31:16 Now the great house of the hidden places stands in Khmu. It is built to last forever and stands up strongly towards heaven, high above the heads of men. It is covered with white stones, the white stone of Rehakam was cut for it, and above it is topped with copper. It is not the copper of men, but the copper of God. Within it lies the womb of rebirth used by the twice-born of the enlightened ones. Men enter its portals to die and come out restored to life, reborn as gods. Beside it stands the temple of the radiant ones, many pillared and walled about. Here is the great portal of entry into life, and above it, on a great stone, these words may be seen, Man 31:17 From the children of God to the children of men. Behold, we found you in bondage to mortal bodies and bestowed upon you the gift of everlasting life. Man 31:18 My brothers, these are days of distress, and no man knows the outcome of the strife that rends the land. For long generations, this was a land of peace, a land blessed with bounty, but now men have wrought evil upon it. They who have gone to save it may not complete their journey back, and naught shall have been achieved. Therefore, I say unto you, prepare to depart hence, even as it is written. Let the things that are more valuable than life be brought to safety. Above life and land is God. He is above life and land. Chapter 32 Scroll of Harmotif Man 32:1 Odidef of 1 Akifa found many scrolls from the olden times. The inspector of temples discovered writings from the days of the wise ones, many things from the past and utterances by lords of the Kohar. He caused them to be copied and placed in the houses of record. Some were guarded from the eyes of men. The writings dedicated to the name of the great God were sought out. Nekot, a scribe at Yano, wrote them down, they are set forth by his hand. They are not lost and will live when he and his sons' sons rest in Morningland. He will abide in Amantuth in peace. Man 32:2 The physician must know the courses of the watchers. He must know their times and their comings and goings. He must know the secret of the Lord of forms and the way of the guide of souls. He must know who are the owners of forms and who are the formless ones. Man 32:3 He must know their abode. He must know the road and the 4 ways of entry. He must know the nature of the double power. He must be a master at drawing forth the spirit. He must know the outside of man, the things which flow over it. He must know the inside man, the substances which fill it. He must know the heart, the muscles that move out from it, controlling every action of the body. Man 32:4 These are words to fill the ears of the physician. These things are written on his heart. The physician sits on a throne of silence. The physician absorbs the pains of the sick through his ears. If any man opens the door of his heart to the physician, the tongue has no knowledge of what the ears have heard. The inmost room is open to the silent man. The heart of the physician is not puffed up because of his knowledge. He talks with the simple man as though he were wise. The words of the physician are as healing herbs. The physician bears himself so that when the eyes of the sick fall upon him, they are half cured. The eyes of the physician see through the flesh. When he sat before his master, he learned to bear patiently the chastisements for his own failings. Now, he can justly reprove another for his. The tongue of the physician is dipped in honey, not in guile. Where truth adds to suffering without benefit, then he may veil it, but never will he do so without purpose or care. Man 32:5 The physician does not fear the God above the stairs. He does not shrink before the face of death. He is a man of wide wisdom. He knows the nature of the lesser gods. The lesser gods are the limbs and attributes of the great God and form his members. He will not seek to raise up the dead, he will not seek to speak with them, he is beyond the urges of gold. He knows the laws of the great God, they cover countless years. They are fixed and unchangeable and never fail at their times. The physician knows the measurements of the hours and the movements of the days. Man 32:6 When the vital, God-given breath is stopped by demons, the body becomes restless and hot. They stir the heart, they drive out the body water containing the life. The demons must be made inactive and put to sleep with one of the sleeping draughts. The body is to be made cool, for the demons of heat are expelled with coolness. They will enter into a vessel of earthenware, if it be warmed, and can then be destroyed. If a man be slain in battle or by the body being pierced, the destroying demon enters through the blood. The body is broken and it enters through the opening. The breath is stopped, breathing ceases. The outward senses are discarded. The spirit departs, to find its memories intact in the keeping of its spirit twin. The liberated spirit is united with its spirit twin. It dwells in another sphere. It is the place of fulfillment, not unlike earth. The physician must not hamper the departing spirit once breath has left the body. He must not bind it. Man 32:7 The spirit does not pass to the morning gland awake. It awakens there as from a sleep. It does not unite with its spirit twin until judged according to its colors. When united together, all over there appears alike to all here. All past hopes and desires appear before the risen one. The gods that have been worshipped are given form there. They arise before the eyes of the risen one. Man 32:8 The worship of strange, lesser gods is not forbidden, for it helps purify the heart. It makes wholesome the heart. The words spoken before unhearing images are not lost. They are heard by greater ears than men conceive. The great God made 10 lights or rays, which flow forth from his midst. Each shines in the form of power his thoughts have imparted to it. They are shed everywhere and contained in all things. The physician is wise, if he is master of the rays. Man 32:9 A man is melancholy. It is not that a demon has made its abode in his body. It is not a sickness of the body. See if his land is feeble. Look at his crops, have they failed? If the wife of a man be unfaithful, his crops will not grow. If his sister be unmarried and unchaste, he will suffer infertility in his herds. The trees of his garden will not bear fruit. Corn and wheat will not yield their bounty. A man's daughter being unmarried and unchaste, his birds and beasts will waste away. He will become downcast in spirit. His eyes will become dull. The cure is not within the man. His body is not unsound, no demon abides there. The cure is in the daughter. The man must brand her with burning brands. She must be branded in stripes. She must name the man who made her impure. She must denounce the one who made her a fountain of impurity. Her impurity afflicts her father. It goes forth invisible as air, to lay hold on his birds and beasts. If she would be tested, she is given a draught. It is gall of dog, juice of aloe, ashes of goat horn, each one measure in 5 measures of water. If she throws up the evil, she is purged and purified. If there is no evil, it does not come up. She makes an image of the man who made her impure. He brought evil into her. She burns his image in purifying fire. Into the ashes go all her thoughts and longings for him. She is free from evil. Man 32:10 A woman knows an adulteress and locks the secret in her heart. She does not denounce the adulteress. Her male kindred go to war or to hunt. They will die or be wounded. The knowledge hidden in her heart becomes like a barb in living flesh. It becomes putrid, a thing of evil. As putrid flesh gives off an aroma of corruption, which pollutes as it festers and spreads evil, so does hidden knowledge of evil fester in the subtle essences. It spreads abroad, and as blood cries to blood, it reaches the blood of a man under strain. This woman must be branded in stripes and purified. She must denounce the adulteress. The adulteress will be dealt with, then, like an unchaste woman, purified with the water of maidens. The blood of a guilty man must be spilled to save the blood of one who has done no wrong. The physician does not punish, and he does not seek out one who deserves punishment. The art of the physician is to heal. Man 32:11 Men suffer sickness of the heart, they become sad. Their birds, their beasts, their crops are stricken, but the evil springs not from evil festering in women. The evil is within themselves. Their household is in disorder, they are confused in thought. They say one thing, when they mean another. None is at peace with them. They become hot ones. They must no longer strive to dwell in the north wind. They must labor for another or take up the tools of a craftsman. Better a long life in poverty and peace than a short life weighed down by riches and care. Man 32:12 A man is in pain, or it becomes you to cut into his flesh to remove a demon's abode, or to draw together bones that have parted. Then is the time for putting forth the Spirit. He may be given the drink of slumber, it is for you to decide. You will move the Gabulik before his eyes. You will call forth his spirit. You will move your hands downward over his body, spreading the power of your spirit. Your voice will give him instructions. The power of your spirit will enter into him, his eyes will close, but more often not. The power will enter into his body. It will close all doors between his spirit and his body. His body will breathe, it will live, but he will be as one dead, for his spirit is called forth. You will place the eye of Horah upon him. It will bind him, he cannot move, he is fast. You will speak to him, you will ask of him the thing he cannot know. He will answer. If his spirit be called forth, it will know the thing he cannot know. You can tell him he will sleep the sleep beyond sleep. You will tell him there is no pain and that doors between the body and spirit are closed. His eyes do not see. His skin does not feel. His flesh is soft. You can enter his body with an instrument. If he have the abode of a demon within him, you pierce it. You draw forth the demon in the fluid. It runs away. The seat of the demon falls upon itself. You close it with a thin rod of copper made hot. It is purified. You draw the flesh together, you fold it back. It is covered with long boiled satish. You leave the man enwrapped in the eye of Hora. You tell him when to awaken. All decisions are yours. He awakens not as Osiret, unless it be the will of Osiret. Man 32:13 A man is plagued by a demon, which has made its abode in the inmost recesses of his body. It cannot be found. He talks loosely, his tongue lacks control. His thoughts are wrapped in shadows. His heart moves quickly, water flows from his body. He finds no peace in sleep. His hands tremble. There is pain in his head. He relishes no food. He is a man of many thoughts, but knows not what to do. You will call forth his spirit. You will place him in the chambers of silence. You will enwrap him in the healing aroma. The doors between his spirit and body are shut. You place the eye of Hora upon him. He sleeps in the eye of Hora. It fills every recess of his body. It seeks out the demon. It destroys the demon in its abode. The demon is not called forth. You speak with the spirit of the man. Is it at peace? Is it restful? You decide the time of awakening. This is the sleep, healing sleep. You, the physician, are the master of sleep. Of all physicians, sleep is the greatest. Man 32:14 The pupil asks, what is sleep? It is renewal of spiritual energy. The spirit returns to its source, to the fountain of its being. The body lapses into sleep. The spirit is easily recalled. It is not far away. A man lacks sleep, he cannot sleep, he becomes sick. His body is heavy, his footsteps slow. He lacks strength, his thoughts go from him. His limbs ache, but he has no point of sickness. He cannot say what ails him. His pillow is a place of torment, his bed a wilderness of wild thoughts. Small things of little moment loom before him as mountains. You decide. If it be a simple affair without himself, an affair of his household, a problem at the task, a soothing draught will suffice. Let the spirit obtain the substance for its forces peacefully, and it will renew its vigor, it will be well. If the sickness come from within, if it come from something entered within, then the healing sleep will bring a cure. Man 32:15 A man fears the nightcomer. He fears to sleep, lest the nightcomer seize him. He builds an abode of sickness with bricks of fear. He has opened a window into the place of terror. He must be purged, he must be purified with incense. He may eat while the overseer of heaven rises upward, but not while he descends. When night approaches, he must dance around his habitation until weary. He will bathe himself in warm waters, to be purified. His misdeeds will fall from him. They will no longer attract the nightcomer. It will not rise from the dark abode to haunt him. Man 32:16 A man has a festering sore. He has a wound. It is unclean, it turns yellow. It darkens. There is evil beneath the hardness. Salt is dissolved strongly in water. It is made warm. The sore and the wound are bathed. The hardness is softened, it is taken away. The yellow, which has come up, is taken away. Homo leaves are pounded, they are sprinkled with brimstone. They are placed on the wound, they are bound up with linen. A wound is large or a battle wound, it must be made clean with liskin wood in water. If the maggot seize on it and consume the evil and the blackness, it can remain. When the flesh is clean and bright, it must be covered to stop entry of unclean things, and the sixth sign must be on top. There is benefit if the wound be left open to the sun. Man 32:17 A man is burnt. The skin blisters, it gives out water. The skin is consumed, the flesh is raw. It is not black. The flesh is soft. The burnt is laved in cool waters. It is sprinkled with water of Sijuman. It is not bound up. A wound does not heal, a burn does not heal. You take yellow dried powder of luba, the powder is placed in water. It remains yellow, then cast it out. It turns red. Then use it forthwith, but do not keep it with you. Man 32:18 A woman in childbirth, a man wild with fever. Water made hot with stones is poured on the tree of life. It soaks during 2 nights. It is given often and drunk deep. It is the basis of many things. It can be kept. Man 32:19 The tree of life is pounded, it becomes pulp. A joint swells filled with pain. The pulp is applied, it sticks, it is not bound. The rectum becomes a place of evil, it bleeds. The evil stirs up inconvenience. The pulp of the tree of life, 4 measures. The pulp of poppy fruit, 1 measure. Oil of sufan, 1 measure. Moon oil, 2 measures. Man 32:20 A man becomes sluggish in the grip of fat. His body is encased in fat. He is in a state of sickness. His body is silted up with fat, as the water channels are silted up with sand and soil. Fat is the adversary that eats away a man's welfare, it chokes his body, as weeds choke a waterway. He who walks with fat is as a man who ever carries a load of sand. He is purged day after day. He given little water. He shall walk long distances in the heat of the day and bathe in uncool water. A shallow pit shall be dug during the cool of the morning and left during the rising of the sun. As the sun declines, the fat man shall be put in the pit. The sand will cover all but his head. He shall be left during the declining of the sun. In the evening his meal shall be small. This, he will do many times. He shall not eat of sodden foods or foods which grow and are hard. All that grows and is soft shall be hungry man eaten, but shall be unsodden. Man 32:21 Learn dancing and movements of the body, so that soul and body may develop in harmony. Let nothing enter the mouth or come forth from it except it be controlled by moderation. A hungry man exposes the wickedness of others, but an overstuffed one does no less. The body of a hungry man is abused through no fault of his own, but the abuse wrought by an overfed man is his own doing. Man 32:22 Never forget to call upon God in your sickness, and you will find He comes with fond compassion. When His power enwraps you, sickness is overcome. Man 32:23 The Egyptians were wise, but their ways were not our ways. The cures of their physicians were for them and not for us, as our bodies, being sustained in a different manner, are unlike in their humors. Substances, which bring about a cure can be obtained only from the surroundings in which the body moves. Anything from another land lacks the essential harmony. Therefore, all the recipes recorded on this long scroll are omitted. Our material is limited, and this is not a treatise on physics. This scroll was among those added. Chapter 33 Annexed Scroll 1 Man 33:1 O great city, O heart of Egypt, your habitations are overthrown and your sacred shrines lie buried beneath the sands of time. The dust of ages enwraps you, as a dead one is swathed within the tomb. Your temples still stand and ring with noise, but the solemn shrines are silent. They have become an abode for the wild dog and scorpion, and your roads are highways of wickedness. Man 33:2 Behold, in the days long gone down into dust, the whirlwind came and of all earth poured out her wrathful breath, so that you were burnt. The evildoers were swept away by the waters, and the wicked ones were swallowed up in the fires. The days of the years were shortened and the times of all things altered. The seasons were turned around, so that the seed rotted within the soil, and no green shoots came forth to greet the day. All buds withered upon the vines, the land lay dead under its grey shroud. The moon changed the order of her ways, and the sun set himself a new course, so that men knew not where they were and all were afflicted. The stars swam in a new direction, and the whole order of things was changed. Yet, O Egypt, even from those days of calamity you emerged unbroken, your spirit intact, your heart unshaken. What has happened to you, O land of mine? Man 33:3 Weep, O land of Egypt, for the things that have gone. Weep for the spirit now departed. Weep for the betrayed gods, weep for the great God so high above them that you scarcely knew him. Weep for the destruction that has befallen you. Weep for all the beauty and glory that have gone down into the dust. Weep for eternal ages, and sleep for evermore. Your spirit has departed, your life had ebbed away, your vitality has burnt itself out, only the empty corpse remains. The generations yet to tread the earth will know nothing of you. They will see no more than the dead, dried, mummified thing. The loving life that once vitalized it so gloriously, they cannot know. O son of Kabu, forgive the people of this land for their ways. Reveal your greatness by serving those who no longer walk in the light of your instruction, even as you served their fathers in days gone by. Man 33:4 My land, what have you become? You have left the true path of your faith and wandered into strange byways. You are bemused and bedazzled with things that disturb the senses, and have become like a ship adrift without oars. You have abandoned the spirit that inspired you and sought satisfaction among lifeless things of earth. You have spurned the stern discipline required to win the hand of love and trodden the well-worn path of carnal satisfaction. You have turned to the ways of the harlot, and out of your harlotry, you have wrought destruction. You no longer delight in the serene mystery of the stars above, your pleasures are in the filth beneath your feet. Where once you gazed upward in awe, now you look downward in degradation. Oh, that this is the self-chosen fate of my land! Man 33:5 I go, for go I must. I depart hand, for destiny demands it. When his motherland collapses about him like an undermined palace built on a foundation of mud, then it is not a time for hesitation. One man cannot stem a flood with his hand. When his habitation falls apart, it is time to seek another. Perhaps nations, like men, grow old and decay. My land is old, 120 generations have passed through it since Osira brought light to men. 4 times, the stars have moved to new positions, and twice the sun has changed the direction of his journey. Twice, the destroyer has struck earth and 3 times the heavens have opened and shut. Twice, the land has been swept clean by water. Man 33:6 The lot of a man destined for exile is sorrow, but as a sorrowful man I would save others from my misery. I would leave a memory guidance, and knowledge to increase the wisdom of their days. Let my voice of warning ring out to all men, let it reach even the strange lands beyond the seas, even unto Haunibut. Listen to my voice, take heed to my cry, be warned, lest you, too, fall under the condemnation of destiny, lest you, too, be struck down by the sword of tribulation. My motherland, the land I knew, is no more, it lives, yes, as a flower lives when plucked and dried, as a fruit lives when pickled and preserved, or as a man lives when embalmed. Man 33:7 About the days of none, we have no knowledge. Before creation commenced there was the one father/mother being, and from this divinity came the heavenly twins. From these were born 3, and the 3 became many. Thus, even in the beginning it was divinely ordained that brother and sister might be wed. From the first heavenly twins were born those whose destiny it was to be eternally married. For theirs was the divine right of eternal and undying love, a love unknown to mortals, but to which, if they would be more than mortal, they must aspire. This love is the light of life, the light of the earth, the sun of the spirit. Man 33:8 The originating divinity is called many names among men, and in Egypt his names are hidden in other names. Among the chosen ones, he is called the craftsman creator, but men and women name him differently among the people. Likewise, some say him while others say her, it is all alike, for these are no more than the words and distinctions of mortal man. Heaven is the sphere of God, the true abode of his spirit in essence. There is the heaven above, which is the high heaven, and the heaven below, which is the reflection of the high heaven. The true center of God is in Nuit. Man 33:9 The craftsman of creation placed heaven and earth apart. He set the sun and stars in motion and spread wide the earth beneath them. His wisdom, he enclosed within the hearts of men, wherein it still lies sleeping. Heaven goes his daily rounds like a husband foraging for his wife's sustenance, while earth is busy with the duties of a wife, feeding and cherishing that which she has brought forth. Is not all life known to man born of earth? Is it not nourished upon her breast? Unless it be that they derive pleasure in company, why do heaven and earth remain together? Without earth, how could the grass grow, the basic substance of life? How could trees, fruit and flowers bloom? Without earth, what could the water and warmth of heaven produce? Man 33:10 God put desire for each other into the hearts of men and women, that in their union, the race of men should be preserved. Likewise, he has implanted in every part of life the desire for another compatible part. Thus life endures and multiplies. Earth and all life upon it are bent towards one end, one purpose, the service and development of man. Without man as the objective, earth would be useless, it would have a purposeless, futile existence. Even night and day, the daylight and dark serve in the nurture and development of man. Man 33:11 In the early days Egypt was bounded in the west by the green bitter waters. There lay the land of Nilur, where men learned to bend the dead bodies, so that the earth-bound spirits of departed ones should not wander to molest them. Out here was the city of Meroe, from whence came the mighty men who smote the giants in the days of yore. Northward lay the entrance to the kingdom of darkness under the earth. The portal lies behind a veil of air mixed with water, it is covered with a mantle of cloudy thickness, which eyes can scarce see through. The floor is of water, not too deep that the dismal, stony bottom cannot be seen, hence men require a boat. Both sides of the entrance are flanked with giant blocks of stone, from which rise huge pillars set one against the other, so that there is no space between them. The whole is overset with an immense rock greater than any cut by mortal hands, and it is shaped like the rump of a man. It is in a cold region of long darkness, where the calf of gold shows his displeasure. Now to the west of Egypt, all is barren and sandy, except to the north, which is the habitation of wild men who dwell in holes within the ground. Man 33:12 Out of the land of God, to the east, came Osiret, who was one filled with the Spirit of God, the first vice-regent of God on earth. Truly a God who walked among men, a true Son of God. He learned, by communicating with the heart of God, what lesser beings can hope to learn only by long contemplation of the sacred writings. Yet he said, not all can hope to see, it is not a thing granted to men. But even he who only hears and has faith in his heart, who stretches himself out to do good, who conforms with the teachings, who is one with us, he also shall attain to the glory of an awakened spirit. He, too, shall share the joyful heritage of a righteous man. I who have journeyed the full distance to the fount of fire, lit a torch there and turned back to meet you with the comforting in the being light of its flame. Hence, there is no need for you to journey the full length of the long, weary road to see truth. Man 33:13 In the book of the bearers of light is written, God speaks with Osiris, have you measured my words in silent communion with mine own self? Has the darkness of earth's delusions been dispelled by your own inner light? Osiris says, by the grace of the communication granted me I have seen the light of truth. And all the delusions of darkness have gone. My doubts are now no more. My faith is confirmed, it is firm, I am the steadfast one. I say in truth, your will be done. Osiris speaks to men, I heard these words of glory spoken within the silence and solitude of the great cavern, and they filled my soul with awe and wonder. By the working of a wondrous thing, these words in the sacred silence. I knew the mystery of life. I will ever remember the things burnt into my soul. I came out, when I spoke with men my tongue danced with exaltation. These things are written. Man 33:14 Later, Osiris went up into the sacred high place and there learned the ordinances for the well-being of man. He was given the rules for safeguarding the sacred mysteries, and he was also shown the workings of the great law. When he came down he chose the best of those about him and appointed the Council of Light, which numbered 24. Man 33:15 These are the words he spoke to them by the sea of death, these are things to be explained to none but those with understanding and enlightenment. The path of the true way will be long and arduous, its trials and tribulations manifold and harsh. It is not a place for the faint-hearted, and the oily-tongued or double-tongued will not be found there. Yet, it will never lack a pilgrim, for there will always be seekers of truth and fighters for goodness. Nevertheless, treat this not as a light thing, weigh these words well and do not belittle the perils of the road ahead. Take good heed of my warnings. Man 33:16 The path of the true way is one beset with the sharp stones of suffering and sorrow. The mortal flesh shall be torn by the sharp thorns of pain and tribulation. Thus, it will be well to choose those who aspire to journey the true way with great care and discretion. Never overlook the sacrifices that you may be called upon to make. These are words spoken by Osiris. Man 33:17 In the book of the bearers of light is written, Osiris says to those about him, I am the first among light bearers. I am the one instructed by the great God, I am the one with knowledge concerning the building of the first shrine of mysteries. I, alone of those now upon earth, hold the key to the sacred mysteries. I know the secret of things that are past, of things that are and of things that are to be. The act of birth enwraps the soul of man in a mantle of unconsciousness, it imprisons the spirit in a state of slumber. His own true self is within him, but it is as one dead within a tomb. All the great spiritual powers lie latent, locked inside, even though the mortal abode be formed to perfection. The true way is the road to freedom, it is the process of awakening the spirit and the key to spiritual self-awareness. It unlocks the door and reveals the light. It banishes all doubts and grants an assurance of life everlasting. It is man discovering himself. Such is the true. Man 33:18 God says to Osiris, Behold the land before you, it is a chosen land for safeguarding the sacred mysteries. Out of its womb shall come the child of truth, which shall die and rise again to lead men in the struggle to glory. In the day of his rising, the earth will be distressed and know it not. Nor will it open its arms to the child, which will go unrecognized and even be despised and mocked. Yet, in that day will be produced a salve to heal the scars of mankind. In that day, when men shall have forgotten the way of righteousness and turned from truth, the light will come unto them. These words were spoken by God. Man 33:19 When Osiris came to Egypt the people were unlearned and wild, they lived in huts and holes, seeking their food in the wilderness about them. He gathered them together and gave laws to guide them, he taught the growing and gathering of corn, the making of the waterways and channels, the building of habitations for the living and the dead. The gods of the people were dangerous gods to be feared, to be approached fearfully by none but those who were familiar with their ways. Those alone could interpret the signs and portents rarely granted in those days. Asira did not deny the people these gods, but he changed men as time changes trees. Even so has Asira changed in the hearts of men, and he is as they have made him. Man 33:20 Before the coming of Asira, men and women dwelt apart, men going into women of their choice. But the women kept to the fires while men roamed about, though in those days they never defiled the land of another with their feet. Asira drew them together and taught them the laws of marriage, but still he let men and women dwell apart if they so willed, though now no man lay with a woman not his wife. Man 33:21 Asira taught the making of bread with gathered corn and sown corn. It was eaten at the floodwater feasts, with salt and with honey. For Asira knew the nature of salt, which is of the bodies of men, and the nature of honey, which is of heaven. Salt is found in bitter waters which wash far off shores in the land of the salt mountains. Men who have sailed far have seen great mountains covered with salt. They lie under the steadfast stars gleaming in a strange light. Honey comes airborne from heaven, to be gathered by the bee. Once, the earth was veiled within an awesome cloud, and in those days honey fell as frost upon the ground, and it fed man and beast when the herbage withered. Man 33:22 When Asira had drawn the people together, so that they dwelt peacefully in the land, they inquired of him whether he knew the likeness of their gods, whom none among them had ever seen. Therefore, he fashioned the likenesses of the gods for them. He built cities, wherein to keep them, and cultivated the land. He caused temples to be set up, and in these were placed the likenesses of the gods which Asira equipped. The likenesses he made satisfied the people, so that their hearts were made glad. Then, the gods entered into their bodies of wood and stone. Man 33:23 Yet, Asira was sad, his heart was heavy for the people, he knew their nature and the ignorance of their ways. Therefore, he assigned a protector to be the guardian of the people, one who knew truth. Who was an enlightened one, who was greatest among the twice-born. One to be an ever-open channel to God, so that a flood of spiritual power should inundate the land, spreading bounty and peace over its expanse. He assigned to him all the people in the land, that they may prosper. Asira placed the land in the hands of the appointed one, with all the water within its bounds, all the herbage, the cattle of the pasture lands and beasts of the wild places, and all things that fly and crawl. Man 33:24 This appointed one was the king, the Pharaoh, the light of God on earth, the vice-regent of God over men. Him, Asira endowed with the essence of the Spirit outflowing from God, the power that reaches towards divinity. He was the link, the bridge between God and man. His was the task to bring men the knowledge and awareness of divinity, and to preserve the special spirituality with which he was endowed in a select portion of one race. By his authority alone, all places of worship should be built and kept, and their ceremonies controlled and performed. By his decree alone, all canals should be cut, all waterways opened, all lands marked out, and all war hosts raised. Under him, all food should be gathered and stored, all men fed, and every burial permitted and performed. He would be the supreme channel of contact with God. He and all who came from out of his loins should be ladders of light. Asira it was who himself ordained that as their bodies were filled with vitalist spirit essence, they should be preserved, to keep such power bound to earth for its good. Man 33:25 Such was Pharaoh, a god below gods, a man above men. He was bound by the decrees of olden times and must ever set truth over falsehood. He was the narrow channel between God and man, one whose task was to reveal God to men. The family of Pharaoh was, in the first place, chosen by the Council of Light. In those days, a few families were selected and some chosen from them to be carefully bred, so that all the less desirable traits were excluded. Their aim and objective was to produce men and women perfect in goodness, the ultimate in perfection. These were the qualities, in which they were trained to the highest degree, in duty and responsibility, obligation towards the people, in dignity, justice, and benevolence. They were a family, a race apart, trained wholly to govern in goodness. Every moment of their lives was to be devoted and dedicated to the elevation of mankind. They were taught to regard the people as their own children, to be guarded, guided, and inspired by the finest examples possible. The family of Pharaoh was to reach out to the very summit of aspiration, to aim for the pinnacle of goodness and spirituality. While the common people labored under them, the whole life of royal families was to be devoted to service and goodness, to the elevation of mankind, to the preservation and administration of justice. Man 33:26 Originally, this worked perfectly, but earthly conditions are finely balanced between the call of the divine and the demons of the flesh. Somewhere, down through the ages, the dam of spirituality sprang a leak, and that which had hitherto been hoarded and guarded ebbed away. The divinity, the spirituality in the blood was diluted, it became weakened, and when goodness diminished its opposite crept in. What has this glorious institution, the great Pharaoh, become today? He is no more than the clacking tongue of a bell, a hollow, empty shell, a vane in the wind. He is not the owner of his own time, his days belong to others and the hours of his nights are controlled. He follows a shallow, feudal ceremonial, he performs empty, meaningless rituals. He eats according to instructions and bathes at the rising and setting of sun, not for his own pleasure, but because he must. Where is the glory in this? Oh, for what once was, oh, for the joyful days of the past! What has happened to the glorious spiritual inspiration? Where once there was a purpose, now there is foolishness, where once there was a sacred being, now here is a puppet manipulated by puppets. Where once there was a divine insight, now there are dead precedents. All is gone, all is dust, all is woe. Man 33:27 Now this Osiris, of whom I speak, is even he whom the people of this land have made a god, for the twice-born who have wisdom have let it be thus. Call him man or call him God, it is a matter of small importance, for the boundary between them is not impassable. Petty men will argue about the distinctions of words, but they would be better engaged in discovering truth. Osiris was ever enshrined in the hearts of the common folk, who had believed in immortality from the beginning. It was not so much their ignorance that obscured the light of truth, but rather the structure erected by hypocrisy and pomp, by avarice and ambition. Down through the ages, this belief in immortality persisted over the official view, which held that no more than a few might hope for immortality, and that mainly ensuing from the efforts of others. In the days of the first pharaohs, it was different. Then immortality was the reward of all people, though only collectively and under the leadership and guidance of the king. Nevertheless, the immortality of the common folk and the immortality of the twice-born were not alike. Man 33:28 Osiris came not into a land of powerful kings and great cities, but into a land of ignorant, unenlightened men. He came with 7 strangers from a land far east of the Sea of Death, a land not as old as Egypt but long since dead and forgotten. When Osiris came, he found 2 peoples of power on the river, the people of Ro and the people of Haru, and Haru was of the body of Adam. There had long been war between these 2 peoples, but Osiris pacified them and united them as one. Then, he taught them the ways of peace and the ways of prosperity. Man 33:29 When men began to build places to dwell in, and to grow things, they were troubled by men who came out of the wilderness. These were a people ruled by women, and though the men were small in stature, the women, who ruled, were tall and lean. Their only weapons were such as could be thrown from afar, but they had shields made of hide woven in a manner which caused anything coming against them to become entangled. Such were the men who came out of the wilderness and the wild places there. Strong men and hairy. Man 33:30 The queen of these people was not as the other women, for she was good to look upon, besides being a great huntress. She was fairer than the other women, even more fair than the women of Egypt, who put all others to shame. Her name was Neth, and I know of no man who has knowledge of her father. Perhaps she was an undying one, who was always there, though I cannot believe there are any such beings. Yet even in these days, there is a race of men beyond the mountains, whose span of life is thrice that of other men. Man 33:31 I need not describe the manner in which Osira went out to meet Neth and how his bow, the first bow seen in the land of Egypt, won her in contest. This can be learned from the tales told to the people, which all contain within them a core of truth. I will not indulge in the recounting of such tales, they can be found in other places. The bow Osira gave Neth as a pledge is the same as that one upon which men still make oath and pledge their word. Man 33:32 Osira did not at once take Neth to wife, and this is little understood, but it was a thing that could not be done in those days. At first, she was adopted by him as his sister, according to the custom. Later, men called her Izida, she being the same whom men call Izitis in these days. This is a name of the same meaning, for in the tongue of the old river people the name became Ness. Later, this was changed to Nesit, which in the old tongue meant she who was Ness. Then, it was ordained that Osira should marry his sister, and Izitis gave birth to the man-child Hori. He is the same after whom the kings of Egypt, even in these days, take their title, for he was the first true pharaoh, though others may disagree. Man 33:33 Men lacking understanding will say I write about mortals and not gods, and this is true as it is false. The truth is that there are no fixed regions of gods, spirits, and mortals separate one from the other, neither are all these entirely separate and different forms of beings. There is no impenetrable boundary between mortals, spirits, and gods, neither is it to be understood that mortals reach the status of gods entirely by their own efforts. Gods are chosen by the people and raised to godhood by the people for the benefit of the people. If they choose wisely, they are blessed, but if they choose unwisely, then whatever befalls is upon their own heads. As the people conceive their gods, so will they be, this is something hardly understood in these days. The worship of such gods is, of itself, neither right nor wrong, for this depends entirely upon its effect and objective. If it serves the purpose of good, if it is to the spiritual benefit of man, it guides in the right direction. If it does not, or if it be sterile or purposeless, then it is at best a misleading phantom, in its worst aspect, it is an instrument of evil. When a man ceases to believe in his God, the fault is not wholly with either, each is at fault, each has equally failed the other. The man no longer serves the God, as the God no longer serves the man. Neither gains, and both lose. A man without a God is neither a free man nor a whole being, his life is incomplete, he lacks something vital to his existence. When, from some cause, a God loses worshippers, he is no longer wholly a God, he becomes a God without ties, a wild god or wandering spirit retaining some of his powers, but none of his rank. Such then is the nature of gods, who are but beings originating as mortals, further advanced along the road towards godhood than other mortals who chose them as representatives and leaders in the heavenly sphere. If you would live with truth, never confuse gods with God, for gods are but a step upward on the stairway from man to God. Man 33:34 There is still one true temple of Izitis, but it is unknown to men in these days, though many others hypocritically declare their allegiance. The true temple itself is hidden behind a false facade for protection. It is still dedicated to the ennoblement of men, it still upholds the virginity of its maidens and dedicate them to modesty and innocence. It is still a bright light in the gathering darkness, it still maintains the flame of spirituality, which, in days to come, will light the fire, which consumes evil and purges men of wickedness. In these days, the priesthood is corrupt and temples are places of evil where wickednesses are made more wicked by being condoned in the name of sanctity. Man 33-35 Isis left her people, and Cetes, her brother, ruled the people of the sand barons, later gaining power over many of the people of the river. He was one who was great among men, he led them in the ways of men, the easy ways, along the wide road beloved by the multitude and followed so unthinkingly. There is no point in retelling here the accounts of the deeds of Osiris and Cetes, nor of how Osiris was betrayed by his blood brother, from whom he did not expect treachery, and slain at Nadid in Tawara. This was after he and those with him had been lured there and enclosed in battle. Though there had been much shedding of blood, Osiris still believed the best of men, but he was deceived. His body was dismembered and scattered, so that none should worship at his shrine, but this only spread goodness throughout the land. When his body was united, his spirit rose in greatness above all spirits. Cetes was later slain by Hori and now awaits men in the dawn halls where he bids them sit patiently, passive and at rest. Hori, too, awaits men there, but he says, "Arise, O glorious one, move and be active, for you are reborn." Man 33-36 Hori was the staff of his father, but he could not bring the people to walk in the way of light, therefore the light was withdrawn from them. He ever exhorted the people to change their ways, but they stopped their ears to his voice, his words were launched vainly on air. In the book of the bearers of light it is written of his efforts. Hori brought lasting peace to the lands of water and sand, and to their peoples, he gave long life and prosperity. The bounty of the waters was theirs, but still they gave no heed to his words of enlightenment, they declined the call to spiritual austerity and discipline. Thus, it came about that he brought before him the council of 24 and said, "Go, speed on your way. Send men through the length of the land, even unto the three peoples, and warn them lest they bring the wrath of the great God, he who is the eye of the dawning day, down upon their heads. Say unto them, forsake the paths of evil, turn aside from the byways of wickedness and cast down the shrines of false gods, who have misled you. Let their names be utterly obliterated from your hearts and cut out from the places where they are engraved. If upon you stop your ears to my words, so these things be not done, then the wrath of the great God shall surely come down upon you and due punishment meted out by the waters." Man 33-37 Thus spoke Hori, but his words were as good seed falling upon unwatered ground. Instead of plants, all manner of weeds sprang up to smother the tender shoots of the good seed even before they rose up into the sunlight. Then, he cried out to the enlightening God, "O great God, I have failed miserably in my task, and the people still walk perversely in the ways of wickedness. Their feet incline away from truth. Men have taken to every manner of wrongdoing and their lusts go unrestrained. The cities are steeped in iniquity, they are places where men practice every kind of abomination. Instead of the abode of glory, the bodies of men have become a lurking place for every kind of evil. O my God, where have I failed? What can I say to you? What can I do? Grant me an ear of understanding, O God." Man 33-38 The Spirit of God responded to the cry of Hori in this manner, "My son, take not unto yourself the blame for the iniquity of these perverse people. Leave them to steep in the brew of their wickedness, which they have prepared for themselves, for there is a point beyond which my administrators are not required to go. Leave the wicked, and gather the select few unto yourself, for thus it shall ever be. Many will cry at the gates, but few shall enter. Abandon the misled to their false shrines, for the day will dawn when all these shall be dust borne away on the wind. Even then, the words of truth shall remain unto men. Go, cherish the few and abandon the many. Hide the sacred mysteries in places, where they shall be least sought. Choose well those, who are of one thought with you. A roof is better supported upon a few sound pillars than on many unstable ones. Yet, the day is not far distant when many shall give ear to the words of wisdom, for if their ears are stopped they are lost. Those, from whom you incline your head, shall be removed from out of your sight, and they shall become lost and restless spirits. To you is given command of men, as he who fathered you is given command of spirits. Man 33:39 All things that God commanded, Hori did, and when at last he lay in the arms of the great bride, he knew that the foundation for the temple of truth was well and truly laid. In the book of the bearers of light is the supplication of Hori, Man 33:40 O ageless God of aging things, O constant one amid inconstancy, no mere words of mine can hope to make known the gratitude welling up as an everlasting spring within my heart. In the midst of my desolation, you brought me comfort, into the darkness of my spirit, you came as a comforting light. You led me forth when the wilderness shut me, and guided my feet when they became entangled in the chaos of waters. When my enemies descended upon the people to devour them, you scattered the foe like frightened asses fleeing before a lion. You have magnified me in the eyes of the faithful. I am made great even among the chosen. My people, you have made your people. Man 33:41 You have favored us among all others and have granted us a knowledge of your laws, that our way may not be undirected. You have taught us the performance of your statutes, that we might conform to your will. You have revealed to us the boundaries between light and darkness, between wisdom and ignorance, between the spirit and the mortal, between the sacred and the profane. You have set the faithful apart from all other people and revealed unto us our duties and obligations. Man 33:42 O our God, grant that the days allotted to us be days of peace and plenty. Show us yet more clearly the path of purity, that we fall not into the abyss of iniquity. In the vale of temptation, let us not stray from the path of righteousness, and in the wilderness of wickedness, let us not become lost. Man 33:43 Favor us with wisdom and skill, for if there be anything holy of earth within the grasp of man that is truly desirable, is it not skill and knowledge? Of all things outside of heaven these are most praiseworthy. Though these be not of the Spirit, grant them to us, O God, for you are the fount of all knowledge. Man 33:44 When we stray, as oft men do, let not the force that brings us back onto the path afflict us too much. We acknowledge our weaknesses with humility and our failings with repentance. When we wander, bring us back into the light of your laws, that we may not be swallowed up in the darkness of ignorance. Man 33:45 Forgive us our deeds of wickedness, pardon our transgressions, grant us reprieve from the effects of our wrongdoing. Give us, whatever this may entail, that which will benefit us the most spiritually. Teach us, O God, to accept with resignation the wondrous workings of your will. Everlasting glory is with you. Sanctity is yours, therefore, we honor you with submission and service. We, your servants, acknowledge our obligations. We, your children, declare our love and loyalty. Man 33:46 Hori died after the manner known and was buried in glory. There is no recounting of his deeds. Then there was peace throughout all the lands beside the Nile, and contentment reigned everywhere. Many great kings lived and ruled, and gradually, the light of truth was again revealed unto men. It never fails to appear when men are deserving. Is this not sufficient indication of the forbearance of God? Chapter 34 Annexed Scroll 2 Man 34:1 This is written on a scroll found in the temple of Athor-hara, the possession of Niti, a free woman of Pibes. Man 34:2 Then, there was peace throughout the land, and the two priesthoods dwelt together in tolerance, but, behold, the day came when the hearts of men turned again to strife. Then, the land was rent in twain, and the forces of the red reed crown strove against those of the white lily crown. Once, again the dark mists of ignorance descended to envelop the hearts of men. Again, the sacred shrines of truth were closed, and those who served truth withdrew behind the veil and were hidden from the eyes of those who would profane her. The whole land was torn apart, from upstream to downstream, from the right hand to the left of Egypt, there was strife. Man 34:3 Then came one who was mighty among men, one who also knew truth and saw the wickedness of the people. He was a declared one, for unless a man be such, he has no value among the chosen. He carried the sword among the striving peoples, and in his day, the might of Mantathra prevailed. The spirit of Hori, who took the land from Nama, and of Minis, who united it, were with him. Then, the lands of the north and the lands of the south were delivered into the hands of the king, and they became one. They were united, though they remained two. They were even as they had been before. Yet, the multitude declared themselves for the ways of the multitude, and the light of truth remained obscured behind the dusts raised by their dancing feet. Though peace and plenty reigned throughout the land, righteousness did not attend the throne of later kings. They ruled as kings, but the days of their rule were dark days of sorrow for the followers of truth. For they became few and feeble indeed. They were lost in the land. Again, as in other days, the high servant of the sacred mysteries, who held the key, commanded that the sacred shrines be closed. This was so that any knowledge of the great secrets should not pass into the possession of the unworthy multitude, which would profane them. Again, as has happened many times, the great light was removed from the midst of men. Man 34:4 Then came the year of the great flood of waters, though some say it was before these days, when the salt seas rose upon the east and covered the land. Men were warned beforehand by the shortening of the days of the years, and the 5 days now added to the days of the year are days of sorrow for the alteration of things. It is said that 7 days before the coming of the waters the sun appeared in a different quarter, but this is not easy to believe as the sun remains ever constant. The sailors of the king certainly departed for strange places during the chaos of waters, perhaps this was because the sun had left his steady course. Man 34:5 Kings came and departed to their place. They ministered unto the people according to the light revealed unto them. Most knew only the veiled truth. But in olden times, they were better kings than in later days. There were long generations of men who walked with wisdom, and among them was the generation of the first great master, he who established the brotherhood of the chosen ones of light. In those days men learned the rites for coming forth by day, but the inner wisdom was not declared before them. Yet they were days of wisdom, skill, and knowledge, but the knowledge of the Spirit still languished, and the sacred secrets remained hidden. In fact, never have they been revealed to the multitude of men, for never has the multitude of men been worthy. Man 34:6 Now men say that all the wisdom of those so wise availed them nothing. Have they not long gone down into dust? Have they not departed to the land of no return, to the place that may or may not be? Where is their memorial? Where their shrines? Can even their tombs be seen? Man 34:7 They say among themselves, as it will ever be said when men are deluded by their mortality, the life of man is short and uncertain, the one certainty in life being the approach of death. What awaits hereafter, no man can tell, for no man is known to have returned from out of his tomb. We are all the children of accident and mischance, and in a short generation shall be as though we had never been. Our bodies shall harden and be ground to dust, and the fire of our hearts shall burn itself out and turn to ashes. Our shade will hover for its day and then be wafted away on the wind, and as the waters come and go, our name will pass from the memories of men forever. The works of man shall pass away like the shadow of a cloud upon the sand, and his life will vanish like the dew of morning that disappears in the heat of the rising sun. What are the days of joyful man, but the shadow of a shadow, and he passes away to an end from which there is no returning. He goes out through a door which is immediately shut, and there is no way back. Man 34:8 They say, Come, therefore, and let us be joyful, let us cast aside the long face of learning and the melancholy face of discipline. Let us enjoy the good things of life, which are all about us. Let us take no thought for an uncertain future, where is the profit in that? Let us eat and drink to fullness, let us grant our bodies all means of satisfaction. Let no means of pleasure and enjoyment pass us by, but whatever comes our way, let us make the best of our lot in life. Let us turn our backs on all doctrines of the Spirit, for they deny us much. Let us give full rein to all our senses and feelings, and let them serve the end. We will take no heed of the poor and helpless, for where is the benefit in this? What have we to fear from them, we who are strong? Let the widow weep alone, for why should her sorrow disturb us? Let us avoid the encumbrances of the aged and maimed. Let us use our strength to obtain all we need for our own well-being. Let our strength provide the rule and establish the right. Let strength and power, riches and position alone be valued, and let the weak and the feeble survive as they may. Perhaps, in our generosity, we will spare them a few crumbs or bestow upon them the things we do not need. Let us take no more of their criticism and their objections. Have they more swords than we have? Are we to be overawed by a God whom they cannot produce? Man 34:9 Such are the things spoken by men today, and if they declare them inly, they hide them in their hearts. This is their law, their way of life, be the law declared before men or hidden in shame. The life of their years cannot answer them, for the answer lies hidden in the life of ages. Gold is not gathered by the wayside. Man 34:10 Yet, the wisdom of our fathers did avail them, whatever is said in the streets today. They have indeed left a memorial worthy of reverence, and they are not without shrines. The wise words they spoke have not gone down to be eaten by dust, nor have they been carried away on the wings of the wind. As for the enlightened ones, who passed among the people and strengthened them since the days when the gods walked with men, their names have become lasting even though they themselves have gone. They did not make themselves tombs of stone and memorials of metal, nor did they desire them. They were unable to leave them for their estates to their children. Some were unable even to leave an heir alive. Nevertheless, they made heirs for themselves among those who study their writings, and they have left treasures of wisdom for their estates. Their memorials are the words which came from their mouths and remain still alive on the tongues of men. Books of wisdom are the heritage they have handed on, and they forged the frail reed into a mighty weapon. Where are their like today? Men sneer at the achievements of the past, at the greatness that has gone, but are these not achievements and greatness they cannot themselves hope to emulate? If men have climbed high today, did they themselves build the stairway, or was it erected by the labors of those long gone? Was not the first step laid down in ages long past? Is the first step of least importance? Is the foundation any weaker than the superstructure, even the superstructure? Yes, the great men of wide wisdom have gone, they are forgotten, yet through the greatness of their works, they are honored, and their spirit moves among us still. The chords they struck still echo within our hearts. Man 34:11 Where, today, are the rulers and princes this land once knew? Where are similar officials to be found? Today, bribery creeps behind the seats of judgment, corruption lurks on the right hand, and perjury sneaks around to the left. What of the flow of fine words that accompany a magistrate to his seat of appointment? What have these noble utterances become but a more meaningless babble? Yet are they not a glorious thing capable of moving the hearts of men with their inspiring message of hope in the ultimate attainment of justice? Let them be recorded for all time. Man 34:12 He who is pure of hands forth. He utters the words that have come from the temple of Mant. Those with panther skins bear the symbols of authority. These words are spoken. You are the ever faithful servant of truth, the humble one who begs her for guidance. You are not the Lord of justice but one who ever seeks it with humility and perseverance, praying it will bless your decisions. You are henceforth one whose words are heavy with authority, whose eyes see without prejudice and whose ears are closed to intolerance. Your thoughts are clear and clean, your heart is pure. It is free of all malice, and to you, a vindictive verdict will be an abomination. The mantle of wisdom rests on your shoulders and the robe of learning is your garment. Your tongue is the servant of truth and the sword of justice. Your mouth is the shrine of honor and the cave of retribution. Your heart is the temple of purity and the storehouse of wise judgments from the past. Man 34:13 Justice will ever be your guiding light and rule, it will lead you even to the appointed place before the mother of the king. Wherever you go, uprightness will take command. You will wield the sword of justice without fear, you will bear it before the sight of all men. You will carry it to the rich and powerful, to the poor and lowly, without discrimination. You will strike down all merchants of falsehood, all fork-tongued deceivers, all who bear false witness or break the statutes of the king. Let wickedness perish in the sands. Man 34:14 Justice is not a thing less than the measure, but that which fills it to overflowing. It exceeds the bounds of mortal requirements. It endures everlastingly and is not denied one who is entombed. It passes over with the spirit to bear wit. It is the great brightener. It is not a thing bought and sold. Justice cannot be bartered. Man 34:15 Be ever above price. One worthy of the greatness you reflect on earth, one ever above mundane things. Be not as the ferryman who demands payment before his task is fulfilled, who bears upon the water the man who makes payment and no other. Be as the sun, whose brightness seeks out every nook and cranny and pours light into their hidden gloom. Be one who shines among men to lighten their days. Spread uprightness and honesty across the two lands, as the sunshine spreads brightness and warmth. Cover the land with goodness, as the rising waters cover it with fertility. Fill the land with strength, as the north wind fills it with contentment. Man 34:16 Guard your heart, as a father guards his daughter, as a mother guards her baby, for it is the stronghold of integrity. Be vigilant concerning every deed, for the eyes of men are ever upon you, the life you live is not yours alone. You are the image, which men will imitate, and you are before every eye. The blowing wind will open its ear at your windows and spread wide its report. The flowing waters beside your door will uncover their eyes and carry what they behold through the land. Your position makes you a supporting pillar of the government, if the pillars be rotten, the roof crashes. Your responsibilities will beset your life with care, the road you journey is stony and encompassed with pitfalls and thorns. The cup you drink will be more often bitter than sweet. Man 34:17 Though you will judge all men impartially, do not, in your diligence, incline towards the poor and unprotected because they are such. Your duty is to see that all things are done according to the statutes of the king, in the manner in which they have been done previously. You are not wise enough to set aside the wisdom of the past. Every man must be dealt with as though he stood before you naked and unknown. Let he who is permitted entry into your courtyard be as he who is left standing outside the gate, and your decisions must be given with indifference, as to whether they serve him well or ill. Man 34:18 Such were the words uttered at the installation of an official empowered to give judgment. In other days, such words were honored and adhered to, now they are ignored. Now justice lies buried in a tomb of past precedents, swathed in mummy bandages of formality. It consists of the impartial, heartless administration of the recorded statutes, rather than the redress of injustice. Where has the glory gone? All is lifeless, all is dead. The hands that guide are dead, the hands that rule are dead. Man 34:19 Men may ask, in days yet to dawn, how it came about that the flame of glory died in Egypt, how her grandeur passed away into dust. How, when man had climbed so high, he could climb no longer. But there is no simple cause, the seeds of degeneration lie dormant in every nation, in every man. As the man, so the nation. These seeds are as weeds, which spring up when the cultivated soil is neglected, when it is tended with indifference. The road to greatness is, for nations as for each man, a hard and stony one. Greatness is a gift requiring constant effort to retain. When men decline the effort, greatness departs. Greatness and glorying within will abide only in the habitations of the worthy. They depart when no longer treated as honored guests. What are justice and truth today? They are no more than words mumbled by the lips, but once, they were an inextinguishable flame burning within the hearts of men. What is left of honor when men cease to regard it as more than an empty symbol? It is like the lyre in the hands of a man with blistered fingers, or as the flute played by one with scabby lips. The instruments remain, but where are the musicians? Without the musicians, where are the melodies? Man 34:20 In the land of Egypt, periods of righteousness have come and gone like ripples passing over a quiet pond. There have been periods of material greatness, ripples of longer duration, but they have not been at one with the ripples of righteousness. Throughout all times, there have been two visible, that of the high of worship, with their many variations, that of the highborn and that of the people. Now, they have been blended for many generations. The worship of the high God and the knowledge of the sacred mysteries, kept hidden by the enlightened ones and the twice-born, were behind both and veiled within them. Where else could these things be better concealed? Man 34:21 The house of the hidden places was established 50 generations before the reign of the mighty one, who was Pharaoh, and in those days, the high God was known to men and was revealed even after. But 20 generations before the evil Amulka descended like locusts upon the land, there was strife most grievous. This is set forth in the scroll belonging to Kabitkant, son of Nemuroth, copied from an old writing copied from another which was the property of a temple in Pinhamur. It says, the twin powers drawn down about themselves and grew ever stronger. Even as waters are dammed to be drawn upon, so was the united power built up into a reserve of force. A storehouse of strange energy was prepared. The thoughts of Setra ever turned about within himself, and behold, the day came when he believed the secret key to be his, the key that would open the inner chamber of sacred mysteries. Yet he made the mistake of all such men down through the ages, unaware that his very unworthiness forbade his admittance into the inner mysteries. That though he could deceive himself and others, he could not deceive the inner guardians. It is true that some who were admitted to the outer chamber were indiscreet and spoke carelessly before the ears of unadmitted men. It is ever thus when goodness is not persecuted, for goodness blooms best in the barren soil of intolerance and injustice. Anyway, in this manner the seeds of strife and suffering were sown. Then, Setra conceived a plan, whereby the multitude would be admitted to participate in the sacred mysteries hitherto kept exclusive for the worthy ones among men. He gathered together a following of his own from among the people and promised, in return for their devotion, that the knowledge of sacred things hitherto kept from them should now become available. He called those who followed him the enlightened ones of the gods. Naturally, such folly could have but one outcome, for the experience of ages has shown that sacred things cannot be revealed to the profane. Not only would the things revealed be disdained by the ignorant, as swine would trample pearls underfoot to gobble up a handful of filth, but the multitude in its sinfulness would destroy the delicate beauty of the hidden mysteries. Like goats devouring hangings of artistically patterned loveliness, they would decide that the gross things to which they were accustomed were more satisfying. Man 34:22 The new teachings grew in strength and spread throughout the whole land. They went from city to city gaining followers in every one. The multitude is ever powerful, therefore, he who controls it by whatever means is himself powerful. Thus it came about that eventually, Setra was able to challenge the authority of the twice-born. This authority was always vulnerable, as it sought to rule by wisdom and goodness rather than by power and subtlety. Only when wisdom and goodness rule the wise and good, can such rule succeed. Such time may never come. Man 34:23 Though the followers of Setra could not discover the higher secrets, they learned the lower ones, and these were twisted to their own ends. Thus was developed the worship of dark spirits, a vile and poisonous thing that perverted the thoughts of the people and led them away from the path of spirituality. They strayed into all manner of strange and corrupting byways. Then, their hearts hardened by earthly sordidness, they rose up, clamoring for the blood of the righteous ones. Man 34:24 Now, Setra gained the ear of the king and, pouring in a flood of venom wrapped up in fine speech, he overwhelmed the heart of his majesty. None in the land had a tongue more subtle than that of Setra. Then, new shrines were set up in the temples, new forms of worship appeared, pandering to the weaknesses of men. The hidden places of the enlightened ones were profaned with wickedness, and the secret chambers of the twice-born were polluted with vile rites. Therefore, the enlightened ones and the twice-born withdrew from the eyes and knowledge of men. Their day was yet to dawn, but none among them would ever have thought that never in Egypt would that day be. Yet dawn, it will, even though it be in some strange land, where the ways of men are different, and in some manner inconceivable to men of our times. Will they be people such as we? O my land, having known you, how strange all others appear! Away from you, I will be as a fish cast up onto dry land. Man 34:25 In the temples dedicated to many different gods, the forms of worship were subtly changed to serve another end. The servants of the Dark Ones were able to display wonders before the multitude, but these wonders were works of deceit. They revealed mysteries, but the mysteries were not the most sacred ones, these were never known by any likely to betray them. The thoughts of the people were poisoned. All manner of rites aimed at satisfying carnal cravings were introduced. Simple, satisfying answers were given to content the hearts of the people, and all manner of rewards were promised. For payment made, men were promised forgiveness of even the most grievous wickednesses. It is well that the ears of the dumb gods were unhearing, or they would have been deafened by the clamor of pleas for petty things. The servants of the Dark Ones left not even the dead to rest in peace, but sought to satisfy the living with words from beyond the tomb. Even the blood of men was offered in dark places, while in others of greater evil, men, yes, and even children, were tormented to give pleasure. Such is the nature of men when the scales weigh down against righteousness. Man 34:26 The hosts of the Dark Ones were well skilled in battle, and they drove out all those who stood against them. The forces of righteousness were scattered. The sacred shrines, which stood full of truth, were spoiled. The ornaments of beauty and the sacred vessels were taken away to be profaned by sin-soiled hands. The enlightened ones and the twice-born were hunted down like beasts of the chase. They were slain and buried in the ground like dogs. Their resting places remained unmarked and unattended. Man 34:27 The leader of the light cried out, O great God, what can I do? How shall your servants be saved? What shall be done unto those who have profaned your sacred shrines? What can I do to turn back the rising waters of iniquity and temper the wild winds of wickedness? How can the black cloud of ignorance be lifted? What shall be the just reward of those who have slain the faithful? The voice coming forth by the Spirit of God said, Concern yourself not with those who have persecuted you, leave them to follow the path of their own choice. Vengeance is with me, I will measure without stint. Justice never sleeps and never forgets, the reward of the wicked awaits them. In the hall of no hiding place justice will speak the final word. Man 34:28 The leader of light and those with him fled into the land beyond Sheri and built there the temple in the rock, which stands against Shinnah. In this land, the forces of the Dark Ones were cast back, yet still, some among the faithful beseeched their God to save them. Thus it has ever been, this is the nature of man that in his hour of distress he cries out to God in bitterness of heart, and they who deserted God in better times expect him to turn towards them. Yet such is the nature of God that this he would do, were it to the good of men, which it is but rarely. In the land of Egypt, the great shrines were deserted by the enlightened ones and abandoned by truth. They became places of darkness. They were as lamps without flame, as fields without crops, as wells without water. Man 34:29 The generation of those days passed down into dust, their spirit arose in the everlasting halls, to stand before the inescapable one. Then, in the generation of Paopha, the name of Osirah began to be known in the land, and for 12 generations, it grew in greatness. The Apura departed, the Amalekah came. 10 generations entered into their eternal habitations, and Tathemasus came, to make the name of Egypt known throughout all the lands. He, too, could no more stay the hand of decay than could the meanest slave. Then, in his day Nabihatan came to rule in the land of Egypt. Man 34:30 While he was still a child and yet at nurse, the young woman who tended him at night took a man in lust without attending to her purification. Therefore, when she came back nigh unto the sleeping prince, she broke the protective wall about his sleeping place. Thus, a formless one came up from out of its lair beside the flaming lake and entered the bedchamber. Because the young woman was like as she was, it could not be seen by her. It was a formless, flowing thing that spread itself out in the darkness, to slink across the floor. Its fluted snout was in the midst of a face twisted backwards, like all its kind. It raised an awful mouth up to kiss the sleeping child, and the child was stricken. Man 34:31 In the morning, the child's body was consumed with an inner fire lit the night before, and the breath of life struggled against the occupying demon to enter the body. In those days, there lived a great physician named, and he drew out the demon with things of power, and doused the fire with impregnated water. None but the greatest of physicians could have released a tongue from the grip of the demon. Yet, this was done by Mahu. Man 34:32 Perhaps it is well to give a fuller account of this pharaoh, not as a matter of history, this I am not competent to record, but to show what can happen when those unqualified seek to reveal the light. Also the perils that can attend such folly. Man 34:33 Nabihatan rose to rule while still very young, and though it is said that he died in the grip of a demon, with blood welling up from within his mouth, the other version, that he died a tombless wanderer, seems more probable, for it is so written on the tablets of Amun. Man 34:34 In the days of his father, the enlightened ones had regained strength in the land of Egypt, though they remained a hidden force, and all their deeds were secret. Nevertheless, they were not unknown to the priesthoods, which were then strong, though they were regarded with much disfavor. In those days, the charges made against the enlightened ones were that they stirred up the lowly against the powerful. That they tried to turn the land over, to change that, which had ever been. Therefore, those who knew the great God dwelt in seclusion and hiding. Their names were unknown, their faces unseen. Man 34-35 The mother of Nabihatan was Toi, one of the chosen ones. In those days there were still 4 ranks of the faithful, the twice-born, the enlightened ones, the chosen ones and the dwellers in light. Among the dwellers in light, there were seekers in light and laborers in light. Even then as now. The wife of Pharaoh, though of high blood, was no more than half Egyptian, her ways were strange. While he had still not come to manhood, the mother of Pharaoh taught him the ways of light. She revealed many of its secrets, probably without proper authority, though this cannot be known. However, though the leader of light in Egypt was never far removed from the Pharaoh, only during days in the far distant past were the kings numbered among the enlightened. Only in the days of true greatness, days long gone down into dust, days long forgotten in the land. Yet ever, we have hoped. The kings bred for goodness, the families reared to conserve spirituality, were swayed between 2 influences, that of the spiritually inspired ones and that of the earthly orientated ones. Earthly conditions being what they are, and the purpose of earth being what it is, it was too early in the generations of men to expect goodness to triumph. It is in this that the forces of good are confounded, they anticipate too easy a victory. Yet, though the pestle grinds slowly, it grinds with every blow. Man 34-36 It was the wife of Pharaoh who influenced him to disclose some of the mysteries, which, since the time just mentioned, had been completely withdrawn and very carefully hidden. Thus, though the forces of evil had prevailed in the land, they had not uncovered the inner shrine of the sacred mysteries. Such mysteries as they had discovered proved of little value to them and were soon so distorted and perverted as to be useless. The great secret of how to penetrate the barrier between the 2 spheres of mortal and spirit was still completely secured. If nothing else, its very dangers would have safeguarded it. Man 34-37 Actually, though it is said that secret mysteries were disclosed, this did not happen. All that did happen was that Pharaoh used the knowledge he had to try and give the people a greater insight into the way of light, the true way. As is ever done, he veiled the all-consuming brilliance of truth, leaving just sufficient glimmer to light the way, to become a beacon. Nabihatan himself saw the truth but dimly, for though he tried he failed to meet the tests of an enlightened one. Perhaps it was this that inclined him away from the faithful. How many, when they discover what the knowledge of truth entails, falter on the path? Man 34-38 The Pharaoh, the great one of Egypt, was ill-formed in body, he was subject to uncontrolled trances unproductive of any vision. This was because at such times his spirit would withdraw, thus permitting a dark one to enter its seat. He would fall down upon the ground, and the demon spume would issue from his mouth. Therefore, at such times, he had to be kept from the eyes of the people, lest they were seized with the fear of demons devastating the land and sapping its fertility. Yet not everything could be kept hidden from the people, for the Pharaoh lived as the fish within the garden pool. Therefore, the people learned of his grievous wickedness and turned from him. Nevertheless, it was not as bad as the marketplace chatter stated. This Pharaoh had many powerful opponents in high places, the tales are much exaggerated. Some, not knowing the inside of the pot, declared him to be the very light of goodness. Perhaps the truth is that in him, good and evil swung out to the extremes of the balances. Yet weighed one against the other, evil bore down no more in him than in the case of those with much less evil in the scales and much less good to counterbalance it. Man 34-39 The son of Nabihatan, one conceived in wickedness, was slain in battle, therefore, the younger son, one also born of the union of evil, became king in Egypt in his day. While yet young, he became a follower of the new rites of mystery, which his father had set up in imitation of the mysteries of the hidden God. These new rites were, themselves, hidden within a new form of worship set up by Nabihatan. Of themselves, these were not things of wickedness, but they inclined too far towards ritual which was feudal and ceremonial that was purposeless. Though the new mysteries served to spiritualize and could awaken the spirit, they went just so far and could go no further. They led to a dead end. They went as far as the grim threshold, but could not lead beyond it. As far as the faithful were concerned, the setting up of a new form of worship made little difference to their position in the land, but they did attempt to draw the young prince wholly within their fold. Because of his manner of life, the king, his father, was precluded from this. Man 34:40 I will go back to when the father of Nabihatan, a man of great valor, much beloved by the people, became feeble through a wound that troubled him in his old age. It was then that his queen, the noble Toi, priestess of the faithful, urged him to send for the young prince Nabihatan, though he was not then so called, to become his staff and take up some of the burden. In this manner it was hoped to secure the throne of Egypt once more for one of the faithful, an end towards which the faithful had long labored. Man 34:41 Undoubtedly, the enlightened ones and the chosen ones from among the faithful played some part in the introduction of the new form of worship, but unfortunately, they were not equal to the opportunities of the times. This is an instance when too much concern with spirituality, too little interest and involvement in mortal affairs, can prove a fatal handicap. The lesson to be learned from this, the whole purpose of its telling, is that at all times, a good balance must be maintained between spirituality and earthly existence. However great the spiritual goal ahead, nevertheless at present, our feet are firmly bound to earth. Whatever the eyes behold, it must not blind men to the pitfalls before their feet. To say, as many have, that the new form of worship clashed with the old established worship of Amun, is true in part only. The hopes of the faithful were nurtured in both and could have been a reconciling force, weak in power and numbers though it might have been. Superficially, and among the mass of lesser priests and followers in the two beliefs, there was antagonism and strife. While the flame of Aten waned, the sun of the new form of worship rose. But it was the popularity of Queen Toi among the people, her wisdom and insight, that enabled the young prince to maintain his place at the king's right hand and share the royal symbols, despite hostility by the priests of Amun. Had he dutifully followed the path of the true way, all would have been well. Perhaps, and this seems more likely, he did not quite understand it. Probably his intentions were good, but good intent is not sufficient. Good intent is nullified by lack of wisdom and knowledge and confounded unless supported by example and deeds. It is not sufficient for a man to proclaim a way of life for others, unless he lives according to its principles, himself. Too often have men tried to direct others along a path they are reluctant to tread themselves. This is not the least of hypocrisies. Man 34:42 When his father died, the young king Nabihatan ruled in equality with his mother, they shared the royal seat and symbols, but he acted in a manner unbefitting a son. Inclined away from the high-born ladies of royal blood, his interests were not those of a pharaoh, and this caused the hearts of those who opposed him to rise in hope. It also isolated him from the faithful, who would have been his most ardent supporters, though their loyalty remained with the queen. Man 34:43 When their pharaoh showed no inclination to marry, and strange rumors were heard about him in the streets and marketplaces, the people became disturbed and uneasy. Also, the high-born ones about him, the court officials, the princes and governors of the land, were perturbed at his interest in the mistress of songstresses at the temple of Amun in Victory. The faithful were perturbed also, for within this temple was one of their secret shrines. This could have been the turning point for the faithful in Egypt, had the king been other than he was, for there were several princesses of the royal blood numbered among them. As it was, the faithful were antagonized. Man 34:44 The new form of worship introduced by this pharaoh was simple enough. Outwardly, it had all the symbols and ceremonial beloved by the people, with sufficient substance in it to attract the spiritually inclined. It could have formed a fitting gateway to the path of the true way, another light guiding men along the road to the embarkation port for truth. Behind the symbols and ceremonial, the pharaoh worshipped the spirit behind the sun, the spirit of light and life as a direct, fully conscious member outflowing from the great God behind all. The king, however, being cut off in the midst of his instruction, perceived the road but dimly. There is little doubt of his genuine desire to bring the true light to the people, but he was not wise enough to know, firstly, that one who brings light must be one in whom light burns brightly, and secondly, that the multitude cannot be exposed to its unveiled brightness with impunity. The king, severed from his weaknesses, could have been a truly great ruler, a steady light before the eyes of men, the guide to a new age for the people of the land. But he was one who cast heavily on both arms of the balances. Man 34:45 Nabi Haytan knew enough of the secret mysteries to realize that he would need a new place of worship, uncontaminated by previous concentration of the twin powers, if he were to succeed in opening even the first door. Therefore, he moved his court to a new city, within which was a temple outwardly dedicated to the new light, which he enshrined before the place of flame. It was a sanctum for those, whom he called the awakeners of the spirit to light. From this we get the expression, light within the light behind the light, used even to this day. The priests of Amun were impoverished to pay for the new city. Man 34:46 The king had a son by the lady of songstresses, one destined for greatness, though his greatness was not perceived by the eyes of men. When, later, this son was exiled to wander in strange places, his mother cast herself into the arms of Sebuk, but this is something, the telling of which has no place here. However, with the removal of the king's household to the new city, its power was diminished, the people under the two crowns became divided against themselves. The rulers became unsettled in their posts, and there were revolts in the colonies towards the east. It was a time of unease because of the dispersion of the power. Now also, because of the most grievous wickedness of the pharaoh, all the protecting divinity of his blood, which, though diminished by the generations of willfulness yet remained potent, was dissipated. Thus, all the land suffered and was restless. Man 34:47 Then it was that some of the faithful from the city of the old royal residence, not from the new one as told, contacted the eyes and the ears of the king, so that the pharaoh was counseled to take himself a wife. In this manner alone could the clamor of the people be stilled and their hearts put at ease. It was then that the high priest at the temple of the visible light, by a cunning move, brought the young princess called Nefer, in our tongue, before Pharaoh. She was a temple maiden, daughter of a king, and one devoted to the great God in silence. Man 34:48 Pharaoh took her to wife, but he showed her little affection, though she was not unbeautiful, even if with a beauty not of this land. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the people, the marriage appeared successful enough, though perhaps the outward display of affection was overdone. Still the queen, being more frail than Egyptian women, could bear only daughters. There is another reason for this, but it cannot be gone into here with propriety. It is something between women. Things were not as they appeared, and Nefer despised the king in her heart for his secret wickedness. Man 34:49 I have mentioned the surviving son of the king, one born under the darkest cloud, the secret of whose ill-omened birth had been unrevealed, though it was known to a few. Some of these were antagonistic to the new form of worship proclaimed by the king, and they used this knowledge to their own advantage. I have also mentioned another son, one born to the lady of songstresses, and he was bound to a different destiny altogether. Man 34:50 The son born to Pharaoh by the lady of songstresses was also born to high estate through her. I will not record his name, lest even now it be used with evil intent, for it is a name of power. I will not disclose his titles but call him just what he was, the master. Man 34:51 When the master was born, Pharaoh was quite indifferent towards him, though, through the nature of his blood, he was not unexposed to danger. The account of how the child was stolen from the temple garden by the priests of Amun, how it was rescued by a Syrian in the services of Nefer, disguised as a woman vendor of spices, and Celtis, a captain of craft, is known and need not be retold. However, though it is true that the child was carried away by a vessel, he was not taken to the lands of the Henbu. He was not brought up in the household of the captain of craft. The child was left at the temple of Anther in splendor, where sweet waters kiss the bitter, and brought back to the city of the horizon at dawning. Later, both child and mother were taken into the royal household, for the two women had long been friends, even before Nefer became queen. Yet Pharaoh knew not that the man-child within the household of Nefer was his, for the tale had been put about that the son of the lady of songstresses was dead. Thus, even in the shadow of the royal household, the master grew up to walk in the path of truth. Man 34:52 Now, as the years went down into dust, the land of Egypt crumbled and began to fall apart. Nefer, because she followed the pure light, could not dwell with Pharaoh while the life he led was an abomination against purity. She was an ever-faithful one, though in her disgust, she must have been tempted to be otherwise. The queen removed herself and her household in the 15th year of the reign of Nabihatan. It was then put about, by those who licked the feet of Pharaoh, that she was a fickle woman of wanton ways. They said she was an adulteress and called upon her beauty to bear witness against her. What they said was false. It is equally false that all beautiful women are fickle and wanton. True, such women may be subjected to greater temptations, but if they resist these, are they not so much the greater? Are they not so much more what a beautiful woman should be, the true inspiration of men? Surely there can be no doubt that the Pharaoh was abnormal, for how could any but an abnormal one treat such a woman thus? Nefer sought refuge in Lebedus, where there was a secret shrine to the great god, and resigned herself to a life of great virtue. With her went the master, then on the threshold of manhood, but his true mother did not go with them. Man 34:53 Without the temple gates at Lebedus, beneath a sycamore tree, dwelt a three-eyed man, Heppo, one who could foreknow the future, who had the gift of far-seeing, but he was aged and infirm. One day, the master chanced to pass that way, and he came upon Heppo as some youths mocked him and cast sand upon his head. Then, the heart of the master was filled with wrath and, taking up the staff of Heppo which lay upon the ground, he laid it on the backs of the youths and they were discomfited. When they had fled, he succored the old man and, returning into the city, brought forth food, so that Heppo ate and was made content. Then, the master sat at the feet of Heppo and heard his words, for they were words of wisdom and truth. Heppo was one who knew the mystery of the great God and the secrets of the hidden places, for he was one of the twice-born. Thus, the master became the old man's staff. Eventually, the day came when the two journeyed to a secret place within the wilderness, so that the master might approach the threshold. Man 34:54 When Nefer left, wickedness consumed good in Nabihatan, and the chambers of his heart lay open and unprotected. Then a dark one entered into him and drove him out into the barren places of the wilderness. It is said, and Pharaoh fled through the wilderness, uttering horrible cries and howling as dogs howl, so that all men departed from him in fear. Thus it came about that Nabihatan came upon Heppo and the master as they sat beneath the shade of a rock in the heat of the day, and the tongue of the king was blackened with the fire of the dark one that held him. Man 34:55 Heppo cooled the fire within the king and expelled the dark in his roan, so that the king was made whole again. Then, they went, the three of them, to the place, where the fighting men of Pharaoh were encamped, the king riding upon an ass. When the king was again bedecked in his royal garments and girded with the symbols of power, he gave Heppo a place of honor, and the master dwelt at the gate of Pharaoh. Man 34:56 Within the city of the horizon at dawning was the temple of the sun's dawning, at which Nabi-Haton officiated as high priest, but after his return with Heppo, he built a residential temple upriverwards, called the sun's blessing. Some men have called it the temple of the blessing of light. This was erected in 3 courts, one of which was called Nefer's memory, a place dedicated to womanly virtues. There, when she came of age, his daughter by Nefer, a maiden called Meriton, was consecrated in service. There is a description of this maiden in a scroll kept at the shrine dedicated to the martyred maidens of chastity, at Nomen, the city of forgotten wickednesses. It says, "As I stood before the gate called Treasurer of Life, on one pillar, of which was in the young graved the words, when the eyes see, the ears hear, and the nose smells, they transmit to the spirit, that it understands. I saw the young daughter of the king. She was not tall or fat, and her feet were delicately formed. Her curls were long, but tied back from her face and anointed with sweetly fragrant oils. She passed close by, and I noticed her garments gave out a delicate perfume. Her eyes were large and unusually long-lashed. Her glance was soft and restrained, her whole bearing, modest. Her skin was lighter than the pale copper of Ascant, like the cherished ostrich egg, soft as the finest oil. Her nose was perhaps slightly larger than usual, but fine and delicately formed. Her mouth was small, though the lips were full, and even then, tantalizing with secret promise. About was a circlet of gold, and she wore a necklace of gold and blue stones. She was clad in a pure garment of fine linen fringed above and below with blue and red. Upon it were workings of gold ornamentation. On her arms were bracelets of burnished copper interwoven with gold and silver. She had just come from the sacred grove, and the glistening dew of morning still dampened the lower fringe of her robe. In one hand, she carried 2 small bells of copper, and in the other, a small hammer of gold. Man 34:57 Such was the daughter of the king. Yet among all the high-born ones throughout the long length of the fertile lands threaded like a necklace upon the Nile, there was no man to truly love her. Certainly, many desired her, but who among them could say it was for herself alone, desirable as she was in the eyes of any man? No, she would have gone to her marriage bed unloved as a woman should be loved, a pawn in the game of power, a sacrifice at the altar of ambition, a chattel bought as a means of winning favor in the eyes of the ruler. Would not her fate have been better, had she been born to a herdsman? Or were she the daughter of a craftsman? Then she could have delighted in the kiss of the hot sun and the caress of the cool breeze. She could have been loved and wanted for herself alone. Such, however, was not her fate, all things she could have but this. Man 34:58 It was after the consecration of Meriton that the eyes of Nabi-Haton wandered towards her lustfully, but perhaps, to do him justice, he should not be judged by the same standards as other men. He was the Pharaoh of Egypt, who, according to ageless tradition, was above wrongdoing. There is not much doubt but that, at this time, he was under the control of either a demon or a dark one, which had taken possession of his heart. Also, he had been brought up to a code, where inter-family love and marriage were accepted as the rule, where the sanctity of the royal blood and the need for its conservation in purity was believed in as a law. Then, too, despite his unnatural longings, which he lacked the strength to control and subdue, there is no doubt that he could and did experience extremely deep feelings of affection. He also had an unusually strong, perhaps overwhelming appreciation of beauty, as can be seen by any of his writings still in existence, though few remain of the great many there once were, and these ever in danger. Anyway, he did take his daughter in awful wickedness, his evil thoughts displaying themselves uncontrollably. Now he took no care to hide them. Throughout, with the new city he caused the name of Nefer to be struck out, and the name of Meriton was put in its place. Man 34:59. Perhaps the best indication of his state of mind is shown in the prayer he composed for the offering ceremony at the festival of the inturning year. With this sacred outpouring, we sanctify you, great God of golden goodness. Upon your altar, we offer pure butter, cakes of broken barley, fresh meat of clean beasts, dark bread and honey in 3 shades. 2 kinds of beer and dark wine poured out before you. Now, we open our mouths in praise, Eternal One overlooking heaven and earth. This we do, not for ourselves alone, but also for the sanctified dead. Humbly we come before you, humbly we offer our meager sacrifice and humbly we receive the gracious gifts, which grant us our sustenance day to day, and even greater gifts beyond our understanding. We thank you for the peace filling the land with contentment. Teach us the meaning of your laws, which we cannot understand. Look down upon us with benevolent kindness when we err. Permit us to assist in accomplishing your will. O Lady of Loveliness, coming forth from your place of vigil, O Lady of Protection, coming forth with your maiden attendants, speak for me with the tongue of simplicity and the heart of purity. O dedicated maiden, be my mouthpiece in the inner shrine. O sanctified one, be the listening ear before my people. Let your goodness shine upon us, as the glory above shines upon earth. O pacify any wrath that rises in the glorious heart of heat. I know not all the weaknesses and wickednesses of my heart, I who am mortally blind and mortally frail. I know not all the impure longings that possess me, I who am mortally blind and mortally frail. I sought for help, but it came not. I wept, but there was none to comfort me. In the night, I cried for succor, but none answered. I who am great, have less than the least. O Lady of Loveliness, intercede for me in purity and devotion. Never before had such a prayer been offered in sight of the people by a pharaoh, and the people murmured that divinity had departed from the king. Man 34:60. Nabihatan, Pharaoh of Egypt, was a strange mixture of goodness and wickedness, both carried to their extreme. I know not what his form will be in the place where the Spirit stands forth in its true aspect. Certainly, we are taught that goodness cannot entirely obliterate the evil effects of wickedness. Yet how much was the king really to blame? How much can be laid at the door of his affliction, how much apportioned to the demons in his limbs? How much to the dark ones that possessed him? These things are beyond judgment by mere mortal men. They can be properly dealt with only by a higher judge, an infallible reader of hearts. Man 34:61. Although it had been accepted that the kindred of the pharaoh could intermarry, any union between parent and child was absolutely forbidden. This law from days long past was still binding, though the law which decreed that any one of royal blood suffering a demon-induced deformity or becoming possessed by a dark one should be given the draught of death, was no longer enforced. This proves how evil ensues when old and trusted laws established by the wise ones of old are cast aside. It is folly to thoughtlessly discard that which has ever served well. Man 34:62. Now, when Pharaoh took Meriton in grievous wickedness, the people murmured, but none arose among them to do more, for such is not the custom of the land. Toi, the great and good, who had lapsed into but one form of wickedness, was no longer there to restrain him. Nor in all probability, could she have done anything, for he was Pharaoh. But when it came to the ears of Heppo, he took himself into the wilderness and fasted there for 7 days. He then returned and gained audience with Nabihatan. Man 34:63. Heppo went before Pharaoh, and there, in the midst of his court, he denounced him. These were the words issuing from the mouth of Heppo, as set down by the attending scribe: O great and mighty Pharaoh, where once the storm wind raged, there is now a gentle breeze. Where once const the diligent shepherd stood, now a musician sits and idly plays. The land is no more as it was, and no man remains content within his dwelling. The north wind has ceased to enter the land, and the south wind eats it up. A heavy hand lies on the hearts of men, and their limbs are sluggish, they are languid and move no longer, as once they did. Wherefore has all this come about, the people ask, and I answer them truly, it is because the protective power has departed from the blood of the Pharaoh, it is because of the iniquity in the palace. This is a time of woe. These things I have spoken before the eyes and ears of Pharaoh, beyond the palace gates. Yet, it is not in me to leave them unsaid before the face of the king himself. Where is the Great One, who sets goodness in the place of wickedness? Where is he, who replaces injustice with justice, who hears the cry of the lowly? Who causes right to prevail in the land? Where is he? I look, and I look in vain. I see only one, who has defiled the protective treasures, the glory of Egypt, with iniquity. I see only one, who has polluted the pure stream with the sewage of evil, who has succumbed to the ultimate in wickedness. This I see, as all men see it, but I am one, who sees more. I see an Egypt gone down into dust. I see plague and death stalking the streets. I see the fertile, black waters turned back on themselves. I see the black land buried beneath the sand. I see grim-faced men coming from out of the east to stamp the land flat in blood. I see the dread things of the past recurring. I see desolation spread out on every side. Woe to you, great Pharaoh, woe to the land of Egypt! Goodness lies dying beneath the triumphant foot of evil. Virtue is betrayed into the foul hands of loathsome lust, her despairing cry unanswered by any coming to her aid. Wickedness walks unhampered through the cities, and wrongdoing is seen on every side. Woeful are these days, and doomed are those who endure them. What does the great light shining forth from the palace conceal, sacred mysteries or secret sins? Then, the arm of Pharaoh stretched forth to stop the mouth of Hepho, and it was stopped. He was led forth, and whips were laid on his back, and he was placed within a dungeon. Man 34:64 The events that followed remain within a shadow, and none knows the truth, for it was a time of confusion. Meridan probably died of poison administered by her own hand, as was befitting. Her tomb is known, for she was not unhonored. Some say the same potion slew the king, but others that he died of a dark demon within the heart. It seems that the poison was not a quick one, and while Meridan died in her chamber, after pledging of the king was made, he fell forward with an issue of blood from his mouth. His spirit was heard in his throat. Thus, it does not appear that they were slain with the one cup. It is unlikely that Meridan died by any hand other than her own, though this is said. Man 34:65 Some say the king died after being carried to his chamber, others that he recovered, but the truth is unknown, for at this time the signal was given, and the people arose in the streets. The new worship, which nevertheless, was an outgrowth from the bulb of truth, died away as the growth dies back on an onion. But like an onion, the bulb remained. The new worship was not unwelcome in the land of Egypt and would have survived, had not its founder led an impure life. The hostility by priests of the other forms of worship would not alone have sufficed to extinguish its light. It was the maggot in the heart of the flower he raised that caused it to fall apart. To establish a pure form of worship and beliefs, its founder must also be pure of hands and heart. Man 34:66 Whatever happened, Nabihatan was never placed within the tomb he had prepared for himself. Some say because Hepho cursed it, but this I doubt. I know of such a curse, but I do not suppose Hepho would have used it. Some say Pharaoh was buried with his wife, but who knows the name of the woman, in whose tomb he is said to lay? I think, however, it is more likely that he is a tombless wanderer, which is not so strange when the record is considered fully. As told, it is not beyond belief that such a fate could befall even a pharaoh and does accord with the laws of olden days. The next pharaoh married his sister, conceived in wickedness, and therefore died while yet young. Man 34:67 The predictions of Hepo were averted by the happenings in the land, happenings that purified it during the days of Pharaoh's short-lived successor. Then came a great one to rule the land, and peace and prosperity returned. Of his times, this is written, Be joyful, O people, for a time of gladness had descended upon the whole land. A righteous and royal king has been set over us, one truly favored in the eyes of the great ones. The waters rise and fall in moderation, the days are long and productive. The hours of night are measured and restful. The moon maintains her appointed seasons, and the sunship steers a straight course. The bright torch of heaven burns steadily, and the stars retain their stations. Once more, men must qualify by goodness for the right to govern and to hold official positions. All is well with the land. If this could be but written of these days. Man 34:68 of Nemertian, wife of Cupola, men say she established the sisterhood of sin, but this is untrue, for they misunderstand the writings. The written things are misread. The writings of men are as ploughs which cannot follow a straight furrow. Everyone at birth is a twin and has a spirit twin. Nemertian was, of all women, the most virtuous, yet surely no woman ever evoked such malice in the hearts of her sisters. Man 34:69 Once, men said that the king was the shepherd of every man and that wickedness was not in him. That however lowly the man in distress, he would devote hours of his time to bring him justice. If our fathers had but known the nature of the men who would follow as kings, or had the kings of olden days foreseen what was to come, the sons of the kings would have been destroyed, even though they were the seeds of divinity. Perhaps we do injustice to our rulers, for when the governors are bad, maybe they are no worse than a corrupt, degenerate and indifferent generation deserves. When you decry your rulers, read the hearts of your people. Man 34:70 The good ruler should not speak falsehood, he should be as great as his responsibilities. Each word should be weighed before spoken, for it is accepted as gold and not as thistledown. He should take heed of his own judgments, for the judgments of eternity draw near. He should be, above all, an example to all men. The gardener of wickedness waters his land with deceit, and it brings forth falsehood. The good ruler should be above every deed of meanness, he should be the father of the orphan and the husband of the widow. A true leader of the people should be free from every kind of avarice, a man above every kind of pettiness. He should be a man of wide vision. He should be like the rising waters that feed the fertile fields. He should be swift and sure to execute judgment on him, to whom punishment is due. Oh, where does he sleep today? In what generation will he come forth? Man 34:71, the end of this scroll is unknown. This was not one in the great chest. It is one added in the days of preservation. Book of Morals and Precepts MPR 1:2 Behold the teachings concerning life and the testimonies, which are a true guide through the portals at the great halls of eternity. Here is a code of behavior and manner of living prescribed by the noble ones. The story of life with a revelation of the secrets and mysteries of the unseen kingdoms and earth. The meaning and purpose, which govern all things. Table of Chapters MPR 1:1 MPR 1:11 Chapter 1 Preliminary MPR 2:1 MPR 2:50 Chapter 2 The Nature of the True God MPR 3:1 MPR 3:37 Chapter 3 The Nature of Man's Soul MPR 4:1 MPR 4:50 Chapter 4 Life MPR 5:1 MPR 5:19 Chapter 5 Man MPR 6:1 MPR 6:33 Chapter 6 The Real Man MPR 7:1 MPR 7:10 Chapter MPR 7 The Weakling MPR 8:1 MPR 8:12 Chapter 8 Attitudes of the Real Man 1 Towards the Poor and Weak MPR 9:1 MPR 9:19 Chapter 9 2 Towards Wealth MPR 10:1 MPR 10:8 Chapter 10 3 Towards Servants MPR 11:1 MPR 11:17 Chapter 11 4 Towards Superiors MPR 12:1 MPR 12:10 Chapter 12 5 Towards the Wrongdoer MPR 13:1 MPR 13:11 Chapter 13 The Unstable Man MPR 14:1 MPR 14:11 Chapter 14 The Mean Man MPR 15:1 MPR 15:42 Chapter 15 Women MPR 16:1 MPR 16:32 Chapter 16 Choosing a Wife MPR 17:1 MPR 17:24 Chapter 7 Physical Body MPR 18:1 MPR 18:6 Chapter 18 Man, the External Shell MPR 19:1 MPR 19:9 Chapter 19 Man, the Eternal Essence MPR 20:1 MPR 20:27 Chapter 20 Wisdom MPR 21:1 MPR 21:12 Chapter 21 Courage MPR 22:1 MPR 22:20 Chapter 22 Contentment MPR 23:1 MPR 23:18 Chapter 23 Diligence MPR 24:1 MPR 24:17 Chapter 24 Labor MPR 25:1 MPR 25:19 Chapter 25 Reputation MPR 26:1 MPR 26:14 Chapter 26 Ambition MPR 27:1 MPR 27:17 Chapter 27 Honesty MPR 28:1 MPR 28:9 Chapter 28 Generosity MPR 29:1 MPR 29:28 Chapter 29 Cheerfulness MPR 30:1 MPR 30:22 Chapter 30 Discretion MPR 31:1 MPR 31:5 Chapter 31 Thrift MPR 32:1 MPR 32:12 Chapter 32 Leadership MPR 33:1 MPR 33:6 Chapter 33 Dignity MPR 34:1 MPR 34:27 Chapter 34 Truth MPR 35:1 MPR 35:13 Chapter 35 Adversity MPR 36:1 MPR 36:15 Chapter 36 Joy and Sorrow MPR 37:1 MPR 37:6 Chapter 37 Compassion MPR 38:1 MPR 38:18 Chapter 38 Greed MPR 39:1 MPR 39:12 Chapter 39 Vanity MPR 40:1 MPR 40:9 Chapter 40 Envy MPR 41:1 MPR 41:12 Chapter 41 Bad Temper MPR 42:1 MPR 42:20 Chapter 42 Lying and Deceit MPR 43:1 MPR 43:21 Chapter 43 The Hypocrite MPR 44:1 MPR 44:10 Chapter 44 Slander MPR 45:1 MPR 45:14 Chapter 45 Friendship MPR 46:1 MPR 46:24 Chapter 46 Speech MPR 47:1 MPR 47 Chapter 12 Chapter 47 Chatara MPR 48:1 MPR 48:17 Chapter 48 Conduct MPR 49:1 MPR 49:19 Chapter 49 Officials MPR 50:1 MPR 50:6 Chapter 50 Laws of Men MPR 51:1 MPR 51:13 Chapter 51 Social Obligations MPR 52:1 MPR 52:8 Chapter 52 Food and Drink MPR 53:1 MPR 53:21 Chapter 53 Home MPR 54:1 MPR 54:41 Chapter 54 Family Relationships, Son MPR 55:1 MPR 55:12 Chapter 55 Family Relationships, Father MPR 56:1 MPR 56:14 Chapter 56 Family Relationships, Mother MPR 57:1 MPR 57:11 Chapter 57 Family Relationships, Brother MPR 58:1 MPR 58:12 Chapter 58 Family Relationships, Daughter MPR 59:1 MPR 59:16 Chapter 59 Family Relationships, Wife MPR 60:1 MPR 60:38 Chapter 60 Secrets of Womanhood MPR 61:1 MPR 61:13 Chapter 61 Prayer MPR 62:1 MPR 62:6 Chapter 62 Death MPR 63:1 MPR 63:42 Chapter 63 Close Chapter 1 Preliminary MPR 1:1 Wisdom is the treasure of all ages, which shall endure incorruptibly forever until time is spent. Therefore, let the tumult of life be stilled, and in reverence and silence receive these instructions from ancient times. MPR 1:2 Behold the teachings concerning life and the testimonies, which are a true guide through the portals at the great halls of eternity. Here is a code of behavior and manner of living prescribed by the noble ones. The story of life with a revelation of the secrets and mysteries of the unseen kingdoms and earth. The meaning and purpose, which govern all things. MPR 1:3 Herein are the guiding lights of thought, which will enable a man to follow a straight course on the great sea of life and to steer away from evil. Followed faithfully, they will bring him to a safe harbor. MPR 1:4 To enable him to give a righteous judgment and return a suitable answer to one who speaks to him or challenges him. By holding these things in his heart, he shall maintain a position of respect among the people and be delivered from the yoke of common folk. MPR 1:5 The dispensations of eternity shall not remain hidden from him, nor shall life conceal its mystery. Behold, herein is wisdom and knowledge given to you, that in the fullness of time, all the inhabitants of the earth may dwell in its glory. The old teachings, which will provide a staff for the simple and a guardian for the young. MPR 1:6 Wherever the sun shines or the wind blows, wherever there is an eye to see with clarity or an ear to hear with understanding, a mind to receive and assimilate, there let the greater way of life be made known and maxims of truth be honored and obeyed. MPR 1:7 Written for the elect by the Master of Mysteries, once overseer of harvests and recorder of taxes. Guardians of tombs and upholder of royal decrees, beloved of the high gods and the gods. Keeper of the secrets of the highest God, lesser lord of jubilees and grand scribe of the sacred writings. One born into the house of a false god, whom he rejected, distributor of barley seed and master of the great sanctuary. Chief of seers and guardian of the great mysteries. Watcher at the sacred shrine and defender of the lakeland and the gates. Inspector of the courtyard of the sacred being, guardian of the hidden records and servant of the secret temple, messenger of the true God. Third begotten son of an enlightened father, a magistrate of a goodly city. Son of a gentle lady sistrum bearer and mistress of the songstresses in the temple of the twofold God. Now one whose name is obliterated by unchallengeable decree, but once a man of good standing in this country, whose estate remains to this day. MPR 1:8 My children, listen to the voice of instruction and incline a willing ear towards the speech of wisdom. Thus shall the words which issue from your mouth be established before men, and your commands be obeyed as the statutes. Let not your mind be diverted, nor your attention be distracted. Set them in your heart as a royal impression. Inscribe them there as though struck on marble. Mpr 1:9 To cast aside the words of experience, which guided the ancients, is foolhardy and an invitation to calamity. Therefore, immerse yourself in the writings of the past, as in cool water and when you're at the heat of the day, and your spirit will emerge refreshed and strengthened. They will be a steadying oar enabling the vessel of your heart's desire to alter course and wear against the winds of adversity without capsizing. Mpr 1:10 When your opponent sends a gale of words beating against your defenses, they will break it as a shield shatters the sword and will arm your tongue for the counter-assault. Live your life according to these instructions and you will be well fortified in the season of adversity's trial. Mpr 1:11 To you, my children, I give this, the treasure of the past, the accumulated wisdom of man. There has been a careful selection of words and gathering of sayings, a winnowing of works of wisdom and a careful choice made from the hidden writings, all recorded with much searching of the heart, while seeking the great God's inspiration. There is nothing added to that, which was, no unknowns or unfamiliar saying. Nothing, which has not been on the tongue and in the hearts of our forefathers. What was recorded in their days has been rewritten, for truth and wisdom are a mooring line from the first man to the last, from generation to generation, until the end. Would that I could grasp something from the unknown to hand on to you, but I am only the guiding channel leading the refreshing waters of wisdom from the great reservoir of truth towards the parched lands of the uninstructed. Chapter 2 The Nature of the True God Mpr 2:1 There is but one God, the High God, the Designer, the Creator and Ruler of the earth and the Lord of the kingdoms of light and darkness. Everlasting, all-powerful, and beyond the understanding of men. The great dweller in everlasting pregnant silence, unseeable, unknowable. Mpr 2:2 By a command he created man, and in his indulgence permitted the gods to be fashioned. He is the source of all that is, the father of fathers, the mother of mothers, the one who preceded the sun. The sun is not God, though his creation, for its brightness bestows light and life upon the earth. It gives warmth to the aged and quickens the child in its mother's womb. It nourishes the seed and calls forth the green growth. It is the instrument of the High God, his furnace fire of life. The sun is removed from man at night time, but the true God is always with him. Man never walks alone, he is never unescorted. Mpr 2:3 To this God alone give praise, self-created, maker of heaven and earth, founder of the kingdoms of light and darkness, the waters and the mountains. To the one that is above all, the spring, from which flows all wisdom, to him draws alone belong adoration, thanksgiving, honor, and praise. Who spread wide the great canopy of heaven and pinned back the curtains of night with the stars. Whose finger draws the courses of the night lights in unalterable arrangement. Mpr 2:4 He holds the great waters within their appointed limits, and the storm water, he keeps in restraint. He covers the face of the earth with a green mantle of vegetation. He inundates the land with the waters of life. His arm sweeps across the skies, and men are bewildered, earth is shaken, and nations collapse and fall. The wicked tremble before his manifestations and are consumed in the midst of his fire. Mpr 2:5 The wrongdoer is confounded and lies stricken before his darts of lightning. His thunders rend the roof of heaven, and earth groans out its travail. It is he, the High, who defeats armies with pestilence or gives own man dominion over thousands. At his command, the seas will rise against the earth or mountains belch forth fires of destruction. Mpr 2:6 A man lives his allotted span in the dispensation of the High God of old, whose will encompasses the daily task and round. All things have their beginning and end with God. His power cannot be suppressed. His knowledge is the wisdom of eternity. His strength reaches out into infinity. MPR 2:7 His dwelling place is set in the universal center, and he encompasses all the universes great and small. His breath sustains life in multitudinous forms, and his thought holds all things to their proper shape. He prescribes the courses of the stars. He issues his commands to the winds, and they sing their responses. The wide seas murmur his praise. He moves the silences in the void of empty space, where the eternal heart lies sleeping. Order and beauty are shaped by his hands. MPR 2:8 His voice speaks from the sandy silences. He whispers in the cool breezes. He roars in the whirlwind. He murmurs in the running waters. He sighs in the treetops, and men hear his voice without understanding. MPR 2:9 Man dreams and says this is reality. He sees the shadow, but is blinded before the light. He reasons and is deceived. The design of the true God and his nature cannot be understood in the light of reason, for reason is not with this God, who knows all things without reason. MPR 2:10 There is none other like unto the one God in all his glory. Whose strength can challenge him? Whose will can contend word with his will? Whose might can equal his? Where is another with his wisdom? Who in goodness can compare with him? MPR 2:11 By the power of his thoughts, many kingdoms are brought forth beyond earth. He speaks the unutterable word, and they are created. He rules his creatures with infinite wisdom and directs their destinies with unchallengeable decrees. His will controls the forces within men, and the thing they seek unknowingly is him. As the body, when hungry, is filled with the urge to eat, and when thirsty, with the urge to drink, so is the spirit in man filled with the urge to seek God. MPR 2:12 His ordinances govern earth and the heavens above. All things therein have their appointed place and purpose, and in their nature conform to his law. His ways are inscrutable, transcending the understanding of men. His are a mystery, which men may not fathom, they are veiled and withdrawn beyond the comprehension of mortals. MPR 2:13 His design is unrevealed to the multitude. Few are the men who can understand why he planted the road to the place of glory with the sharp stones of suffering and pain. Or why life is a struggle through the thorny forest of adversity. MPR 2:14 But the ways of men are known to God, for the Creator ever knows the created, though it does not follow that the created know their Creator. Therefore, O man, remember that your heart lies naked before his gaze, and your innermost thoughts come under his scrutiny. No deed ever goes unrecorded. MPR 2:15 None can perceive his residence, for he dwells in the profound silence of the outer sphere. Look for him in the order of nature, and see his plan in its direction. Look for him amid the stars in their courses, and see the grandeur of his scheme. Look for the unmanifest spirit in the manifested object. MPR 2:16 His glory is proclaimed in the heavens, the sun reflects his splendor, the moon witnesses his peace. His fruitfulness is spread over the face of the land, and the waters are filled with his bounty. The earth bends to his will or is broken to his command. Man may walk in the appointed direction or he will be driven. Walk in the light of the law and not along the paths of the transgressor, for the laws of the high God are unchallengeable and cannot be transgressed with impunity. The wrongful deeds and the wicked thoughts of man are indelibly inscribed upon the everlasting tablets of his immortal soul. MPR 2:17 He is the Creator, in whose spirit, image and likeness, you were fashioned. His laws ordained your present estate and circumstances upon earth. The power of your intellect is his promise of godhood, and the marvels of your body are the works of his hand. His soul communes with your soul, and the consciousness he shares with you is the source of your life. MPR 2:18 In his sight, all men are equal, and he judges them as men and not according to their estate. The rich and the poor, the highborn and the lowly, the wise and the simple all receive a fitting reward according to their labors. From each is expected results according to his abilities, from some much and from others little. Only that, which serves the purpose of the great God is accounted worthy by him. Mpr 2:19 He has established the law, whereby the sun shines down on the good and the wicked alike. He sends rain equally for the provident and the improvident. The arrows of misfortune strike the worthy and the unworthy with indifference. Only the most wise may understand why this is the established nature of things. For the generality of men, it is a condition to be accepted with good grace, and for them, it is sufficient to know that the seeming indifference of the universe serves its purpose. Mpr 2:20 The true God neither rewards nor punishes, for he has established the law, whereby each man decrees his own fate. The future destiny and circumstances of the soul are shaped in the earthly body. When, in the hour of its release, the soul takes flight, freed from its earthly container of flesh, it assumes the form molded by its desires. In that awesome day of reckoning, the wicked shall be revealed in hideous shapelessness, but the upright shall step forward in splendor. Mpr 2:21 Therefore, give due respect to the law against his love God, walk in his ways, and bow to his decrees. You are placed on earth that his purpose may be fulfilled. Therefore, fight not against his will, nor rebel against his laws, lest you bring about your own destruction. God will not destroy the transgressor of his law, for he will destroy himself. Each man ultimately decrees his own fate and receives his reward or punishment, according to the law. Mpr 2:22 Hail to the Creator, giver of breath, God of destinies, great God of thunder and fire, he who roars over the earth. The silent one who walks by your side, unseen, unmanifest. Father God, Mother God, God of comfort and conflict, mighty fighter with stone. The glorious being, the Lord of life and light. God of the gods, everlastingness. Ruler of the netherworld, King of the western kingdom. Light of eternity, light of life. Mpr 2:23 These are his names according to his nature, but this also you may know about the true God, he is the fountainhead of all things. His power is unbounded, and his mind knows no limitations. He has the wisdom of eternity, and the mantle of his greatness envelopes all mankind. Mpr 2:24 He sits enthroned in the universal center, and the divine rays, which flow from his presence, hold all forms in stability. He moves his finger in the night skies, and the stars dance along their pathways. He walks upon the wings of the wind and encompasses all the kingdoms of heaven and earth. Mpr 2:25 Order and beauty follow in his train, and all things obey the directions and the voice his hand. The face of beauty looks out from his works, and the voice of wisdom speaks from the midst of his creation, though it is scarcely heard through the barriers of mortal limitations. Glory and grandeur form his mantle, justice and mercy drape his body. Love and benevolence cover his head, and the virtues are his footstool. Mpr 2:26 Discuss not his form, for it is beyond your understanding. Push not among the crowd of his worshippers. Mouth not the words of his writings unthinkingly. Mumble not his praises. Stand not before his shrine in hypocritical humility. Carefully supervise his ministrations, and maintain due decorum in his place. Remember him always. Mpr 2:27 He is with you always, in the midst of the concourse and in the silence of your bedchamber. His breath gives life to countless forms, and his will holds all things to their appointed shape. Mpr 2:28 Obey his commands, take heed of the ordinances he has made, for they conform to your needs. All things are bent to the benefit of man, and all that encompasses your life accord with his direction, that the soul within you may enjoy continued gracious growth from stage to stage of its unfolding. So that when the cumbersome sheath of mortal flesh is cast off, it may receive a just and fitting compensation under the great law, in accordance with its thoughts and deeds on earth. MPR 2:29 Where is this strange God of ours? And it is well you ask, for if you would be happy on earth, you must know his ways. He is not a revealed God. He has hidden himself, for he knows well the dispositions of men. Were he here now among the people and revealed to their gaze, the weakling would fawn upon him, the hypocrite would join his following, and the wrongdoer would walk in his train, proclaiming his innocence with a loud voice. How then, if he were here, could the weakling be tested, the hypocrite discovered and the wrongdoer unveiled? MPR 2:30 Our God is hidden, that men may be tested and established for what they really are. Were he revealed to the eyes and understanding of men, earth and life would have no purpose. He hides to discover the hearts of men. MPR 2:31 Is it not declared in the plans of God that uncertainty is an essential earthly condition? Yet this you may know, that if you be worthy, and very few are, there is a method, whereby you may look behind the veil, and then no longer will you walk in uncertainty. MPR 2:32 However, for men in general, the undiscovered God is not apparent. He has no man-made image in his likeness, and he stands in obscurity behind the great alcove beyond the temple within the place of flame. Yet, he makes himself known in subtle ways, for he cannot remain unmanifested to the truly spiritual, any more than a river can remain hidden, for it dissolves away the ground, in which it is concealed. So will the great God spring forth in the midst of material things and, dissolving away their solidity, shine forth to the sincere seeker. MPR 2:33 He is not a new God but the oldest God of all, the Father of all ages, the Ancient One of yore. He requires no temple to establish his glory or sacrifice to give him strength. A cheerful nature is more acceptable to this God than offerings of gold and silver by the bad-tempered man, or the sacrificial ox of the churlish man. He prefers the man who gives a willing hand to his neighbor, to one who brings him treasure. MPR 2:34 A word of encouragement to a man in distress is of more value to our God than loud praises in his temple. He does not take all and remain mute. He seeks not gifts with no purpose, or wasteful sacrifices. What can man give that will add to his glory? What thing fashioned by man could benefit the one God, who by taking thought could create a universe? MPR 2:35 Work for our God, and he will work for you. He remembers well the man, who labors on his behalf. He who labors to the benefit of others works for the great God. He who improves earth works for him. MPR 2:36 The purpose of man's sojourn on earth is the glorification of man, not the glorification of God, who is the all-glorious one. Thus it is written in the plans of God. MPR 2:37 The true temples of the great God are not structures of stone and brick. They are places of quietude in your heart and home, where you listen to the awakening of your soul as it responds to the conscious contact with Him. His worship is your labor among the people. His praise is the song in your heart. His adoration is your joy of living. MPR 2:38 Keep the peace of the mysterious God and maintain the order of His law among men and women. For they are His flocks and herds, and He calls forth shepherds from among them. He made earth a workplace for man and not a pleasure garden, therefore, be you a song leader at the task. MPR 2:39 He is the mighty God, the nameless one whom your fathers held in awe. He it was who dissipated the darkness over the waters, who separated the chaos, who lifted the cloud, who made the breezes of life to fill the nostrils of men. MPR 2:40 Men came forth from His members, and they appeared in His likeness. For their sustenance, he provided fruits and vegetables, animals, fowls, and fish. Mpr 2:41 He has brought low his enemies, yes, he has even destroyed his own children. Mpr 2:42 He rolled the grain, and lo, it became the food of men. He dismembered the destroyer in olden times. He made daylight for the joy of man and darkness for his tranquility. Men cry to him in their distress, and he suffers with them. Mpr 2:43 He sends a captain to strengthen the resistance of the feeble and a champion for the weak. Mpr 2:44 He has endowed men with the power of speech and bedecked their language with fine words, that greatness may sound around the earth. He has enlightened the mind of man with great thoughts to repulse the might of untoward happenings. He has given him the courage to overcome terrors that lurk by night and to dispel those that strike by day. Mpr 2:45 He is a God of justice as well as benevolence, for he metes out chastisement, not always obviously, as among men but sometimes as a man chastises a son for his brother. Mpr 2:46 There can be none greater than the true God, for though himself nameless, he knows every name. Mpr 2:47 Be not reticent to worship, for this is the prerogative of the highborn and wise. The king and nobles attend the temples diligently, but the stupid man and grave robber have no God. Mpr 2:48 Worship bestows no benefit on God, for he is all self-sufficient. Its purpose is the service of man, not the service of God. It fulfills a need of man, not a need of God. Nothing that man can do will add to God's glory. Nothing that man can give will add to that, which he already has. Mpr 2:49 These are the teachings of the wise ones, to whom be all due honor and respect. Give ear and listen with a receptive mind. Record them unto your generations, that they pass not away into dust with your habitations. Mpr 2:50 Therefore, let it now be written, and as written, let it be made known. Chapter 3 The Nature of Man's Soul Mpr 3:1 The one God is above all in greatness, but under him above all else on earth is the soul of man. It is not isolated from the Godhead above, nor from the mortal below, for it is that, which spans the gulf between. It is the link between God and man, between immortal and mortal. Mpr 3:2 Nothing exists, which is, or can be isolated from all else. There is a connection between earth and the region of glory, a link between dust and star. From the highest God down to the mote runs an unbroken and unbreakable chain. Mpr 3:3 Man is apart from all other creatures, in that he has foreknowledge of death and decay. If man be immortal, then it is the burden of his immortality, but if he passes to nothingness, he is cursed above the unknowing beasts, which know not the dread of approaching doom. Mpr 3:4 Has man been placed above the beasts to be confronted with his own nothingness? Is his superiority not but the father of terrors? Such cannot be, for the direction of life is ever towards betterment, and it cannot be cast back upon itself. Mpr 3:5 The ass knows not the value of food, though its belly be full. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow are, to it, alike. The lion knows nothing of the putrefaction which one day will be its lot, nor does the ox live in the knowledge of the slaughterhouse. The power of thought is not given to the flesh, nor can the bones reason. Mpr 3:6 Something unseen animates the inert clay of your being. Something intangible is added to the earthly material of your body. Think not primarily of your material self, nor say my heart is supreme. For within your body resides the soul, which activates the thinking heart, and is not the resident of the dwelling of greater importance than the materials of its construction. Mpr 3:7 Gaze upon a corpse, see. It is empty of life, something that was is no longer there, the soul is missing. Mpr 3:8 Your soul is the lord of your body, suffer not the subject to rebel, nor to assert its sway, for its domination cannot be beneficial. Let the soul not only vitalize, but rule and direct the flesh, that wildness and excesses may be held in leash. MPR 3:9 The soul delights in sweet smells and knows the perfumes of earth by the performance of the nose. It rejoices in delicacies of the table and tastes them only through the workings of the mouth before youth. Food feeds the flesh, but the flesh finds no pleasure in eating, for it is the soul, which experiences the enjoyment of food. MPR 3:10 The eyes are the sentinels, which keep watch for you, the lights that go before your path, as braziers before a caravan. Yet, they see not of themselves, for they are but the instruments of sight, without a consciousness of their own. It is the soul within, which interprets their messages. MPR 3:11 Man, alone of all creatures, is capable of blushing, for he, alone of all things living, has a soul which can experience a sense of shame. That man has a soul is beyond all doubt, it is the most obvious of all truths. Seek not to delve unduly into its secrets but to harmonize it with your body. Commune with it, and its potentialities. MPR 3:12 Intellect, reason, willpower, and comprehension, these are not the soul. They are the manifestations of its existence, its attributes, and its activity, but they are not the soul itself. Stimulate the soul by contact with that, to which it responds. Know it through its manifestations and understand it through its faculties. MPR 3:13 It remains immortal and indestructible throughout all ages. Its splendor is displayed in noble deeds, and its glory in works of art and craftsmanship. It will survive your bodily disintegration. It was not created by the quickening of the flesh, nor conceived within the womb. Its seed existed before the body and preceded the thinking heart. The great God sows soul seeds into earthly flesh, as man sows barley seeds in the fields of black soil. MPR 3:14 The soul is yours to fashion, it can be made radiant by goodness, beautified by virtue and glorified by love. It can be hideously deformed by vices and passions and twisted into a form of distorted horror by meanness and hatred. MPR 3:15 It cannot be valued too greatly, nor can it be handled too carefully, for it is your own true self, the reality, which is you. It is as virgin stone for you to cut and shape as you will, but remember, the image carved is not easily altered and shall one day be displayed to the eyes of eternity in its true likeness, though on earth, this is now veiled by the flesh. MPR 3:16 The desire of the soul cannot be held in restraint, be it at the rim of the earth, the soul will find it, or if beyond the stars, it will be reached. The soul is ever questing, as the wilderness wayfarer thirsts after water, so does the soul long for knowledge. MPR 3:17 The gods of the north and south provide food for the body of man, but it is the God of all ages, who provides sustenance for the soul. As the body has its particular foods, which nourish it, so has the soul. As the body is impoverished by lack of proper sustenance, so is the soul. MPR 3:18 Mortal man may, in the course of time, forget his experiences, but within the soul, they are retained forever. The soul is a hunter, and the quarry is truth. The weapons of the hunt are reason and experience. MPR 3:19 The years of the wrongdoer and he who walks in wickedness plant more wrinkles and scars on the face of the soul than on the face of the body. MPR 3:20 The soul is not born, nor does it know itself as a soul. The purpose of its earthly journey is to awaken it to self-awareness and to provide it with the ability to continue existence in the region beyond the West. Therefore, how could it enter upon earthly life with these things? Were they already there, life and earth would have no purpose. MPR 3:21 The soul is bodiless within the body, everlasting among things that change and pass away. Man does not perceive his soul, because his senses face outward from the soul, towards earthly things, with which it makes contact. So it is that only the most developed of men can close out the material things about them and turn their senses inward to perceive the soul. MPR 3:22 The soul looks out through the eyes and sees all, which is without, but nothing of this can look in through the eyes and see the soul, even though the soul's feeling may be reflected there. An eye without a soul behind it sees nothing. MPR 3:23 The earthly and wayward seek only after outward pleasures and the satisfaction of the body. They fall into the snare of disbelief in the soul, and the law decrees that disbelief shall be easy. MPR 3:24 Wise men, knowing the nature of immortal things, seek not for anything stable here among unstable things. MPR 3:25 That by which we know the texture of things, by which we taste, smell and hear, by which we experience the tenderness and suffering of love and perceive the beauty of nature, by which we value the glory of self-sacrifice, by that we are also assured of something immortal within us. MPR 3:26 For when a man comes to the realization that it is by the soul within him that he knows and experiences all things about him, he has taken the first great step towards conscious immortality. MPR 3:27 When the body and soul are torn apart, what remains? No man lives by the air he breathes in and the air he breathes out. It is something more, the soul, that gives life. MPR 3:28 As the one fire entering the earth in oneness becomes different here, there, and everywhere, according to the nature of that, which it consumes, so the one soul vitalizing the souls of men becomes different according to the nature of its covering. MPR 3:29 As the one air passes through the pipes and becomes different according to the nature of the pipes, so the one essence in the souls of men becomes different according to the manner of its use. MPR 3:30 The one water is in all things, yet in all things it is different. So it is with the great soul and the souls of men. The wise man, who is conscious of his soul within him, will commune with it and never neglect its needs. For if a man cannot awaken his soul before his body falls asunder, he will not awaken it thereafter, and it will return to the waters of the great soul sea. MPR 3:31 The purpose of earth and earthly life is awakening of the souls of men. Earthly conditions can serve no other end. MPR 3:32 Rejoice in the sure knowledge of your soul's indestructibility, but let your joy be leavened by remembrance of your responsibility for its condition. MPR 3:33 Naked does man come from his mother's womb, and naked does he return to the womb of the earth. He brings no possessions with him to earth, and no more can be taken out. Yet, he leaves not altogether as he entered, for though his riches and estate, his titles, even his clothes are left behind, if he has lived wisely, he goes out richer in soul wisdom and arrayed in soul beauty. Man arrives at the great portal arrayed in glory or clothed in horror. MPR 3:34 In the newborn childling is the soft seed of the slumbering soul. This will be developed, molded and fashioned throughout the period of its earthly existence. It will be shaped by man himself to his own inner likeness. Then, when stripped of its outward bodily covering, man will stand revealed to himself and be faced with splendor or horror. MPR 3:35 In the likeness, to which the soul is fashioned in the body, so shall it come forth in the spirit on its appointed day. MPR 3:36 Thus it is written in the secret books of wisdom, which are revealed to the few. The body is a womb, life the days of conception, and death the birth of the soul. Is it not written that some shall bring forth monsters and fearful things, and some shall bear gods? These things are not beyond understanding. MPR 3:37 Pontus taught the people that every man is his own mother, and they fed him to the crocodiles. Children cannot be told even half the truth, but must be led by childish tales towards understanding. Chapter 4 Life MPR 4:1 Commune with your soul within, and consider how wonderful you are created. Meditate long upon your nature, contemplate the powers you possess. Consider your needs and desires, thus, you will find the proper path through life and a sure guide to direct your footsteps. MPR 4:2 As the union of heat and tinder produces fire, so does the union of soul and body produce life in man. MPR 4:3 Nothing is constant in life, except wisdom, knowledge, and skill. Life ebbs and flows, as the tide, and the fortunes of men wax and wane as the moon. The rich become poor, and the poor become rich. The powerful become weak, and the weak become powerful. Where the stream flowed yesteryear is now dust, and the cooling waters have moved elsewhere. The lakes of last season have joined the wilderness, and the dikes have become pits. Fortune smiles upon the improvident, and misfortune smites the worthy. Men are born handsome or ugly, rich or poor, they inherit a life of ease or a life of struggle. MPR 4:4 Here is wisdom: accept the nature of things as they are, for as such they accord with the plans of God and are under the law. But accept them not with resignation, as an affliction to be borne, but as a challenge to contest. Man must rise to meet life or be overwhelmed. This, too, is the law. When the road seems long and the load heavy, remember that the stout-hearted runner carries the greatest burden. MPR 4:5 There is no constant state of life, all is movement and change. Therefore, it is well to build the structure of your life on a foundation of things, which are not easily removed. These are wisdom, skill, and knowledge, which once possessed cannot be taken away, as can hoarded gold and cherished chattels in the ebb and flow of life's fortunes. Gold and silver are uneatable stones, but wisdom is the food of the gods. Skill and knowledge define the difference between the ox with the yoke and the plowman with the whip. MPR 4:6 Fear not the feelings which stir in the heart, for therein lie the greatest of life's treasures. Taste their honeyed bitterness, and though you are consumed as you consume, something will remain, which is yours forever. Life is matured and mellowed by the treasures, which pain the heart, and without them, the soul cannot develop. MPR 4:7 With some, life is generous and with others niggardly, but whether you pass through the stages of life in a lowly or a high condition, your life will be neither wholly happy nor wholly miserable. MPR 4:8 Whether life is indulgent towards you or austere, whether it metes out reward or chastisement, remember that its dispensations are governed by an infinite wisdom, and the ordinances of the law, though incomprehensible, are just. Therefore, when life turns undue attention upon you, accept it not as a dumb creature, but say, "What have I done that this is my reward?" MPR 4:9 The dispensations of life and the course of events are such that prosperity will attend a good life and adversity a wicked one. Is this not proved by the normal course of the affairs of men? If not so provable, then the moral disease of the people is established. MPR 4:10 Travel the road of life according to your ability, and your foot will find its appointed place. Take time, and consider every action. He who journeys leisurely journeys best, and the runner who hastens not unduly is he who reaches the goal. MPR 4:11 As the dew to the herb, as the honey to the bee, as the north wind to the raven and the twilight to the owl, such is life to the spirit of man. MPR 4:12 Think not, with the weakling, that nothing is more precious, nor, with the hermit, that you should reject it. Think not too highly of it, nor consider it worthless. Love it not for itself or for what you can get out of it, but for what you can do with it. MPR 4:13 Forget not that life has but one purpose, one end, and one objective, and that is the awakening of the souls of men. All things on earth conform to that end. Earth without its perplexities and problems, its struggle and strife, its inequalities and injustices, would never develop the soul in a manner meet for its destiny. This is the answer to the riddle of ages. If all were right with the earth, there would be nothing for man to do. As it is, there is sufficient to occupy him throughout his generations. When man himself is perfect, its purpose will be fulfilled, and then earth, too, will be perfect. MPR 4:14 Riches cannot buy life, nor can gold purchase back wasted hours. Therefore, employ the future that you have left to your greatest benefit. Lament not that you were born or desire that life should depart. Life has a purpose and meaning, even for one as miserable as you, and the law may not be set aside. MPR 4:15 Whatever your estate, and however lowly the circumstances to which you have fallen, you still have the power for good in your right hand and the power for evil in your left hand. MPR 4:16 Would the fish rise to the bait if it knew the hook were hidden therein, or would the lion step on the pit if it saw the stake below? No, neither would man wish to live, were the soul to perish with the body. Neither would a just God have created him, and the true God, if he be anything, is just. MPR 4:17 Life is yours, that you requested it not is of small consideration, for the choice was not with you. Therefore, accept with good grace that, which has been allotted to you, deriving from it whatever benefits it may bestow. MPR 4:18 The benefits are great, and were they readily apparent, life would be accepted with due gratitude and endured, whatever its afflictions, with resigned anticipation. Life, if so lived, would be futile and its purpose confounded. Therefore, only by dire efforts can man come to know the everlastingness of his soul. The law decrees that man shall never be assured of his immortality. MPR 4:19 Life must be lived from the beginning to the end. Run the race easily, for the course is long, and the runner who runs the race best is he who conserves his strength in the early laps. MPR 4:20 Be not disturbed or overwhelmed when misfortune accompanies your passage along the way. Be not dispirited when the pace is hard, or faint before the obstacles. Accept the challenge of adversity with high spirits, for as the flame is to wax and the furnace to copper, so is adversity to the soul. MPR 4:21 Every sorrowful blow that falls upon the soul is a tempering stroke. The metal that suffers the fires of the furnace longest is the finest in quality. MPR 4:22 Give prudent thought towards tomorrow's problems, but let them not tax your mind unduly, for problems in the womb of the future may be stillborn. MPR 4:23 Though the pathway of life be uneven, the going is not always rough. Take it as you find it, but beware where the going is smooth, for there evil will set its trap. Danger lurks where least expected. MPR 4:24 When you journey without possessions, you journey without care, but when you are burdened with many goods, they bring the attention of evil men. MPR 4:25 He who sleeps uncovered may sleep soundly, but when covered with a mantle, it is well to keep one eye open. MPR 4:26 Know that life is unimportant, unless properly lived. A noble death is better than a wasted life. He who exchanges a life of wickedness for a worthy death makes amends, and the scales are adjusted. Accordingly, let our aim be to live as long as you should and not as long as you can. MPR 4:27 While to others, your life is worth more than death, then your duty is to preserve it. While you serve best by living, live, but when by your death the living may best be served, then shirk not the burden of manhood. MPR 4:28 If your life be disposed of to the benefit of others, then let a worthy price be extracted, for the law decrees that no man shall relinquish his life easily. MPR 4:29 The span of man's life is neither long nor short, but sufficient for its purpose. Whatever benefits a man wishes to attain for his soul may be attained in his lifetime. A lifetime is sufficient to fashion the soul to ultimate glory or to ultimate horror. MPR 4:30 What end would a longer life serve? To the wicked, an opportunity for more evil, to the selfish, more time to hurt others, and to the miserly, more time to lay up worthless things. The slothful ones would rejoice, for there would be more time for their idleness, but the burden of the industrious would be that much greater. MPR 431. The good may say, why, then, should not our lives be lengthened and years added unto us? Know they not the goodness of the labor done in their lifetime shall have been sufficient, and no more is required of them here? If they have served well on earth, they are candidates for higher service in the regions of light, for the opportunity for service ceases not at death. MPR 432. To what end would you live longer, to do the things you have not done or repeat the things you have already done? What you have been unable to do will be done by others, and does not man experience repetitious pleasures with decreasing enjoyment? Would you increase your knowledge or develop your skill? Who, then, shall teach you more than is to be learned on earth, or where on earth can practice carry you beyond perfection? He who would go further must go to a higher place of instruction. The works done on earth pass away, and the fruits of man's labor are reaped elsewhere. MPR 433. Each man's life should leave its impress on earth, and each man should depart a better man for having lived. Repine not for lost opportunities, for opportunity does not perish at death. Do your best here and you will do better elsewhere. Be wise here, and you will be wiser in another place. MPR 434. Earthly success is not the measure of a man's achievement, for a gain here may mean a loss elsewhere. An earthly loss may mean a spiritual gain, the scales are always just. MPR 435. When in old age you say, alas that life is short, then consider the way you abused and wasted it in your youth. Is not your reward fitting? Remember that the paths to pleasant old age are chosen in youth. They are the paths of simplicity, moderation, cleanliness, and virtue. MPR 436. Consider the ruthlessness of rulers, the greed of the rich, and the willfulness of the powerful. If these dare to enslave the earth and wreak misery upon the people, knowing they can enjoy the fruits of their oppression but a brief span of years, what would they not set out to achieve were their span of life doubled, or were they immortal? MPR 437. Therefore, the great God in His wisdom has ordained the proper span of man's life. If, then, you think life is short, why dissipate it so, and why waste the precious days? Is it not economy, which makes a man rich, and not abundance? MPR 438. The wise man lives fully all his life, and he is always conscious of being alive. The fool is always beginning to live, and the weakling shrinks from it and seeks forgetfulness in comfort. Those who half live are already half dead. MPR 439. Live lustily and manfully, for life is to be enjoyed, it must be savored to the full. Better one day as an eagle than 1 year as a goose. MPR 4:40. What is life, that man should seek to prolong it? Is it not a continual avoidance of snares, a struggle against delusion, a series of mishaps and a pursuit of shadows, which retreat from the grasp? It begins with ignorance, continues through strife and worry, and ends in sorrow and pain. It is a day of heat, and death comes as a cool night. MPR 4:41. Are not the troubles of life piled one upon another, as the stones of a pyramid? Are not all our hopes based only on possibilities, and do not our expectations look forward into improbabilities? MPR 4:42. Fools fear as men and hope as gods. Bounded by mortal restrictions, they desire the achievements of immortality. But everlasting life is the reward of those who live good earthly lives without the inducement of immortality. Therefore, the prize is never revealed, and life maintains man in a state of doubt and perplexity. Hope he may have, but never assurance. MPR 4:43. Life raises some men up and casts others down. Not always does it bestow good fortune on the worthy or mete out to the unworthy their just deserts. It raises men up to test them, and likewise, casts them down. The man who discovers a golden treasure is being tested, even as he who is stricken with blindness. Each man is tested according to his weaknesses, not according to his strength. The reward of the worthy is not here, neither is the punishment of the wicked. Were the just rewards and punishments of men too readily apparent, the course to take in life would be too obvious to serve its great purpose. There must ever be the stimulus of doubt and perplexity. MPR 4:44 Among men, some are born to rule and some to obey, but not all rulers can rule or all servants obey. If, then, you cannot rule, learn to obey, and if you cannot obey, make yourself a better man, that you may be raised up to rule. MPR 4:45 Wisdom is nourished from without, but it grows from within. We live not by light of the great sun disk above, but by the light of the cool sun within. MPR 4:46 The bitter experiences, the sorrows and failures of life are the alternatives to the advice you have failed to heed. Who, then, has brought them upon your head? Instruction alone cannot give knowledge, nor can books bestow wisdom. The pupil sits at the feet of his master and gains knowledge, and the scribe reads the books of men. But wiser is he, who sits under the stars and contemplates the universe or reads the great book of God about him. MPR 4:47 The satisfactory life is that, which realizes the dreams and ideals of youth in old age, but life itself is the test master of these, and few pass his examination. MPR 4:48 Life is not of the earth, though it appears thereon. It remains not with the body at death, for it accompanies the soul into the journey beyond the grim portal. Death is but the termination of life's association with the mortal body. The last drawn breath on earth is a farewell. MPR 4:49 Life passes from earth, through the portal of death into the existence beyond. Therefore it is said that the life of man is everlastingly indestructible. MPR 4:50 Life alone exists in both spheres, but life on earth is inconsistent. Life is a dancing girl. Chapter 5 Man MPR 5:1 Consider yourselves, my children, and meditate on the reason for your existence and the purpose, for which you were brought into being. Contemplate your powers, ponder your circumstances, discover your inescapable duties and face your earthly obligations. MPR 5:2 Assume your burdens cheerfully, for they are not imposed capriciously. The one God has set a hard task, but it is not beyond your capabilities. Remember that every affliction, however grievous and seemingly unnecessary, serves a purpose and end. MPR 5:3 O man, you are the delight and sorrow of your God, you have been set apart with peculiar favor and exalted above all other creatures. He has endowed you with reason, to maintain your dominion. He has bestowed upon you the faculty of speech, that wisdom may accumulate throughout your generations. He has exalted your mind, so that it may be perceptive of beauty and grandeur. He has ordained the law, which circumscribes your life, and adjusted your nature to accord with your duties and destiny. MPR 5:4 Each man is an individual work of God, his mind a fragment of his will, the breath of God gives him life. MPR 5:5 The soul God formed you as he fashioned the beasts of the field and forest. He made you last and placed you at the pinnacle of creation. Command and jurisdiction over all were given unto you. From among the creatures of the forest and the beasts of the field, you ascended in triumphant superiority, and your yoke is upon them. MPR 5:6 Be aware of yourself, as the pride of God and the fruition of his desire, nothing greater shall be created on earth. You are the vessel containing the essence of divinity, fashioned with the clay of matter. Behold, you have even the nature of God within you and partake of his substance. MPR 5:7 Remember, therefore, your superior estate, maintain the pride and dignity befitting your position and descend not to any mean or degrading thing. MPR 5:8 Remember, my children, that every man, whatsoever his nation or estate, is a man, therefore, never degrade anyone, for even the least among men is a candidate for godhood. MPR 5:9 Man can be whatsoever he wills, subject to the law, there is no limitation on man's potential achievements. Shoot for the moon and not for the treetops, for nothing is beyond your reach. MPR 5:10 Did God appear to man on earth and man cast a spear at him, he would not blast man with wrath, but admire him for his audacity. Such is the attitude of God towards man. Thus, God has made him, therefore is it meet that man should fawn upon him with servility? MPR 5:11 Man has the powers of reason and decision. A wise father delegates responsibility to his children, and God does not unduly interfere in the affairs of men. MPR 5:12 Man is the Lord of creation and the heir to godhood. He can soar to the greatest heights, but also fall to the lowest depths. No man is wholly good, and no man is wholly evil. The scales are never completely weighed down. MPR 5:13 No man can hold any desirable thing on earth or attain it in the regions of light without the expenditure of effort. No man can foresee the future or know what test the wise God has placed there for him. MPR 5:14 O man, mark this well. Never forget your goal of godhood, but vaunt not your godlikeness, for the beast dogs your footsteps, and an animal clothes your soul. You dwell beneath the dark shadow of the cloud of mortal ignorance. You live in a twilight dream state, you are deceived by your senses, you dream and say this is reality, you reason and are afraid. But know that all things real reside in God, and His wisdom stands beyond the bounds of reason. He has established the foundations of truth and reality for eternity. MPR 5:15 My children, man is not flesh and bone alone, but something more, something far greater than he can ever conceive at present. The eagle soars in the air above, not knowing that soon he will descend to earth and rise no more. The lion is unaware of the worms that will consume it, and the ox knows not of the slaughterhouse. The ass knows not of the use of food, though its teeth chew the grasses and herbage. MPR 5:16 Something is added to mere man to raise him above the beasts, something else exists within the space of his body, it is his soul. Is not the mortal substance of the body less perfect when the soul has departed? Now it will decay and fall apart, but is this not because the animating spirit is no longer there? The immaterial spirit has gone, whence has it flown? MPR 5:17 The spirit departs, taking life and consciousness of us with it. That, which came from the abode of spirit has returned there. That, which God gave of himself has returned to its source. MPR 5:18 Man, the receptacle of God and beast, has sundered apart at the touch of death, and each returns to its own. MPR 5:19 Man is the highest of the beasts and the lowest of the gods. Man is the battleground of beast and God. Chapter 6 The Real Man MPR 6:1 Man is divided not only into nations, peoples, tribes, and creeds, but also broadly in twain. There are among all men, all peoples, two kinds of man, the real man and the weakling. Those who are neither wholly one nor wholly the other, nevertheless tend towards the nature of one or the other oft he's. MPR 6:2 Consider the real man, Laxo who reaches out towards godlikeness. He is the man, in whom God has succeeded. He is God's elect. He is like unto a spreading tree planted in black soil, which blossoms quietly and doubles the yield of its fruit in the summer. Its fruit is a delight to the mouth and fills the stomach with satisfaction. Beneath the canopy of its foliage, the weary find a pleasant refuge from the heat. In its shade, all men find peace and contentment. MPR 6:3 The weakling is like a tree, whose leaves wither before the heat of the summer sun, whose fruit never reaches maturity, for it falls to the ground unripened and is trampled underfoot. Men avoid it, and the axe is laid against its bole. MPR 6:4 O real man, filled with the calm of strength, you are the true image of God on earth. Yours is the knife, and your reward here shall be a body preserved in youthfulness. When, in the fullness of time, you make the great journey westward, then shall your soul arise in the mysterious beyond, radiant in a glory indescribable. MPR 6:5 Behold the uprightness of the real man. Is he not the father of the orphan and the husband of the widow? The brother of the forsaken and the guardian of the fatherless? Do not the friendless find in him a friend and the poor a benefactor? MPR 6:6 It is not hard to give to the needy within reach or to help the weak when they are at hand. But the real man works not in such narrow confines, for he stretches out his hand to those beyond. MPR 6:7 Watch him among the distressed, he talks with compassion and listens with understanding. See him among the lowly, how he deals with them in patience and kindness. MPR 6:8 Such men stand out among others, not only because of their own qualities, but because of the respect which others feel bound to accord them. MPR 6:9 A great man is no less great, though he lie prostrated and vanquished in the dust. The real man accepts both victory and defeat for what they really are, a challenge to his manliness. MPR 6:10 The real man stands apart in greatness because of his outstanding qualities, his love of truth and justice and his hatred of meanness and deceit. MPR 6:11 Though great men make great events, even as great events call forth great men, they are not always the children of fortune. Success and acclaim do not always attend their undertakings, but whether they rise or fall is of lesser importance than how they rise and fall. It is not what a man does that makes him great, but what he strives to achieve. MPR 6:12 The greatest men have no memorial if their endeavors were unpopular or not crowned with success. For every great man with a memorial, there are 1,000 unknown and unhonored. MPR 6:13 The real man remains unperturbed by the whims of life. He does not flinch before misfortune or ease his head when fortune smiles upon him. When misfortune descends upon his head, and his hopes and dreams are shattered, he does not go about lamenting in a loud voice, but quietly continues his daily task. MPR 6:14 If fortune is gracious towards him, he braces himself and is not overwhelmed, for he knows that often it takes a better man to bear the bounty of fortune than to bear the burden of misfortune. MPR 6:15 The spirit of the real man does not bow before the blows of misfortune, no matter how grievous its afflictions. His calmness deflects its arrows, and his fortitude breaks its thrust. The shield of cheerfulness and the sword of courage, he never discards in despair. MPR 6:16 His contentment is not dependent upon the whims of capricious fortune, and therefore, he is not cast down by her indifference. Like the metal measure, he is unchanging under all stresses, but the weakling, like the balances of the scales, is always moving up and down. MPR 6:17 The real man stands before adversity as a rock before the raging seas, firm in the midst of turmoil, solid and calm against the fury. His mind forms great designs, and his spirit delights in their execution. His ideas grow up, they are never stillborn, nor do they wither before maturity. MPR 6:18 The examples of great men shine before him as visions in the night, and their precedents walk with him by day. His high-hearted love of life exalts the spirit within him. He strains at the traces and is impatient for the run. MPR 6:19 He rises above the rock of opposition and splits it in twain as does the sapling. He is like a great oak, which rises above the shrubbery in the darkness and shakes out its branches in the glory above. MPR 6:20 He has compassion on the blind man, he helps the lame man, and he guards the deformed and afflicted against the mockery of weaklings. MPR 6:21 He carries himself with the dignity becoming a man, he remains unshaken in calamity. Deceit and hypocrisy are things far beneath him, he has an air of quiet confidence and courage to speak the truth. The thoughts of his heart are the words of his mouth, and whatever he promises is as good as done. MPR 6:22 The real man is he, who serves the purpose of God and carries out his plan. Because of him, all men rejoice for what they are, and the weakling, he carries as his burden. MPR 6:23 The crown of glorious manliness is on his head, the mantle of courage is about his shoulders, he stands out from others in the pride and glory of his manhood. MPR 6:24 He treasures womanhood and the dreams of men, he is the master of earth and the lord of creation. Nothing more is required of man on earth than that he be a real man. This is a sufficient objective and difficult enough for any man to achieve. MPR 6:25 Manhood is a state of freedom, but its stronghold is in the spirit of a man. The body may be held forcibly in bondage, but the spirit cannot be shackled. He who lies imprisoned in the lowest dungeon may be more free than he who walks above with a servile spirit holding him in thraldom. Servility is the brand of the weakling. MPR 6:26 Never judge a man according to his estate or circumstances, but accept him as a man according to his state of manliness. He that is manly hold as a man, even though he be your enemy, but he who is less than a man hold accordingly, though he be with you. For were your enemy a lesser man, he might proffer a hypocritical friendship, and thus destroy you by treachery. It is well never to forget that some friends might be enemies, were they better men. Therefore, the measure of a friend's manliness may also be the gauge of his sincerity. MPR 6:27 A real man does not debase or humiliate the manliness of a defeated foe, for in so doing, he reveals his own baseness. It is well to remember that he who fights against you does so in the light of his own truth, and truth is not the pawn of battles. MPR 6:28 A real man is hardy, tenacious, and brave. He is gentle with women and hardy with men. He disciplines himself according to the manly code. He is generous and hospitable. He is alert and audacious. Comfort, intemperance, and overindulgence make weaklings. Struggle, adversity, and self-control make real men. MPR 6:29 A real man is a real man, and no power outside himself can take away his manliness. He is upright and strong, with a full measure of respect for himself. He is a man of deeds and not an idler. In manner, he is quiet and discreet, he is prudent in all things, and with all these qualities go generosity, good nature, and reserve. MPR 6:30 Be not a loud-mouthed bag of wind, for quietness within a man is as a rock, against which the tempest-driven waves of wrath and rage, rashness and haste dash in vain. MPR 6:31 It is far easier to be a weakling than to be a real man. Were the earth less harsh or the circumstances of life less austere, man would destroy himself before the shrine of the languid goddess. Only real men can with safety destroy the tangled forests and wilderness of earth and make from them gardens, but will those, who inherit the gardens be real men? The law decrees that they must be, or the wilderness will reclaim its own. MPR 6:32 He who would live in a garden must labor in the sun and subdue the soil. He who is content to live in the wilderness may sleep in the shade, but he is a slave of life. MPR 6:33 The real man stands out above all others, his head is high, his foot fall firm. His bearing is dignified, his face calm, his hand steady, his heart tranquil. He sweeps aside all obstacles in his way, he proceeds, though all the dream fiends and powers of darkness seek to bar his way. Where is he, who can gather the real men together and make them rulers of all men, that earth may resound with glory and greatness. Chapter 7 The Weakling MPR 7:1 The burden of the real man and the shame of the earth is the weakling. He frustrates the plan of God and degrades all men. The weakling is wicked of heart, for wickedness comes easily to men. It is easier to be wicked than to be good, it is easier to be weak than to be strong. The weakling is one who takes the easy path. MPR 7:2 The soul of the wicked man is wrapped in a winding sheet of hate, and corruption eats his spirit. He mocks, for mockery is an overspill of poison brewed in little hearts. The real man would rather be hated than mocked, for while men hate, cowards mock. MPR 7:3 The weakling fawns upon the rich and strong, he oppresses the weak and his joy is the molestation of widows and the unprotected. He cannot show respect for anyone greater than himself, for all men are his superiors. Therefore, he shows a hypocritical respect only when profitable to himself. MPR 7:4 He cringes before the powerful and wreaks his will upon the helpless. His face is pressed into the dust before the seats of the mighty, but his foot is heavy upon the necks of the lowly. Goodness and duty are beyond his understanding, inasmuch as the evil in his nature corrupts his spirit and renders him incapable of worthy deeds or noble service. MPR 7:5 The weakling is one, in whom evil destroys the good. In the real man, goodness vanquishes evil. MPR 7:6 In the hour of danger the weakling quails, his feeble spirit wilts and his thoughts are confused, everything he does is confounded. In the day of misfortune's blast, he sinks into the morass of cowardice and is overwhelmed by the black mire of despair. Abandon him to his fate, lest he drag you down to destruction. MPR 7:7 The very fear of a coward attracts the attention of misfortune and exposes him to danger. By quailing under poverty, he succumbs to meanness, and by tamely bearing insults he invites assault. He feasts on the misfortunes of the weak and unprotected, the carcass left by the lion feeds the hyenas. Destruction follows in his footsteps, for it is easier to destroy than to build. MPR 7:8 There is no respect for his person or possessions, and his wife is open to the leers of fornicators and the jeers of her sisters. The weakling is not one weak in body, but one who is weak in spirit. Neither does strength of body make the real man, for manliness is of the spirit, not of the flesh. MPR 7:9 A weakling will even marry a common woman, whose husbands are 500, for his servile spirit rejoices in debasement. MPR 7:10 Mankind is divided in twain, real men and weaklings, take your place with one or the other, for they will never be reconciled. Chapter 8 Attitudes of the Real Man, 1 Towards the poor and weak MPR 8:1 Lend your arm to the aged, and open your purse at the cry of the poor. Guard well against the urge to plunder the unprotected and from treating the destitute with harshness. MPR 8:2 If you are lacking in compassion, it is well to remember that today, one man be rich and another poor, yet, ere a year has passed the rich man may be working in a stable, and the poor man may be clothed in fine linen. Such are the balances of life, and it is, therefore, wise to turn a like countenance towards all men. MPR 8:3 Help the man in unfortunate circumstances, for anyone can fall into the pit of misfortune. Commit no assault upon him by reason of his weakness, nor turn his predicament to your own advantage. Fill his stomach with bread and drink. Provide a place for him to lay his head. Let your countenance be cheerful towards him, and let words of encouragement fall from your lips. MPR 8:4 Assess honestly the boundaries of the widow's estate. The land that is lost to the plough is the waste of a man's lifetime. MPR 8:5 Do not deride the clumsy speech of a lowly man. The fine phrases of the rich man may be pretty things of no substance. Sincerity is rarely bedecked with finery. What a man has in his head and heart is more important than the fine words that fall from his lips. MPR 8:6 An honest man is slow of speech, he fumbles for words and is confused, but his eye is straight. The wily man is quick of speech, his wits are ever sharp from constant use. MPR 8:7 The just God turns a ready ear towards the outcry of the lowly. Therefore, the prayer of the poor man is greater than the might of sharp weapons, even though he is of no account among the people of his own time and destitute of the power of fine speech. MPR 8:8 If you see an aged man staggering with the fullness of potent drink, lend him your arm, that his indignity may be lessened. Treat your elders with respect in the presence of their children. Sit not while an older man stands, or while the weak and afflicted have no seat. MPR 8:9 If any man, himself being powerful, robs the helpless, he shall be your enemy. Nor shall he be your enemy in secret, for this would make you a hypocrite. If you see injustice, hide it not in your heart, but cry it from the housetops. MPR 8:10 Even though you lose your life thereby and your possessions are lost to your children, have no dealings with the robber of the weak and the oppressor of the helpless. Of his estate, he is unworthy, and it is just that it be taken from him. MPR 8:11 The real man is the protector of the unprotected and counselor of the ignorant, for there will always be those, who abuse power and strength to oppress them. They will rob the poor, oppress the afflicted, exploit the helpless man and seduce the ignorant maiden from the household of her father. They burden the earth, and the real man knows how to deal with them. He shall wield the sword of vengeance in the name of the high God, and justice shall not weep outside the courtyard. MPR 8:12 Manliness carries its burden of responsibility. It is not a gown of fine linen but a coat of mail. Chapter 9 Towards Wealth MPR 9:1 If God has endowed you with riches, then regard them with pleasure, for the means to good deeds is in your hands. MPR 9:2 It is not sufficient for a rich man to give to the poor or to alleviate the distress of the needy. He who, having received abundance from God, doles out a pittance to the poor, does but salve his conscience and is not truly walking with God. MPR 9:3 It is the duty of the rich man to cast the weight of his riches in the balances, that goodness may outweigh evil. MPR 9:4 It is the duty of the powerful man to range his might alongside the forces of good in the struggle against evil. He shall protect the poor against the exploiter and defend the weak against oppression of tyrants. MPR 9:5 It is not so important to give to the poor man as to remove the cause of his poverty. To help the weak is good but of lesser importance than to attack their oppressor. MPR 9:6 The law decrees that the lot of no two men shall be alike. If it were otherwise, earth could not fulfill its purpose. But he who has riches or is powerful or handsome, he who has intellect and skill, should bear in mind that he possesses these under the law. According to the bounty bestowed, so must be the return to the general welfare of man, and a proper accounting will be demanded by the assessors in the hall of terror. MPR 9:7 No man is the absolute possessor of riches or estate, for his period of ownership must duly come to an end. Rather is he the trustee of the riches at his command, and he should regard them accordingly. MPR 9:8 Look for the man of merit, and see that he does not go unrewarded. Encourage the craftsman and promote useful works. Let your wealth serve all men and not be dissipated in selfish indulgences. MPR 9:9 Seek out the promoters of poverty and distress and cast your riches in the balances against them. Do not expect life to reward you or even grant you peace or pleasure. The powerful and strong will be your enemies, and even those you serve will betray. You will not be acclaimed and may even be derided as a fool, only your soul will remain steadfast beside you. MPR 9:10 A rich man is not wicked because of his riches, for this of itself neither makes a man wicked nor makes him good. It is the manner whereby he deals with his riches that determines a man's status. MPR 9:11 Live in moderate comfort, and maintain a position according to your estate. Stint not in the acquisition of learning and things of beauty. Shun ostentation and publicity, for these are props of the weakling. MPR 9:12 The riches, which exceed your modest requirements, are superfluous to your welfare. It is by your dealings with the surplus that you will be judged. MPR 9:13 There is little advantage in the mere possession of riches, the advantage is gained in knowing how to use them. Wait not until men come seeking your compassion, find them first and assist them without desiring praise or benefit. MPR 9:14 Let not your generosity be hampered by the riches you have, rejoice in their possession, for if used for good, your pleasure is without blame. But he who stores up riches beyond his needs and puts them to no good use swathes his soul in the wrappings of death. MPR 9:15 If rich, become not puffed up because of your possessions, or if poor, be not downhearted, for God in His goodness metes out happiness to both. MPR 9:16 Count not upon your friends if you are rich and powerful, for they are untried. Can a man of title and position ever be sure he is loved and respected for himself? If the poor man is held in high regard, he can be happy in the assurance that it is for himself alone, and he is at peace. MPR 9:17 Possessions and position attract friends as honey attracts bees, but it is adversity which winnows them. Men test gold for its value, and gold tests men for their worth. MPR 9:See the fate 18 To gather riches for their own sake corrupts the soul, but to deal with them to the benefit of others beautifies the soul. See the face of the miser and imagine the dark horror it dimly reflects, and behold the face of the benevolent man, does it not mirror the radiance within? MPR 9:19 If on earth, man is to learn the eternal values, he must be taught through the perception of earthly values. The contrast of riches and poverty serves its end. Chapter 10:3 Towards servants MPR 10:1 Be just to your servant if you expect faithful service from him, and if you would have his obedience, be reasonable in your commands. MPR 10:2 The spirit of manhood is in the slave, yes, it even slumbers in the craven-hearted. Undue harshness towards your subordinates may create a fear of you, but you will never command their love and respect. Soshar 10:3 Mitigate reproof with kindness and temper authority with reason. So shall the labor of your servants become a pleasure and your benefit therefrom be the greater. MPR 10:4 He serves faithfully who is motivated by gratitude. Loyalty follows in the train of respect. MPR 10:5 No man knows what events lie in the womb of the future, or what calamities lurk in the shadows of days yet to come. When evil times fall upon a man, it is the trusted servant who will sustain him. When dissatisfaction is rife among the servants, it is a time of calamity. MPR 10:6 If in return, you fail to reward loyalty and diligence, then you are unworthy of honest service. MPR 10:7 Deflect no man from the proper course of his duty, for this is a contemptible thing. Steal not the loyalty of us from his master, for this is unworthy of a man. MPR 10:8 A master who treats a faithful servant meanly is an unworthy person, and whatever his titles and estate fit only to be classed among common pinch purses. Chapter 11:4 Towards superiors MPR 11:1 The state of servitude has many advantages, for it escapes the cares and decisions of authority. He who serves faithfully may feel no shame in servitude. The loyal servant walks among the concourse with unbowed head. MPR 11:2 Be faithful to the trust, which your master reposes in you, that you may be more trusted and become greater. The time and labor, for which he pays belong to him, and if dealt with indifferently, are a fraud against him. MPR 11:3 Hold your tongue in check when making answer to him, who is your chief. Do not revile him underminedly, for this is the way of a coward. Do not abuse men who are greater than you, for this is an admission that you can never be like them. MPR 11:4 Never injure the arm that protects you or undermine the supports for the roof that shelters you. MPR 11:5 Be prudent in your statements, and never let another's speech fall upon you like a noose, so that you must uncoil it by means of your answer. MPR 11:6 Consult with your superiors pleasantly and quietly, acknowledging your position as a subordinate. Take care not to stir them up against you. At all times bear yourself like a man, for servitude does not entail servility. MPR 11:7 A man's position in the community does not indicate his status in life. Though the governor may appear to be noble in his position and with his titles, he may resemble the sacred crocodile forward undem cruelty and rapacity. MPR 11:8 When in the presence of your superior, do not press forward unduly or speak in a loud voice, for this will bring you unfavorably to his attention. If you are made unimportant in the presence of your chief, nevertheless conduct yourself with dignity and reserve, and let not your self-command depart from you. MPR 11:9 Never answer a man in authority when you are wrathful, but remove yourself quietly from his presence. Return a soft answer, when he utters words that rankle, and thus he will be pacified, and you will display your self-command and restraint. MPR 11:10 Answers that provoke those in authority will become rods for your back and staves that strike you down. The wrath of your superiors will react unfavorably upon your affairs. MPR 11:11 He who remains silent under provocation is the better man, but if provoked too far, then it is a time for action, for neither silences nor words are adequate. MPR 11:12 He serves best who serves silently. The trusted servant is he, who keeps his tongue in check. A wagging tongue has its roots in a quaking heart. MPR 11:13 Go quietly about your task, the reward is your own self-respect, knowing that it is well done. MPR 11:14 It is harder to be efficient than to be inefficient, therefore inefficiency is the mark of the weakling. MPR 11:15 Loyalty and diligence are qualities of the real man. The weakling is irresponsible and slothful. MPR 11:16 The path of duty is difficult and beset with problems, therefore it is shunned by the weakling, who prefers to take the easy way. MPR 11:17 The real man finds satisfaction in his craft, the satisfaction of the weakling lies in unproductive foolishness. Chapter 12:5 Towards the wrongdoer. MPR 12:1 Abandon the wrongdoer and the worker of iniquity to the dike, that the rising floodwaters may engulf them, thus, their ways shall no longer cause disruption among the people. Let them be seized by the storm fiend in the midst of the rising waters. MPR 12:2 The lawbreaker and worker of wickedness are to be cast forth from the body of the people, that it remain healthy. The purveyors of filth and the fornicators will be met by the strong arms of real men. The day itself will stand up and make an accusation against their abominable doings, and the night will spew them forth. MPR 12:3 If the sons of wickedness say, lend us your arm in the shadows, let us set a trap for the unwary, that his goods may pass into our possession. Let us strike down from behind and leave his body in the gutter, or let us possess ourselves of his gold by sly means and thus become rich ourselves, or come, cast in your lot with us, that by our joint endeavours we shall become wealthy. Walk not along the paths with such as they, for as they lurk for blood so shall their own blood be requited. MPR 12:4 The wrath of real men and upright men against the wrongdoers and workers of wickedness is like the hot blast that precedes the sandstorm, and before it, the strength of the evildoer shrivels and becomes nothing. MPR 12:5 The wrongdoer becomes a slave to his own wickedness, therefore do that which is right, and your spirit shall remain free. MPR 12:6 It is not sufficient for the real man that he turn away from wickedness. He is the fighting man of God, and his duty is to combat evil wherever he finds it. MPR 12:7 He who sees an evildoer at work and remains silent is an accomplice. He who remains inactive in the presence of evil condones the deed. That which is not actively opposed is encouraged. MPR 12:8 The slanderer and gossip monger shall be cast forth, for their ways are evil. The fornicator and seducer shall feel the strong arms of real men and regret their deeds. The thief and trickster shall be removed, and the murderer shall forfeit his life. The adulterer and those who dispense sorrow shall not go unpunished, but overlook not that, which induces him to follow the paths of wickedness. Is it just to cut off the hand to punish the heart? MPR 12:9 Weaklings encourage wickedness by their weakness, real men cast it out by their strength. MPR 12:10 That which benefits man is good and accords with the plan of God, that which is against the welfare of man is evil. But who among men is wise enough to know what is good and what is evil? Therefore, inscribe the writings of wisdom on your heart, that you never lack a guide in the dark alleyways of perplexity. Chapter 13 The Unstable Man MPR 13:1 There is a man halfway between the real man and the weakling, it is the unstable man. He wavers and is undecided, in thinking he displays a woman's weaknesses, he wrings his hands in the face of calamity and makes no move. MPR 13:2 Take hold of yourself, be a man. Though now, you have a body given over to weaknesses, the soul within has a reserve of resolution. Call it forth, and it will serve you well. MPR 13:3 Forget the things, wherein you are strong, for they need no attention. Consider your weaknesses and failings, and keep them ever in sight. Beware the weakness of indecision, for a bad decision is better than no decision at all. Beware of irresolution, better is it to journey along the wrong path than never to start. MPR 13:4 What can you call to your aid against these grey-shrouded adversaries, is it not the strength of resolution and determination? MPR 13:5 The unstable man knows he is changeable, like the thistledown, a plaything of the wind, but he knows not why. Though he knows he escapes from himself, he knows not how. O man of thistledown, be firm with yourself, be inflexible in following a course that is right. Thus, when they learn to rely on you, the eyes of men will regard you with esteem. MPR 13:6 Set out a code of conduct peculiar to yourself and at all times abide by it. Never betray the principles you set yourself, and thus, you will find the road to stability. He who has no rules to abide by is like a vessel, which has lost its steering oar, or as an unmanned chariot. MPR 13:7 Suppress the desires that rise to dominate you. Relinquish the urges that drive to misfortune, and the peace reigning within will not be disturbed by anxiety and disappointment. MPR 13:8 The unstable man spreads the restlessness and uneasiness, which eat his spirit, as dogs spread fleas. None can enjoy ease and contentment who joins his company. MPR 13:9 He who has no code to live by is like the weather vane turning with every change of wind. Today he loves, and tomorrow he hates, today he argues this way, and tomorrow that way, and he himself knows not why he changes. Now hot, now cold, he is never constant and none can place faith in him. MPR 13:10 Today he is arrogant, and tomorrow servile, but this flows from the weakness of his nature, for he who is arrogant without power will be servile when none demands servility. MPR 13:11 What is life to such as he but shadows cast on the sand? Before noon, he is merry, and after noon down in the depths of gloom. Now, he rides high on the wings of ecstasy, shortly to be plunged into the very abyss of despair. One moment, he laughs, the next he sighs. He walks in the door determined, inside he becomes shiftless. He himself never knows what he is or may quickly become. Can any structure of contentment be built on such a shifty foundation? Foolish is the woman who marries an unstable man, for her future is uncertain. Chapter 14 The Mean Man MPR 14:1 A mean man is one who walks in unmanly ways, he has womanly weaknesses, much magnified, without womanly virtues. He forever seeks faults in the ways of the wise and the good. MPR 14:2 He lacks generosity and compassion, he winnows the dust off his storehouse floor to save a few dirty grains. The heart of a mean man is as the sands of the wilderness, which swallow up all the pleasant flowers that fall and bring forth nothing in return. MPR 14:3 He who rises eagerly to claim praise for a successful undertaking and just as readily casts blame on another when it goes awry, is not only mean, but also a weakling and a hypocrite unto himself. MPR 14:4 None is worse than the mean man who has riches and estate, for he rides heavily on the backs of his servants and waxes fat on the sweat of their brows. MPR 14:5 He is without compassion or feeling, and the ruin of his brother brings him no sorrow. For the increase in his riches, he secretly rejoices in the death of his father, but the mean man, being also hypocritical, will be loudest in lamentation. MPR 14:6 His soul is set hard in the distorted shape molded by avarice, and even grief and distress can make no modifying impression. What are the miseries of poverty compared with the fate awaiting him beyond the dark portal? MPR 14:7 The beast of the pastures, when fed, show their pleasure and it is not beyond them to show thankfulness, but only man has the nature granting him the ability to show gratitude. The mean 14 man, therefore, denies his own nature, for true gratitude is beyond him, though he amply displays its outward manifestation. MPR 14:8 The large-hearted man gladly acknowledges a benefit received and seeks all ways to repay his benefactor. If, however, to do so lies beyond his ability, he cherishes the deed evermore in his heart. The mean-hearted man quickly forgets, for the obligation bears too heavily on his small spirit. MPR 14:9 His mean heart even envies the ability of the benefactor to give, and he accepts the benefit with inner ill grace. Though profuse with outward hypocritical smiles and fair words, his beaming countenance conceals the malicious darkness of the hidden heart within. MPR 14:10 The mean man and the braggart may seem incompatible, but man is a many-sided creature. And miserly heart and the most boastful tongue so often share the same body. The busiest tongue has the least cause to wag, what does it seek to cover up? MPR 14:11 The mean man is a coward and so finds pleasure by inflicting suffering on the helpless. The hyena tears at the dead beast he would not dare face while living, but the hunting hound that caught it does not rend it. Only cowardly things find pleasure in mangling that, which lies helpless in their power. Chapter 15 Women MPR 15:1 There are two categories of womankind, wives or potential wives, and women of pleasure. The first of these are the intended mates of men, their companions and comforters, the mothers of their children and the goddesses of their hearths. The others become their companions in carnal pleasure, they dally with them, then cast them aside, and they pass on to the embrace of other uncaring men. MPR 15:2 Each woman decides which category she will join, and that is her chosen path. Never confuse the two kinds of women, lest you eat out your heart in sorrow and regret. It is decreed by the nature of things that womankind should fall into two groups, and each woman is to be dealt with according to the category in which she has placed herself. MPR 15:3 What kind of woman can be without a household? Only one who is cast out or has run away because of her misdeeds. MPR 15:4 Avoid the singing woman, whose ways are frivolous. She is beautiful but her beauty is like the honey in the honey pot, it attracts many flies, and they pollute it. MPR 15:5 Guard yourself against the wiles of a woman from a strange country, whose city and household are not known. Who are her people? What are her ways? From what has she flown? From her mother's solicitude and her father's supervision? As she leaves them to sorrow, so will she depart from you. Or does she flee her own reputation? MPR 15:6 When the feelings of a wanton woman are deadened, as the edge of an axe is deadened by constant use, she ceases to please. She becomes as the wassailing cup passed around many times. Then, she flees from the place where she is known and lays her trap among strangers, and he who asks no questions takes her into his household and drains the polluted dregs that remain. MPR 15:7 Avoid the flattering woman who would beguile you with words. Shun her who repudiates woman's covenant with the creating God, who casts the treasures of womanhood lightly before men. Her hand guides along the path of sorrow, her embrace leads to the soul's desolation. She shatters the dreams of man, she is a traitor to womankind, the betrayer of womanhood. MPR 15:8 By the unclean embrace of the wanton woman, a man may be brought down to destruction. The adulteress lies in wait to suck the happiness of a family, a failure in her own home, she seeks gratification in the ruination of another. MPR 15:9 Adulterate the household of no man by lying with a woman thereof. Men do not despise a thief if he steals because he is hungry, but all men despise the adulterer who takes what is not his to vent his own lust. MPR 15:10 If you commit adultery, then prepare to flee, for men will arise against you. For if they revile not the adulterer, nor raise their arms against him, then it is a time of the nation's degradation, and all men must look to their own wives. If men fail to punish the adulterer, then they encourage the seduction of their own women. In the land of weaklings, the adulterer hunts freely, for who will oppose him? Is it not written, that, which is not punished is condoned? MPR 15:11 He who accepts meekly the seduction of a woman of his household is a weakling and coward, and unworthy of the mantle of manhood. MPR 15:12 He who turns his face and sees not the seduction of another's wife encourages the adulterers and establishes their place among the people. MPR 15:13 All men who are men are jealous of the sanctity of their hearth and home, and the righteous wrath of a wronged husband shall overwhelm the guilty ones. His is the day of vengeance, and no gifts shall appease him. MPR 15:14 The man who declines to strike a blow in defense of his home and honor is a weakling and coward. Men turn from him in disgust or he sickens their stomachs, while women despise him. MPR 15:15 He who suffers in defending the sanctity of womanhood suffers in the cause of God, who made woman the guardian of the portal of life. In the land of real men she reigns as goddess of heart, hearth, and home. MPR 15:16 When a woman whose husband is absent displays her beauty and encourages your visit, when she arranges that there be no witnesses and prepares her net for you, then is the hour of your manhood's trial. Depart from her house, for it is a place of evil. He who defiles the home of another cannot be justly wrathful if his own is defiled. MPR 15:7 The wife. It is not the way of a real man to defile the house of another in his absence, only weaklings sneak around furtively to gratify their body lust in another's domain. MPR 15:18 If you are unfortunate and unwise enough to love the wife of another man, then degrade not that love by expressing it in dark corners like a cur. Go to the husband, like a man, and let events happen as they will. MPR 15:19 If you wish to be welcomed in the household, to which you are in the habit of going, always treat the womenfolk with reserve. Thus, you will not be regarded with disfavor and will be trusted by your host. If he has daughters, he will say in his heart, such a man can be trusted with my daughter's welfare, for he is circumspect and a man of honor. MPR 15:20 A man who is not prudent casts an appraising eye over the womenfolk, host is insulted, for no woman of his household is indecent. MPR 15:21 Be not bedazzled by beauty alone. A beautiful tree with gay flowers rarely bears an abundant harvest. As a fire is beautiful and useful when restrained within the fireplace, but a thing of destruction when loose, so is the beauty of a woman when not kept in restraint by virtue. MPR 15:22 The beauty of a chaste woman inspires a man to greatness and to high accomplishments, that he may possess it, but the beauty of a harlot leads him along the paths of dissipation and improvidence. MPR 15:23 Men will strive and attain great things to satisfy their desire but will cease their efforts if it be cast at their feet. MPR 15:24 The beauty of womanhood was ordained to inspire man, and of all things it is his greatest incentive to achievement. Therefore, a woman's secrets are not to be lightly attained. MPR 15:25 The evil of the harlot is that she counters the inspiration of womanhood. Her wickedness is her cheapness. MPR 15:26 The pleasures of a harlot are of the body and exist only for the moment, to pass into nothingness like a dream. What have you given? For it is the loss of men. MPR 15:27 The vigor of manhood that bears man along the path of great things may be also a weapon in the hands of evil, but the weapon remains sheathed until placed in the hands of a wanton woman. MPR 15:28 The harlot sets her trap, the toils of the net are soft and supple, the weakling is caught easily and even better men are caught by deceit. The soul of a man is bruised and the power of womanhood is weakened. MPR 15:29 The bait of a wanton woman may be seen from afar, it is attractive and alluring, the hook is well hidden. Her glance is bold, she seeks the attentions of men and spreads out her temptations. Her allurements are well displayed, for has she not had much experience? MPR 15:30 Her limbs are soft and shapely, her attire loose and inviting, her eyes speak silently of furtive pleasures, her bosom invites the caress of lust. Her smile softens the heart, and her tongue kindles the fire of desire. The smoothness of her tongue overcomes reserve and her soft manner closes the eyes of wisdom. MPR 15:31 She is familiar with the ways and weaknesses of men and well practiced in the gratification of their bodies. She anticipates success, for her victims are not few. She satisfies the lustful desires of the body, but how does she serve the spirit? What does she do with man's highest dreams of womanhood? MPR 15:32 Fly from her allurements, and close your ears to her words of false endearments, they are well worn from practice on many. If you give heed to her languishing glances or listen to the soft words that fall from her lips, if you yield yourself to the warm embrace of her arms, then you sacrifice your manhood at the altar of lust. MPR 15:33 If she binds you as with a spell, when your eyes become open, you will know the meaning of shame. Poverty and slothfulness follow in the train of the wanton, misery and remorse will be your lot. MPR 15:34 Your manliness will be sapped by dissipation, your body, pampered by luxury and softened by sloth, will become enfeebled, your limbs will weaken and your health depart. The glow of strength and the joy of living will be gone. There will be no tender arms to hold you with compassion or eyes to regard you tenderly. None to listen to your griefs with understanding, for you have chosen the path of the fornicator. Gentle women will withdraw from your presence, and naught is to be wrung from the heart of a wanton, for only her body is soft. MPR 15:35 Therefore, be wise in your dealings with women, and to be wise is to be prudent and strong. Reject that, which is cast before you, for it will be shared with many men. Seek only that, which is desirable in its near unattainability, for it will be yours alone. MPR 15:36 Be wise, and avoid the sweet enticements of the wanton and the lustful inducements of the harlot, and allow not your heart to be trapped by enchanting mirages of love. MPR 15:37 The woman who is cheap will receive many offers, the heart of silver, but none of gold. MPR 15:38 Man has many chisels, wherewith to fashion the form of his immortal soul, and among them, none is so sharp as the hard chisel of desire. Therefore beware, lest in the fullness of youth, you fall prey to the allurements of the wanton woman who will cause you to degrade your manhood and cut shameful strokes by the excesses she offers for your delight. MPR 1539 She will entice you with a false sweetness, which disguises the bitter soul-corroding draught. Her charms are delusions, which will blind your eyes and benumb your feelings. Drink at the tainted well if you must, but never after shall you be free of its taint, and never after shall you enjoy the pure waters of love in their refreshing fullness. MPR 15:40 How drab the wanton beside the chaste woman who stands bedecked in radiant virtue and dignified modesty, whose glory puts the brilliance of the starlit night skies in the shade. Her influence for good is among the greatest earthly powers. She molds the destinies of men in purity and wholesomeness, and in her hands, the hammer strikes the chisel to fashion a form of glory. MPR 15:41 The chaste woman is soft and gentle, modest and kind, her glance quickens the beat of all but the hardest heart, and her touch quietens the raging storms in the most troubled. Her eyes shine with womanly innocence and she is garbed in simplicity and truth. Her exclusive kisses are sweet as the fresh plucked, dew-cooled grape, and the breath from her lips is a warmly soft perfumed breeze. MPR 15:42 Close the doors of your spirit against the destructive assaults of deforming passions, and open your heart to the tenderness of love. Its pure gentle flame shall inspire the soul 16 to sublime heights of glory and softly mold it into a magnificent form of perfection. Chapter 16 Choosing a Wife MPR 16:1 It is the nature of things that man should take unto himself a wife, and the law decrees the need of man for woman. But not every kind of wood is fit to make an arrow, and not every woman makes a suitable wife. MPR 16:2 Examine carefully the women of your acquaintance. Choose not hastily, nor fix your mind suddenly, for upon a proper choice depends your future contentment and joy and the welfare of your children. MPR 16:3 Choose not according to face and form alone, for these will pass, though fairness of face and proportion of figure are not to be disregarded. MPR 16:4 Observe your chosen one and consider her in your solitude. If her mind is overoccupied with dress and adornment, she laughs too much and talks too loud, if she has a roving foot for pleasure and a bold eye for men, if her manner is crude and her tongue inclined towards lewdness, then though her beauty were as that of the sun disk itself and her form shaped to perfection, turn from her path and set your heart against her charms. Dismiss from your mind the alluring phantoms of the imagination. MPR 16:5 Your body may incline towards her, but it drags you towards sorrow. If her body calls and your heart says nay, then flee from her presence, and see her no more. The heart of a wise man chooses his wife, but the wife of a weakling and fool is chosen by his body. MPR 16:6 When you find a maiden who can be your reasonable companion, who possesses a loyal and steadfast heart, sensitivity of spirit, pity and gentleness, delicacy of mind, softness of manner, who is wife, intelligent and joyous and, with all this, has a lively spirit, gather her to your arms, for she is worthy indeed to be your wife. She will be prudent and temperate and a fitting mother for your children, and above all you will have a treasure beyond price. He who chooses a good mother for his children will find contentment and joy with his wife. MPR 16:7 Judge not your chosen by your own opinions alone, for your eyes are clouded and your judgment confused. Judge her by the opinions of other men. Is she sought by them as a wife, or is she one whom men follow for their pleasure? MPR 16:8 The greatest gift that life can bestow upon a man is a good wife. Therefore, be diligent and prudent in your search, for a good wife is not gathered by the wayside. MPR 16:9 In your search for a fitting wife you will have many competitors, for though the divisions of men and women are nearly equal, many are the women who are unsuitable. Be diligent, lest to your sorrow, you find none left to choose from but those whom other men have passed over. MPR 16:10 None but the fool takes to wife the common woman, for she has her price and is available to all, nor the weak woman, for she can be taken by any man. MPR 16:11 Yet these, too, as their attractions wane, will seek a husband for their old age and, lacking the attractiveness of virtue, will set their trap for the unwary. They will find their prey among weaklings who care not about their wife's virtue, for they take secret pleasure in their own humiliation and debasement. MPR 16:12 No man is more generous than he who marries a common woman, for he shares her with the multitude. MPR 16:13 When you find a good woman, cherish her as your greatest treasure, let your kindness and consideration take possession of her heart. She is the mistress in your home, so treat her with respect, that the servants shall obey her, and the stranger treat her with diffidence. If a man treats not his wife with respect, can he take offense when other men, observing this, treat her likewise? MPR 16:14 As she is the partner of your cares and the helpmate with your burdens, deny her not your companionship in pleasure. Be faithful and constant to her, for she is the mother of your children. MPR 16:15 He who drinks water from his own fountain knows it to be clean. He who draws water from his own well knows it to be pure. MPR 16:16 In times of affliction and pain, when your wife suffers in sickness or travail, soothe her with tender words and gentle countenance. A look of sympathy and a gesture of understanding from you will mitigate her trouble and be of more avail than the attention of many physicians. MPR 16:17 Consider the delicacy of her womanhood and the frailty of her body. Comfort her in grief and bear with her weakness. Bring wisdom and understanding to your aid, for if in marriage one is wise, two are happy. MPR 16:18 Do not marry while too young, for you have not experience enough to train your son, nor be too old, that you have not the patience. There is a mean in marriage, as in all things. MPR 16:19 He who chooses his wife rashly or in haste spends slow years in regret and repentance. MPR 16:20 The counsel of a wife is wise and bent to your own benefit, but the counsel of an outside woman serves her own ends. MPR 16:21 Love your wife wholly, according to the dictates of your own heart, and rightly according to the statutes of men. Fill her stomach and clothe her back, provide her with oil for anointing and hair for her adornment. Keep her contented, and give her no cause for alarm or unrest. Be gentle with her, for she is a profitable field for your efforts. MPR 16:22 Enter not into dispute with her, for women are gentle and withdraw their hearts before force. If you are harsh, she will return into herself. Make her home a joyful place. MPR 16:23 An industrious wife is of more value than treasure, she endows her husband with peace and gladness, but a slovenly wife brings discontent into the dwelling place. MPR 16:24 The husband of an unchaste woman lives in a den of suspicion. There is no greater restlessness than that of a husband apart from an untrustworthy wife. MPR 16:25 A man loves his mother and his father, his sisters and his brothers, all his life, yet they are not of his choosing. How much more likely should it be that he would love his wife, whom he himself chooses? Or is man's judgment less wise than that of fate? MPR 16:26 Nothing will ever bring you greater pleasure and joy than a good wife or more sorrow than a bad one. Yet of all things he does bearing on his life and future, a man generally uses the least wisdom when choosing a wife. MPR 16:27 Be considerate, for the husband without consideration prepares his own betrayal. MPR 16:28 There are two types of women, true women, and common women. The common woman is a fitting mate for the weakling, and the true woman a fitting mate for the real man. But the dispensations of life are such that common women will desire real men for husbands, and weaklings will deceive true women. Therefore, the real man must be wise enough to know the difference between a common woman and a true woman, and a true woman must know the difference between a real man and a weakling. Mpr 16:29 To know and recognize the divisions of men and women is not only the first step to contentment, but it is the duty of a people, if it would remain wholesome. When the dividing line becomes blurred, nations decline. Mpr 16:30 It is easy enough to get a wife, but difficult to get a good one. Mpr 16:31 Marriage is like the fisherman's net, easy to get into but hard to escape from. Mpr 16:32 No man is the same after marriage. Either his joys are doubled and his sorrows halved, or his joys are halved and his sorrows doubled. Chapter 17 The Physical Body Mpr 17:1 My children, contemplate the nature of your own bodies. The fruits of the field provide the flesh, and the stones of the earth the framework. Mpr 17:2 How wonderfully you are made, how precise and perfect is the construction of your earthly habitation. Who but the greatest of beings could have ordained its nature, who but a master architect could have planned it? Mpr 17:3 Among all creatures, you alone stand erect, that you may enjoy and admire the wondrous works of your Creator. Rejoice, therefore, in your form and in your body and in your powers. Mpr 17:4 Rejoice in the consciousness, whereby you experience, and in the eternal soul within, whereby you know. The attributes of a God repose within you, and they are yours to command, if you will but call them forth. Mpr 17:5 Be kind to your body, which is the vehicle of your pilgrimage and the chariot of your conquest. Keep it in health and strength, that you may enjoy life with vigor. It was not meant that the body should be neglected, and in fact the law ordains that recompense be made for a neglected body. A body made weak by dissipation and gross from fat living is an abomination unto the God of life. Mpr 17:6 On earth, the body is equally as important as the soul. Keep it clean and in good health, that it may fittingly serve the purpose of the soul. The nearest approach that can be made to complete bliss on earth is to enjoy the blessing of good health. Mpr 17:7 If you would reserve health unto yourself, even into the ripeness of old age, avoid the allurements of intemperance and dissipation. These are the bewitchments of the wanton and harlot, and not easily avoided. Mpr 17:8 When she spreads her delicacies before you, when her wine sparkles in the cups, when with sweet smiles, she induces you to cast care aside, then the hour of danger is at hand, and therefore, let prudence come to your aid. If you give heed to the sweet words of the temptress, then you are deceived and betrayed. Mpr 17:9 Flee from the bower of the harlot, her face and form are fair, but underneath, the core is rottenness. She is perfumed sweetly on the outside, but the odor of putrefaction lies within. Mpr 17:10 Her deceptive promises of joy are gates leading into the road to madness, and her pleasures lead to disease and death. Look around the board of the wanton woman, cast your eyes upon her guests, and observe those who have succumbed to her charms and follow her temptations. Are they not pale and puny ones? Are they not weaklings without the spirit of men? Mpr 17:11 Away from the beguilement of false womanhood, from the tables of intemperance and the sideboards of gluttony. Go, seek your place in the company of real men. See, are they not upstanding, brave, and active? They are surrounded by the halo of vigor, they vibrate with the song of vitality. Their arms are brawny and strong, and labor is to them as play to the child. Mpr 17:12 Their talk is virile and manly, they know the weaknesses of fornicators and mock the softness of she-men. Their passions are vanquished by self-command, and evil habits do not suck their spirits. They take their pleasures in moderation, and therefore, the enjoyment endures. Their hours of rest are few, but their sleep is deep and sound. Their hearts are serene and their bodies strong. Their thoughts are quick and their form lithe. They are men and the sons of men. MPR 17:13 Rejoice, O man, in your body strength and cleanliness, and be not ashamed of your nature. Live in peace and contentment, for cakes of flour and water eaten with a contented heart serve the body better than fine meats eaten with strife and enmity. MPR 17:14 Do not accustom yourself to lying in bed, while the dawn is breaking in beauty, for no man is wholesome unless he has knowledge of the dawn. MPR 17:15 Remember that the call of the food table exceeds the needs of the body. MPR 17:16 Do not weary yourself concerning the affairs of the day, nor be over-anxious about your household and estate. Things happen, disaster or power come according to the dispensations of God. Follow your inclinations, and if your plans go awry, continue in peace. Do your best, and be content that you can do no more. MPR 17:17 Let your heart be quiet within your body, and your body will not be unhealthy. It is the guest chamber of the soul, let the soul not abide in squalor. MPR 17:18 God ordained the law and laws, which govern the conduct of man, and laws, which govern the ways of nature. Unnatural deeds bring unnatural afflictions in their train, and unnatural thoughts precede unnatural ills. MPR 17:19 The soul of man within his body is like a conqueror in an occupied land. The laws of the victor conflict with the laws of the vanquished, but it is the greater law that must be obeyed, so both may live together in harmony. MPR 17:20 Avoid the guilt of furtive and unmanly things, that you may walk with a high head and steady eyes. MPR 17:21 It is wrongful for a man who cannot know woman to seek the sustenance of the serpent. MPR 17:22 Your nose is ever ready to savor the sweetness of perfume, and your mouth delights in delicacies of the table. Your eye is ever alert for beauty. But remember that perfumes do not linger long in the nostrils, and delicacies destroy the appetite they arouse. Beauty seen too often ceases to stir the heart. MPR 17:23 The rule is moderation in all things, turn from unmanly ways, follow the path of cleanliness, and avoid the indulgences of soft living and iniquity. Follow these rules, and sleep soundly, spend your waking hours in peace. MPR 17:24 Enjoy life, take whatever it gives with high spirits. When it bestows contentment, be contented, when it presents the test, rise above it, and when disaster strikes, meet it like a man. Chapter 18 Man, the external shell. MPR 18:1 Glorify your body, cherish it, keep it well, for it is the dwelling place of the soul. Is not such a master worthy of a well-kept habitation? To revile or mortify the body is a wickedness, for thus, you desecrate the most glorious temple on earth. MPR 18:2 As ground must be prepared for the barley and clay needed for the wheel.